Chapter 361. Crazy, this is crazy. That Jiang Chen is really courageous. He really went to Mount Tianyuan to participate in the gathering of Skynet. And he even killed Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi, two of the Jian province's top geniuses. He's really ferocious. Damn it, I heard that Jiang Chen is only a peak divine core warrior, but he already possesses such formidable combat strength. Even though he only has a sharp sword in his hand, it's still shocking. I really want to see what Jiang Chen looks like. Ruthless, he's really ruthless. It looks like he's going to fight the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect to the end. Not long after both superpowers gave out the order to kill, he has already killed the #1 genius from both superpowers. For both superpowers, this is an unimaginable loss. Currently, the entire Jian province has been locked down by the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. All the superpowers in the Jian province have been mobilized by the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and they have spies everywhere. I wonder if Jiang Chen can escape from here. The entire Jian province was boiling. Jiang Chen's appearance had caused a huge uproar, and the deaths of Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi had caused an uproar in the entire Jian province. No one had expected Jiang Chen to show up on Mount Tianyuan. In everyone's mind, Jiang Chen should have chosen to run away, but no one had expected him to be so daring. If they knew about this beforehand, perhaps the older generation warriors from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would have entered Mount Tianyuan in advance to ambush him, and they wouldn't have lost two geniuses. While the entire Jian province was searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, on a mountain range far away from the Jian province, a man in white clothes could be seen leaping from place to place. He was moving at an incredible speed. A carefree smile could be seen on the young man's face. The entire Jian province should be boiling by now, but none of you would have guessed that I've already left the Jian province. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen. In just over 2 hours, he had crossed the Jian province from Mount Tianyuan. Even the Shangguan clan's clan chief wouldn't have expected such a speed. Therefore, all the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were sure that Jiang Chen was still in the Jian province. The Jian province was extremely large, but from Mount Tianyuan to the Martial Palace, it was only a quarter of the distance. Jiang Chen flew at top speed, using the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial shift. This kind of speed was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Because of this, it only took him 2 hours to completely leave the Jian province. After passing the Jian province, Jiang Chen entered the largest province in the eastern continent. This was the territory ruled by the Martial Saint dynasty. However, this province wasn't that big. In other words, there were originally only 27 provinces in the eastern continent, but because of the Martial Saint dynasty, a large piece of land was isolated in the center of the eastern continent, and it became the foundation of the Martial Saint dynasty. The natural yuan energy here was the densest in the eastern continent, and the environment here was also the most beautiful in the Martial Saint dynasty. In the center of this province, there was a gigantic organization, the Martial Saint dynasty's imperial family. Apart from that, there was another gigantic organization, the Martial Palace. The Martial Palace was directly under the Martial Saint dynasty's jurisdiction, and it was the highest educational institution in the eastern continent. It was the gathering place for all geniuses, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. Those who were able to study in the Martial Palace were undoubtedly nobles with high status, imperial family members, princes, or geniuses from various superpowers in the eastern continent. No matter what, those who were able to study in the Martial Palace had a higher status and talent than the others. Therefore, the Martial Palace had become a cradle for geniuses. Countless geniuses wanted to study in the Martial Palace. Not only did joining the Martial Palace symbolize one's status, they would also be able to obtain the best cultivation resources. In the future, they might even be recognized by the Martial Saint dynasty. The Martial Palace was located in the center of a beautiful mountain range. This mountain range was the most beautiful place in the eastern continent. It was covered in white fog all day long, and it looked like a fairyland. This mountain range was named after the Martial Palace, and it was called Mount Wufu. Right at this moment, outside of Mount Wufu, 3 men and a dog were standing in the wind. In front of them, there was a huge stone tablet that was a few dozen meters tall. On top of it, 3 words were carved in a flamboyant style, Mount Wufu. From the depth of the words, it wasn't hard to tell that the person who carved these 3 words had an extraordinary cultivation. This stone tablet was the symbol and boundary of Mount Wufu. This was the holy land in the eyes of countless warriors, the place they yearned for the most. Every day, there would be people coming here to take a look, but no one dared to cross the stone tablet and enter the mountain range. This was because no one was allowed to enter this place. Violating the martial palace's dignity was a capital offense. Mount Wufu, is this the martial palace? Nangong Wentian stared at the undulating mountain range in front of him and said with mixed feelings. These 3 men and a dog were none other than Han Yan and the other 3. After passing through the Jian province, they were heading straight towards the martial palace. What a beautiful scenery! It's much more beautiful than the Black Sect. Yen Chen Yu complimented. This is the best institute in the Eastern continent. It's not something the Black Sect can compare with. This place is the dream of countless geniuses. Han Yan said. In the past, just like all the other geniuses, the martial palace was the place they yearned for the most. Even now, he still had this feeling. This place doesn't look as big as the Black Sect. Nangong Wentian couldn't help but say while looking at the buildings within the mountain range. Of course. Although the Black Sect is just a sect from the Qi province, they have countless disciples, so of course their mountain range is big. The martial palace is different. Everyone here are elites. Just from the numbers alone, they can't compare with the Black Sect. Han Yan said with a smile on his face. All right, since we're already here, let's enter the mountain range. De Huang Dog shook his head and was about to enter Mount Wufu. I wonder how Chen Gij is doing now. Yen Chen Yu had a worried expression on her face. They had been rushing all the way here, so they had no idea what had happened in Mount Tianyuan, and they had no idea about the Jian province that was in an uproar. Don't worry, that guy will be fine, De Huang Dog said. He had great confidence in Jiang Chen. That's right, with little Chenzi's strength, even if he can't defeat them, he should have no problem running away. Han Yan said. Who said I can't defeat them? Aren't I here now? A voice suddenly sounded out from behind them. The group quickly turned around and saw Jiang Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere. He was looking at them with a smile on his face. Damn it, little Chenzi, you're too fast. Or did you not go to Mount Tianyuan at all? Nangong Wentian was shocked. It's you guys who are too slow. I've already gone to Mount Tianyuan, and I've killed Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi. Now, the Jian province is locked down by 2 superpowers. Too bad, I've already come out, Kaka. Jiang Chen let out a carefree laugh. However, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's eyes were wide open in shock. Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi had been killed, and they were killed in such a short amount of time? This was ridiculous. However, when it came from Jiang Chen, both of them believed it without any hesitation. Wakaka, this master dog knew you could do it. De Huang Dog let out a hearty laugh. But, isn't this too fast? Don't tell me those 2 guys are cowards? Nangong Wentian sighed. Little Chenzi, hurry up and tell us what happened. Han Yan asked anxiously. Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi did gather a bunch of geniuses, and set up an inescapable trap for me. Jiang Chen briefly told them what had happened on Mount Tianyuan. All of them were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. They couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a big thumbs up. Jiang Chen's methods were really terrifying, as he was able to calmly face a situation like this and turn the tables. Freak! Han Yan and Nangong Wentian said at the same time. This time, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect will be even angrier, and they will definitely fight with Chen Gij to the death. Yen Chen Yu said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Even if I didn't kill Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi, the relationship between me and these 2 superpowers is already irreconcilable. The deep grudges between us will never be resolved. Let's enter the martial palace now. After saying that, Jiang Chen strode past the stone tablet and entered the martial palace. After entering the martial palace, the group instantly felt that the natural yuan energy here was at least twice as dense. This place was truly a holy land for cultivation. Little Chenzi, are we going to look for Wu Jiao now? De Huang Dog asked. Not yet, let's go see how Zihan and the others are doing here. If Brother Jiao knows I'm here, he'll show himself and meet me. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Wu Jiao had given him 3 spots, and Jiang Chen had asked Yu Zihan, Guan Yun, and Tian Yishan to follow Xian Yi to the martial palace to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Jiang Chen had no idea how these 3 guys were doing here. Halt! Intruder! A deep and resounding voice suddenly sounded out from not far in front of them. 4 tall and sturdy men wearing golden armors with cold expressions and long spears in their hands blocked Jiang Chen and the group's path. These 4 men should be the guards of the martial palace, and they were most likely sent here by the martial saint dynasty. Each of them was a divine core warrior. Damn it, these guards are all divine core warriors. They can be sect elders in the Qi province. Han Yen said in a gloomy manner. Comparing the Qi province and the martial palace, the gap was huge. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the martial palace? Don't you know what this place is? The leading golden warrior shouted out in an extremely arrogant manner. Although they were only divine core warriors, they had the right to be arrogant, because this was the martial palace, and no one dared offend even the ordinary guards. No one dared cause any trouble here, because that was no different than courting death. We're here to look for Wu Lang, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He didn't tell them Wu Jiu's name, he told them Wu Lang's name. When they were on the island of ice, Wu Lang had told them that he would be waiting for Jiang Chen in the martial palace. You're looking for the young palace chief? Who are you? How do you know him? The leading golden warrior was startled. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen in the group, but when he heard Wu Lang's name, his tone became much gentler. Chapter 362. Young Palace Master? Looks like this brother Jiu is really the palace master. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. Guessing was just guessing. It was completely different from actually confirming it. For Jiang Chen and the others, the more honorable Wu Jiu's status was, the better it would be for them. The 9th Emperor and the martial palace chief were more than enough. My name is Jiang Chen, Wu Lang's friend. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile on his face. Jiang Chen? The leader furrowed his brows. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. It was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. The 3 golden armored warriors behind him were also at a loss. However, their confusion only lasted for a brief moment before their eyes widened. Jiang Chen, you're Jiang Chen. The leader immediately cried out, the one who killed the geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect, and defeated Prince Wu Tsong on the Island of Ice, Jiang Chen. That's me. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Now that he was in the martial palace, he didn't need to hide his identity anymore. Boss, that's right. Look at that dog. It's rare to see such a majestic dog. He must be Jiang Chen. He's a malignant star, we can't afford to offend him. Young Palace Master told us to let Jiang Chen pass if he's here. The 3 men discussed in low voices. Everyone knew about Jiang Chen's ferocious name. What happened on the Island of Ice had already spread across the entire eastern continent, including the martial palace. Oh, so it's young Master Jiang Chen. Forgive me for my rudeness, but young Palace Master told us to let young Master Jiang Chen pass if he's here. Young Master Jiang Chen. This way please. The leader made an inviting gesture towards Jiang Chen. He no longer dared to show his arrogant attitude. What a joke. Who would dare to offend this man who would even dare to kill the Emperor of Heaven if he was pushed to the edge? Moreover, Jiang Chen was the young mansion master's friend. The young mansion master had specifically instructed them not to stop Jiang Chen if he came. Jiang Chen smiled and strode into the martial house. He had only taken 2 steps when he turned around to look at the leader and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the leader was so scared that his body trembled. He thought that he had offended Jiang Chen by obstructing him just now. Now that Jiang Chen was asking for his name, Jiang Chen was definitely going to complain to the young master. If Jiang Chen were to blame him, even if he had 8 heads, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. This person was filled with regret, but he still said honestly, "Young Master Jiang Chen, my name is Niu Er." Everyone was taken aback. What a stupid name. Niu Er, I need your help with something. Can you bring me to where Yu Zihan and Guan Yun live? Here's an earth elixir as your reward. Jiang Chen casually threw an earth elixir into Niu Er's hand. Niu Er's eyes immediately widened. He felt as if a huge pie had just fallen from the sky, and he was going to be struck dumb. He was only a mid-divine core warrior right now, and he was just a guard in the martial palace. He couldn't compare with those genius disciples. The martial palace was rich in resources, but those good resources were only prepared for those geniuses with high status, and talent. They had nothing to do with Niu Er. An earth elixir wasn't really precious to a divine core warrior. It was equal to 10,000 human elixir. Furthermore, this was a simple task. Even if Jiang Chen didn't give him any reward, he would still lead the way. What made Neo Air feel lucky was that Jiang Chen didn't ask for his name because he wanted to report him to the young palace chief. As a guard of the martial palace, I know where all the genius disciples live. Yu Zihan, Guan Yun, and that Tian Shan just arrived here 3 months ago, so I know where they live. Neo Air slapped his chest and said. After that, he led Jiang Chen into the martial palace. The 3 golden warriors behind them had envious expressions on their faces. Sure enough, small fries like them would never get such a good task. From the outside of Mount Wufu to the inside of the martial palace, there was a bridge that spanned across the sky. When standing on top of the bridge, one could see the entire Mount Wufu. Right now, Jiang Chen and the group were walking on top of the bridge. Underneath their feet was a layer of mist, and they could see the entire Mount Wufu. There were green hills and clear waters, waterfalls and pine trees, and there were palaces and courtyards standing in the middle of the mountain. This place is so beautiful. Yan Chen Yu's beautiful eyes couldn't take in all the sights. Compared to the beautiful scenery in front of her, Yan Chen Yu felt that the red city she lived in was too small. The red city he lived in was just too small. The outside world was truly magnificent. If he didn't follow Jiang Chen out, he would never have the chance to see such scenery in his life. That is the dormitory area for the genius disciples. Yu Zihan and the others are living in there. Neo Air pointed towards the dormitory area. Inside the martial palace, besides the guards who were patrolling back and forth, it was rare to see any genius disciples. The competition here was too intense, and if you didn't work hard, you would be caught up by others. Therefore, all the geniuses were working hard in their cultivation, making every second count. It was dusk, and the Mount Wufu didn't seem to be populated by people. Occasionally, a few people would stare at Jiang Chen and the group curiously. Soon, under Neo Air's lead, the group arrived at the martial palace's dormitory area. The dormitory area here was much more luxurious than the black sects. There were exquisite courtyards everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was excellent. Young Master Jiang Chen, the 3rd courtyard on the left is where Yu Zihan and the others are living. I won't be going in. Neo Air said to Jiang Chen. As a guard, his position in the martial palace was very low, so low that he didn't even have any status. Therefore, if there wasn't any special occasion, the guards would never enter the dormitory area of the genius disciples. All right, thank you, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Young Master Jiang Chen. Don't mention it. Although what you did on the island of ice has offended many powers and people, I really admire you. If I, Neo Air, can be as mighty as you one day, and become famous, even if I have to die right now, it would be worth it. Neo Air's face was filled with admiration. All men were courageous, and Jiang Chen, who had the image of a devil incarnate, had unknowingly become the idol of many people. Some people even dreamed of being as mighty and domineering as Jiang Chen, and becoming famous under the heavens. Even if they had to pay with their lives wouldn't be in vain. Let's go, let's see how Yu Zihan and the others are doing, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. After that, he brought the group and walked towards the dormitory area. Along the way, they didn't encounter any obstacles, and soon, they arrived at the 3rd courtyard that Neo Air knew about. The gate of the courtyard was wide open, and even from far away, they could hear the loud noises coming from inside. You 3 sure have some guts. You've only been here for 3 months, and you're already so arrogant. You even dare to beat my servant, Qiu Tianba. You're really courting death. A domineering voice sounded out from the courtyard. Right at this moment, there were 8 men gathered in the courtyard that wasn't very spacious. The 3 men standing in the front were wearing gloomy expressions, and their faces were filled with anger. These 3 men were Yu Zihan, Guan Yun, and Tian Shan. Right now, there were 5 men standing in front of them. The man standing in the front was tall and burly, and his body was even more muscular than Nangong Wentian's. He was unleashing a domineering aura, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was an early combat soul warrior. The other 4 men behind him were all late divine core warriors, and 3 of them had bruises on their faces. Obviously, they had been beaten badly. The last man was a peak divine core warrior, just 1 step away from the combat soul realm. He was wearing the same uniform as Yu Zihan and the others, and he seemed to be a disciple of the martial palace. He was following behind Qiu Tianba like a henchman. Qiu Tianba, don't push it too far. Although our cultivation levels are not as high as yours, we are still disciples of the martial palace, and this courtyard is where we live. How dare your servants come and rob our courtyard? Beating them is already considered a light punishment, but don't you know who you are? Yuzi Han said with a loud voice. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Although they had just arrived at the martial palace for 3 months, their cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds, especially Yuzi Han. He had broken through from the early Divine Core Realm to the late Divine Core Realm, just like Guaniyun and Tianishan. Ever since they arrived at the martial palace, they had been keeping a low profile, and they had never caused any trouble. But that didn't stop people from causing trouble. Today, 3 guys had come to their courtyard, and they were threatening to force them to move out and occupy their place of residence. What made them even angrier was that these 3 guys weren't geniuses from the martial palace. They were just Qiu Tianba's servants. There were many disciples with powerful backgrounds in the martial palace, and when they came here, they would bring their servants to serve them. Aside from cultivating, they were living like lords. Qiu Tianba's servants were too arrogant. Relying on their master's status and cultivation level, they looked down on everyone, and they didn't take these new disciples seriously at all. With Yuzi Han and the other 2 men's bad temper, there was no way they could stand it, and there was no way they would give up their courtyard. Therefore, they gave those 3 bastards a good beating. Now, Qiu Tianba had come to them, and it looked like he wasn't going to let them off easily. Daddy's status is much more precious than yours. Let me tell you, this isn't over yet. You 3, kneel down and kowtow to me right now. Then, take out some pills as compensation, and move out of this courtyard. The servant looked to be in his 40s, and he looked even more arrogant than Qiu Tianba. He pointed his finger at Yuzi Han and the other 2 men's noses and said with a loud voice. However, 3 of his teeth had been knocked out by Guaniyun, so he couldn't even speak clearly, and he looked really funny. Fuck you. Yuzi Han couldn't stand it anymore. He prepared himself to kick the servant, but was stopped by Guaniyun and Tianishan. If they fought right now, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Qiu Tianba was a combat soul warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. They were no match for him. Humph. Your name is Yuzi Han, right? You're quite the hot-tempered one, but no one has ever dared hit my, Qiu Tianba's men. Since you've hit them, you'll have to pay the price. Just like what my servant said, the 3 of you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, then take out some pills to compensate for their loss. Then, move out of this place and make room for my servant. Chapter 363. Haha, did you hear that? Kneel down right now, or else, I'll beat all your teeth out. That's right. How dare you offend our young master Tianba? You're courting death. You 3 small shrimps aren't even qualified to carry young master Tianba's shoes. The other 2 servants became arrogant as well, as if they were the best in the world. Yuzi Han and the other 2 had ugly expressions on their faces. It seemed like there was no way they would be able to resolve this peacefully. This Qiu Tianba was infamous, and he had a strong background. Many disciples in the martial palace didn't want to offend him, because they knew that they wouldn't have a good ending. Qiu Tianba, don't push it too far. You should have heard of the name Jiang Chen. We're Jiang Chen's friends. If you dare touch us, you better think about the consequences. Tianishan said with a loud voice. Jiang Chen's friends? I'm so scared. Haha, where is Jiang Chen? The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect have given the order to kill Jiang Chen. I don't even know if he's still alive. How dare you threaten me, Tianba, with a man who's about to die? You're so stupid. Let me tell you, even if Jiang Chen is here, Daddy doesn't care. Qiu Tianba burst into laughter. He had heard of Jiang Chen's name before, but he knew Jiang Chen's current situation better than anyone else. That was the reason why he didn't care. Cut the crap. The 3 of you, kneel down and kowtow to apologize, then hand over all your belongings as compensation. The servant whose face was covered in pustules shouted out. He walked in front of Yuzi Han, pointed his finger at his nose and scolded. Fuck you. Yuzi Han was instantly enraged. Ever since he started following Jiang Chen, his temper and blood had improved a lot. He couldn't tolerate a servant yelling at him in front of him. Bam! Yuzi Han suddenly kicked the servant's lower abdomen, sending him flying away. He fell on the ground like a tortoise, and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth. Idiot! Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Yuzi Han spat on the ground. He was throwing caution to the wind. Since there was no way he could let them kneel down and kowtow to him, He might as well beat up this dog servant to vent his anger. Yu Zihan spat on the ground. Damn it, how dare you hit me? The servant pointed his finger at Yu Zihan from the ground. Right when he raised his head, he saw a huge face standing right in front of him. It was not a face of a human. Fuck. It was a dog, a majestic Dahuang dog. Hee hee. So what if I hit you? A talking dog opened its mouth wide and bit off the servant's entire arm. White bones were exposed and blood gushed out. A dog slave dares to strut around here? This lord dog will send you on your way. After saying that, Big Yellow's majestic body pressed on the servant's body, then he bit off the servant's head. The miserable shriek stopped abruptly. A life was bitten to death just like that. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. Everyone in the courtyard witnessed this scene. Even Qiu Tianba couldn't help but shiver. No one knew where this dog came from, but it was so cruel. Yu Zihan and the other two looked at Dahuang dog. Their gloomy faces instantly turned into joy. Dahuang! The three of them shouted at the same time. They couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Seeing Dahuang at this moment was really a happy thing. This meant that their troubles were no longer troubles, but Qiu Tianba's troubles. Because the three of them knew very well that the appearance of Dahuang dog meant that that person was here as well. Where did this dog come from? How dare you kill my servant? You're courting death. Qiu Tianba was furious. Without hesitation, he thrust his palm toward Dahuang dog. A powerful palm wind was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Dahuang dog. As an early combat soul warrior, Qiu Tianba's attack was indeed fast. However, Dahuang dog was even faster. He turned into a trail of light and dodged Qiu Tianba's palm wind. The palm wind landed right on the dead body of the servant who was about to be killed by Dahuang dog. In an instant, the body exploded into pieces. Bastard! Qiu Tianba became furious once again. He came here today to teach Yu Zihan and the other two a lesson, but this dog just came out of nowhere and killed them. Trash! Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. After that, 4 figures walked into the courtyard. 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had imposing appearances. The leading figure was a young man dressed in white clothes. He had both hands placed behind his back, and he was walking in a calm manner. Upon seeing these people, Yu Zihan and the other 2 men immediately revealed bright smiles on their faces. At the same time, their gazes toward Qiu Tianba were filled with sympathy. Jiang Chen and the other 2 men walked past Qiu Tianba and arrived in front of Yu Zihan and the other 2 men. Throughout the entire process, they didn't even glance at Qiu Tianba. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qiu Tianba, who had a very strong ego. Zihan, you've improved very quickly. Jiang Chen patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. At the same time, he smiled at Guaniyun and Tiani Shan. These 3 men's improvement was within his expectations. Yu Zihan was the best, as he had been purified by the energy vein source energy both in and out of the inner island, so it was only natural for his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. As for Guaniyun and Tiani Shan, they had stayed in Inferno Hell for a year, and they had gone through the baptism of life and death. Who are you people? How dare you come to the martial palace and kill people? Qiu Tianba shouted. Brother Jiang, this bastard. Yu Zihan gritted his teeth in anger. I know everything. Jiang Chen smiled. Then he turned around and looked at Qiu Tianba. His face suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Qiu Tianba. Then he slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap was too loud. It landed on Qiu Tianba's face. Qiu Tianba's sturdy body was sent flying away like a cannonball. Pooh! Qiu Tianba coughed out a mouthful of blood, and 2 of his front teeth were also knocked out. Young master. The 2 servants were terrified. They immediately rushed to Qiu Tianba's side and helped him up. The other disciples stared at the white-clothed youth in front of him with widened eyes. The shock in his heart was like a raging sea. It was too shocking. Even with Qiu Tianba's strength, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. Just how strong was this youth in front of him? You dare hit me? Qiu Tianba let out a loud roar. He pushed the 2 servants aside, then charged toward Jiang Chen in an imposing manner. He completely unleashed the aura of an early combat soul warrior. In an instant, Qiu Tianba's fist arrived in front of Jiang Chen's face. Slap. Too bad, his powerful fist couldn't move any further, as it was caught by a hand. No matter how hard Qiu Tianba tried, he couldn't break free from this hand. Crack. Jiang Chen exerted his strength and broke Qiu Tianba's wrist. The pain caused Qiu Tianba to let out a miserable shriek, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Who are you? No matter how stupid Qiu Tianba was, he could tell that this young man wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Didn't you say that you wouldn't care even if I stood in front of you? A sneer emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He hated men like Qiu Tianba the most, and if he hadn't shown up in time, Yu Zihan and the other two men would have been in a terrible situation. Perhaps they would have been humiliated. You're Jiang Chen. Qiu Tianba widened his eyes. When the name Jiang Chen came out from his mouth, his body started trembling. The reason why he said he didn't care was because Jiang Chen wasn't here. He wouldn't dare confront Jiang Chen even if he had 10 times the courage to do so. The title of Jiang Chen wasn't just for show, he was a lunatic, a homicidal maniac. When the other disciple and the two servants heard Jiang Chen's name, their faces instantly turned pale. They had heard about everything that had happened on the island of ice. Slap. Once again, Jiang Chen slapped Qiu Tianba's face, causing him to fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. How dare you bully my Jiang Chen's friend with your stupid face? If we were outside, you would be dead by now, said Jiang Chen Lung Lung. If they were outside, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to kill someone like Qiu Tianba. But this was the martial palace after all, he couldn't just kill someone as soon as he arrived. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. This is the martial palace, you're just an outsider. What gives you the right to behave atrociously here? Let me tell you, I'm Prince Wu Yan's man, if you dare touch me, you're just looking for trouble. Qiu Tianba threatened. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian couldn't take it anymore. They were really worried about this guy's intelligence. He was already under someone else's roof, yet he still didn't know how to lower his head. If Qiu Tianba was smarter, he would have left as soon as possible. Beat him up, and throw him out after you're done. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and Yu Zihan was the first one to rush out. Fuck you! Yu Zihan punched Qiu Tianba's face, causing a panda eye to appear on his face. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian looked at each other and smiled eerily. They rubbed their palms and walked towards Qiu Tianba. Guan Yun and Tian Shan walked out, but their target was not Qiu Tianba, but the other 3 people in the courtyard. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the screams of pigs being butchered rang out from the courtyard, one after another, and the entire Marshall House's dormitory area was startled. Fuck, what's going on? That scream is too horrifying. It must be from Qiu Tianba. I think it's coming from Yu Zihan's courtyard. Qiu Tianba has gone to look for trouble with them. No way, that scream sounded like Qiu Tianba. What's going on? With Yu Zihan and the other two's strength, they are not Qiu Tianba's match. Let's go and take a look. Haha, Qiu Tianba was beaten up. It sounds like he was in a terrible state. Damn it, Qiu Tianba, that bastard, relies on the fact that he has the support of the crown prince to bully people everywhere he goes. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. If he gets beaten up, I'll be so happy that I won't sleep for 3 days. Chapter 364. For a moment, the peaceful dormitory area was in an uproar. Qiu Tianba was one of the more famous figures in the martial palace, but because of his arrogance and domineering attitude, his reputation was not very good. Many people knew that Qiu Tianba went to Yu Zihan and the other two to cause trouble today. Initially, they felt sorry for Yu Zihan and the other two, but when they heard Qiu Tianba's blood-curdling screams, they couldn't help but be surprised. Although Qiu Tianba was annoying, his strength was not to be underestimated. To be able to make a combat soul warrior scream like this, the person who did this must be extremely strong. At least, Yu Zihan and the other two didn't have the strength to do this. Besides, Qiu Tianba had the support of a prince, so no one dared to offend him. Soon, a lot of people had gathered outside Yu Zihan's courtyard. At this moment, before anyone could react, they saw 4 heavy objects being thrown out from the courtyard. Who the fuck were these 4 fellas? All of them were beaten up so badly that they didn't even look human anymore. Even their own mothers wouldn't be able to recognize them. However, people could still recognize Qiu Tianba from his body. Right now, Qiu Tianba no longer had the arrogant attitude he used to have. His body was covered in blood, and his face looked like a pig's head. It was badly mutilated, and many of his teeth had been knocked out. Fuck, who is this? He's too ruthless, isn't he? Qiu Tianba has actually been beaten up like this. Who did this? This is way too fierce. All the onlookers couldn't help but grin. Qiu Tianba's face looked really miserable. His pig's face had been punched at least 100 times, and there were even a few fist marks on his face. Judging from the strength and shape of these fist marks, it looked like it was done by more than one person. The onlookers couldn't help but raise their heads and look into the courtyard. Right after they saw a few figures, a strong wind blew out from the courtyard and closed the main gate. Brother Ba, who did this to you? Is it Yu Zihan and the other two? Daddy will go get revenge for you. Right at this moment, a peak divine core disciple ran over. His name was Zhang Yuan, and he had a pretty good relationship with Qiu Tianba. He was following behind Qiu Tianba, and when he heard Qiu Tianba's miserable screams, he immediately ran over. When he saw Qiu Tianba and the other's miserable condition, he was shocked. Zhang Yuan unleashed his aura and was about to smash down the courtyard's gate, then drag Yu Zihan and the other two out and beat them up to avenge Brother Ba. However, after taking 2 steps, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly turned around and looked at Qiu Tianba's miserable state, and couldn't help but shiver. Fuck, even Tyrant was beaten to this state. If I were to go in, wouldn't it be even more miserable? I was too impulsive. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Zhang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. He quickly went to Qiu Tianba's side and saw Qiu Tianba trying his best to open his panda eyes. He said to Zhang Yuan, Call someone. Tell the crown prince. Qiu Tianba mumbled while spitting out blood from his mouth. He was supposed to say this while gnashing his teeth, but now that his front teeth had been knocked out, he couldn't even bite them. Damn it, how dare he beat up Brother Ba? What a brave man. I'll go find the crown prince right now, and no matter who it is, I'll make him die a miserable death. After saying that, Zhang Yuan disappeared from where he stood. He had gone to find the crown prince for help. Qiu Tianba was really pissed off. He kept roaring out in pain. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he had lost all his face today. His current appearance would make anyone laugh until their mouths were crooked. The other 3 curled up their bodies and lay on the ground, howling in pain. Although they were experts among experts, they couldn't withstand Han Yan's violent beating. Their origin force had been destroyed, and it was wishful thinking for them to recover and stand up in a short period of time. Who did this? Yu Zihan and the others don't have the strength to do this. It's not Yu Zihan and the others. I saw a few men inside just now, but I have no idea who they are. But there aren't many people in the martial palace who would dare beat up Qiu Tianba. Look, Crown Prince Wu Yan is a very protective man. Although his cultivation base isn't as strong as young palace chief or Prince Wu Tsong, he is still a peak early combat soul warrior. He is much stronger than Qiu Tianba. I'm sure Wu Yan will show up soon. That's right. I think we're going to have a good show today. Those men inside are really daring, but I'm afraid they'll have to admit defeat when they see Wu Yan. After all, he is the crown prince. Everyone was talking about the fight. Although they didn't see what the men inside looked like, some of them did see a few men inside, and they were sure that it wasn't just Yu Zihan and the other 2 men. At this moment, the dormitory area had become very lively. Many people had gathered outside Yu Zihan's courtyard, waiting to watch a good show. All of them wanted to know who was so daring as to beat up Qiu Tianba in the martial palace. Inside the courtyard, when old friends met again, everyone was happy, especially Yu Zihan and the other 2 men. They were really excited to see Jiang Chen again, and because of Jiang Chen's appearance, Qiu Tianba had been taken care of. Brother Jiang, we've heard about what you did on the island of ice. It was really cool. Even Crown Prince Wu Tsong was no match for you. Terrifying. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. Looks like we'll never be able to catch up to junior disciple Jiang for the rest of our lives. Guan Yiyun said with a smile on his face. He was happy for Jiang Chen's growth, but at the same time, he felt a bit bitter. During the Qi province's outer circle competition, Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere. At that time, he was just a small shrimp who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and he had offended the northern and southern dynasties, and he had to rely on Guan Yiyun's protection. In less than a year, Jiang Chen had grown to a point where Guan Yiyun could only look up to him. Compared to a monster like this, who would dare call himself a genius? Don't feel discouraged. Just focus on your cultivation in the martial palace. With your talents, breaking through to the combat soul realm won't be a problem for you. Jiang Chen said. Little Yu has woken up as well. That's great. Also, Senior disciple Han Yan's strength has improved tremendously. Is this Nangong Wentian? Yuzi Han turned to Nangong Wentian and asked. The news about what happened on the island of ice had spread far and wide. Not only Jiang Chen, even Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, and a Huang dog had become famous. Nangong Wentian smiled, then he cupped his fist toward Yuzi Han and the other two, greeting them. He wasn't familiar with these three, but since they were friends of Jiang Chen, they were his friends as well. Brother Jiang, the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect are trying to kill you everywhere. I suppose you came to the martial palace to seek refuge? Tian Yishan said. Currently, the martial palace is a relatively safe place. Let's not talk about me. All of you know what happened to me. It seems like the three of you aren't doing well in the martial palace. Brother Jiang said with a smile on his face. From what happened to Qiu Tianba, it wasn't hard to tell that the three of them weren't doing well here. Sigh. There are too many geniuses in the martial palace, and divine core warriors aren't able to survive here. Only combat soul warriors are able to survive here. That Qiu Tianba is a domineering man, and he has the support of Prince Wu Yan. Not many people dare offend him. Furthermore, his father is a county king appointed by the imperial emperor himself. He's from a noble family, and we can't compare with him. Guan Yun let out a long sigh. But that bastard really crossed the line this time. He sent a few of his servants to take over our place, and he even asked us to get the hell out of here. This is outrageous. Not long ago, we beat those three servants, and Qiu Tianba came here to cause trouble. If not for you three, we wouldn't have ended up well today. Thinking about this, Yuzi Han couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it, they're just some small shrimps, they're nothing. We're lucky we didn't beat them to death, and we're lucky we're in the martial palace. If we were outside, this master dog would have killed all of them. The Huang dog was really angry. He had only killed one servant, and that wasn't enough for him. But, after beating Qiu Tianba, I'm afraid that Prince Wu Yan won't let this go easily. Tian Yishan was a bit worried. Another prince? What's his cultivation level? Jiang Chen asked. Wu Yan is the 7th emperor's youngest son, and he's currently cultivating in the martial palace. He's at the peak of the early combat soul realm, and he's just one step away from the mid-combat soul realm. Guan Yun said. An early combat soul warrior is nothing. Little Chenzi nearly killed Wu Tsong, who is a mid-combat soul warrior. Furthermore, before coming here, Little Chenzi had just killed two of the Jian province's top geniuses, Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi. Both of them were mid-combat soul warriors. Han Yan said. What? The three men cried out in shock at the same time, and their expressions changed once again when they looked at Jiang Chen. They had heard about how Jiang Chen had defeated Wu Tsong, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Furthermore, defeating a mid-combat soul warrior and killing a mid-combat soul warrior were two completely different concepts. But, that Wu Yan is a prince, and this is the martial palace. I don't think it's a good idea to start a conflict here. Tian Yishan was worried. Don't worry about him. If he doesn't come here, then he'll be smart. But if he does, humph. I don't care about his identity as a prince. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He had offended too many people, and he had nearly killed Wu Tsong outside of the island of ice. Therefore, he didn't care about a prince. Bam! Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the courtyard's front door immediately let out a deep sound, and it was shattered by a powerful force. 4 men appeared at the same time. 3 of them were early combat soul warriors, and the last one was Zhang Yuan, who had gone to call for help. The man in the lead was wearing luxurious clothes. He had a pair of sharp eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes, and a prideful expression on his face. He was emitting the aura of a noble. This man was none other than Prince Wu Yan. The other 2 early combat soul geniuses were disciples of the martial palace, and they came here together with Wu Yan. A prince would never lack followers and flatterers. This was a symbol of someone with a high status, just like how Qiu Tianba always brought a few servants with him. Who dares to hit this prince's men? Step forward. Chapter 365. There were a lot of people outside the courtyard, and all of them were looking into the courtyard. Finally, they could clearly see the people inside. They knew Yuzi Han and the other 2, but they had never seen these people who suddenly appeared. Obviously, they were not from the martial palace. They are not from the martial palace, but they dare to beat someone in the martial palace? How audacious! This is going to be a good show. These people are too audacious. Wu Yan is definitely going to teach them a lesson. Look, Wu Yan is going to lose his temper. Discussions could be heard from all directions, and Jiang Chen and his group had instantly become the center of attention. The martial palace was the most prestigious institution in the entire martial Saint dynasty, and it was a very common place for disciples of the martial palace to fight with each other. However, a few outsiders had never come to the martial palace to beat up someone, and no one had ever had the courage to do so. You guys are not from the martial palace? Wu Yan glanced at Jiang Chen and the others and said with Lung Lung. We will be soon. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He casually picked up a rattan chair and sat on it. He crossed his legs and looked like he was enjoying himself. Jiang Chen's behavior had made Wu Yan even angrier. This little shrimp that came out of nowhere dared to act so presumptuously in front of him, not putting him in his eyes at all. He was a prince, and everyone in the martial palace had to be respectful to him. This brat was simply courting death. Humph! Bring them in. Wu Yan coldly harumphed. Immediately, someone carried Qiu Tianba and the others into the courtyard and threw them on the ground. Yuzihan, tell me, who beat them up? You three bastards. How dare you collude with outsiders to cause trouble? I think you don't want to stay in the martial palace anymore. Wu Yan said with a loud voice. I was the one who beat them up, so you better not talk to my friends like that. Also, you better get your men to bring these trash out of here, including yourself, before I get angry. Jiang Chen said casually while sitting on the rattan chair. What? Get Wu Yan out of here? Did he hear it wrong? Who the hell was this guy? His brain must have been squeezed by a door. He actually dared to speak to Wu Yan like this. Wasn't he courting death? There must be something wrong with this guy's head. An outsider dared to be so arrogant in the martial palace? He really didn't know how to write the word death. An uproar broke out. Even Wu Yan was stunned. In the martial house, this was the first time someone dared to talk to him like this. Bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the crown prince like that? You're courting death. An early combat soul disciple standing next to Wu Yan shouted. With a sway of his body, he instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. A bright light shot out from his palm as he grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Scram! Jiang Chen raised his leg and forcefully kicked the disciple's lower abdomen, causing the disciple to let out a miserable cry. He was sent flying away by the kick, and landed on the ground 20 meters away like a tortoise. Heavens, this guy is too fierce. He beat people up just like that. He's too arrogant. Where did this guy come from? He looks so young but he's so strong. He beat up Qiu Tianba so badly, and now, an early combat soul warrior was sent flying by him with just a kick. What incredible strength! I'm afraid even Wu Yan is no match for him. Everyone were shocked. This young man who came out of nowhere was simply too fierce. Seeing this, Wu Yan's face immediately turned red. However, he wasn't an idiot. At least, the strength displayed by this young man had shocked him. I don't care who you are. In the martial palace, if you dare touch my men, you'll have to pay the price. If you kneel down and apologize now, I'll let bygones be bygones, and pretend nothing happened today. Wu Yan said. This was the biggest concession he could make. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have just asked this guy to kneel down and apologize. Why can't you be the one kneeling down? It was your men who offended me first, so you should be the one apologizing. Jiang Chen said with a slight smile on his face. He couldn't be polite to a man like Wu Yan, because he would take advantage of him. Therefore, he needed to use some special methods to deal with a man like this. You're courting death. Wu Yan was completely enraged this time. A cold long sword appeared in his hand, and he unleashed the energy of a peak early combat soul warrior. Without any hesitation, he slashed toward Jiang Chen's head. This guy in front of him didn't take him seriously at all, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would lose all his face as a prince, and how would he be able to stay in the martial palace in the future? Facing Wu Yan's attack, Jiang Chen remained sitting on the rattan chair without moving an inch. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing Wu Yan and throwing him aside. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. Plop! Wu Yan was forcefully smashed onto the ground. He felt dizzy, and there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. At this moment, the entire scene seemed to have exploded. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the young man sitting on the rattan chair. Other than shock, there was still shock. In the martial house, there were people who were stronger than Wu Yan, but those who dared to attack Wu Yan were too few. You dare attack me? Wu Yan crawled up from the ground. Both his eyes had turned red. This was going to turn the world upside down. Someone actually dared attack him? How could this be tolerated? The disciples that Wu Yan brought along were already prepared to act, but seeing that Wu Yan was injured by the other party, if they went up, wouldn't they be even more miserable? Not to mention, the other party even dared to hit Wu Yan, not to mention them. Get the hell out of here. From now on, you're not allowed to step into this courtyard. Jiang Chen impatiently waved his hand. He was afraid that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself and kill this young man. Good, very good. Little brat, you've got guts. In the martial palace, you're the first one who dared to attack me. Let me tell you, for what you've done today, you will have to pay a heavy price. Yu Zihan and the other two don't need to live in this place anymore. Wu Yan gnashed his teeth and threatened. Damn it! Jiang Chen couldn't hold back his temper anymore. With a sway of his body, he arrived next to Wu Yan and slapped Wu Yan's face. Bang! Wu Yan's face was slapped onto the ground. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed Wu Yan's back and forcefully threw him out of the courtyard. Ah! Prince! The few followers were shocked. They immediately rushed out of the courtyard and helped Wu Yan up from the ground. Right now, half of Wu Yan's face was swollen, and his mouth was tilted to one side. It wasn't hard to tell how powerful Jiang Chen's slap was. Jiang Chen's courage was really terrifying. Many people felt it hard to breathe. They had no idea who this young man who came out of nowhere was. He didn't even put a prince in his eyes, and just hit him like that. You, tell me your name if you have the guts. Wu Yan continued to threaten Jiang Chen with a vague voice. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He then told Jiang Chen his name. Boom. When this name came out, everyone felt like their ears were going to explode. This was what they meant by having a thunderous reputation. Jiang Chen. Oh heavens! He's the one who killed countless geniuses from the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect, the one who defeated Prince Wu Tsong? It has to be him. No wonder he has such formidable strength and courage. This man is a madman. He even dared to hit Prince Wu Tsong, let alone Wu Yan. This time, Wu Yan has really kicked an iron plate. Amazing. I've finally met him in person. I wonder why he came to the martial palace? Could it be that he wants to become a disciple of the martial palace? Impossible. The Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect are trying to kill him, and Wu Tsong hates him to the core. There's no way the martial palace will accept Jiang Chen. If they accept him, it'll be a huge problem for them. The crowd was shocked, but at the same time, they suddenly realized something. Beating a prince was something no ordinary man would do, but if it was Jiang Chen, he would definitely do it. In this world, it seemed like there was no one that Jiang Chen didn't dare offend. You're Jiang Chen? Wu Yan tried his best to widen his eyes, then he stared at Qiu Tianba who was lying on the ground, howling in pain. Right at this moment, he wished he could tear Qiu Tianba into a million pieces. This piece of dog shit didn't even tell him who he was. This was too hateful. If Wu Yan knew it was Jiang Chen who beat up Qiu Tianba, he wouldn't have come here. Who was Jiang Chen? Even his cousin, Wu Tsong, was beaten up by him, let alone Wu Yan. He had heard about the rumors about Jiang Chen, and if he really provoked him, Jiang Chen would definitely kill him. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Jiang Chen, just you wait. This isn't over yet. Wu Yan left another threatening sentence, then quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would end up like Qiu Tianba. As for Qiu Tianba, he wouldn't forgive him even if he knelt in front of him. If he knew it was Jiang Chen from the start, he definitely wouldn't have come to provoke him. But now that he had provoked him, he couldn't just let this beating go to waste. He had to find a way to get back at Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how would he be able to survive in the martial palace in the future? Jiang Chen shook his head. He couldn't find peace no matter where he went. He had just arrived at the martial palace, and his butt hadn't even warmed up yet, but he had already started a fight with a prince. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the news of him coming to the martial palace would be known by everyone. Sometimes, he didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble would always surround him. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only use his fists to destroy these troubles one by one. Throw these pieces of trash out. Jiang Chen glanced at Qiu Tianba and the others who were being carried back to the courtyard with disgust. Yu Zihan had a bright smile on his face. He grabbed them by their backs and threw them out. What are you looking at? Stop looking. Yu Zihan roared at the disciples outside the door, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 366. That night, the group gathered together happily. They didn't feel any sense of urgency, especially Jiang Chen. It was as if he had nothing to do with all the trouble he had caused and all the powerful enemies he had to face. When acquaintances met again, it was only natural for them to be happy. When they talked about what had happened during this period of time, they couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Chen, I'm afraid the news of you arriving at the martial palace will soon reach the Jian province. At that point of time, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect won't let you go easily. I'm afraid the martial palace won't be safe either. Yu Zihan said with a worried tone. Different situations call for different actions. There will always be a way to deal with them. Even I'm not afraid. What are you guys afraid of? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. For him, he had achieved his goal by bringing these people to the martial palace. As for whether Wu Jiao could protect him or not, he didn't care at all. As long as Wu Jiao could protect these people, it was fine. Junior disciple Jiang is the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. He was born with a great destiny, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be able to deal with it. I'm sure this time will be the same. Guan Yiyun said with a smile on his face. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen a genius like Jiang Chen in his life. Jiang Chen had created countless miracles along the way. His enemies had always been powerful, but he had survived every single one of them. As for those who were stronger than him, they all ended up in a miserable state. Of course. Otherwise, why would he be called Jiang Chen? Han Yan burst into laughter. But we've been here for quite some time now, and we've even beaten up the prince. That Wu Lang should know by now. Why hasn't he come to see us? Nangong Wentian suddenly thought of Wu Lang. It's like this. After Wu Lang came back from the island of ice, he immediately went into secluded cultivation. I'm afraid he still hasn't come out yet. Yu Zihan said. After Wu Lang came back from the island of ice, he immediately went into secluded cultivation, and hadn't come out since. Wu Lang has also obtained a lot of benefits on the island of ice. After this closed-door training, he should be able to improve a lot. Jiang Chen said. There were two reasons why Wu Lang was in such a hurry to enter secluded cultivation. First, it was because of the benefits he had obtained, and second, it was because he was stimulated by Jiang Chen. As a prince of a dynasty, the young palace master of the martial palace, and a mid-combat soul genius warrior, he had never suffered any setbacks before. But, during this trip to the island of ice, he was deeply impacted by Jiang Chen's performance. For God's sake, that Wu Jiao actually didn't show himself. Could it be that he doesn't want to care about us? If Wu Jiao doesn't care about us, we won't be safe in the martial house. De Huang Dog said in a depressed tone. Originally, he thought that after Jiang Chen arrived at the martial palace, Jiang Chen would immediately come out to greet him. But even after such a long time, there was still no sign of Jiang Chen at all. Don't worry. Brother Jiao isn't that kind of person. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. As the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had a discerning eye, and his ability to judge people was not something ordinary people could compare with. He knew very well what kind of person Wu Jiao was. A man with a true temperament, and he would always value loyalty. The news about Jiang Chen arriving at the martial palace and brutally beating up a prince spread like a tornado. Not only in the martial palace, but also in the Jian province. At the same time, the news about what happened in the Jian province had also spread to the martial palace. The most shocking news was that Jiang Chen had wreaked havoc on Mount Tianyuan and killed the #1 genius of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The collision of these two news caused the entire Jian province and the martial palace to boil. It had even reached the martial saint dynasty, and the name Jiang Chen had become a hot topic for everyone. He was a devil incarnate, and there hadn't been anyone like him in the past 1,000 years. At least, not in the eastern continent. Damn it, that Jiang Chen is really a ruthless man. Even Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi were killed by him. I heard that he hasn't even broken through to the combat soul realm. He's only a peak divine core warrior. What an abnormal monster. Not only is he strong, the most important thing is how daring he is. It's as if there's no one in this world that he doesn't dare offend. He brutally beat up a prince, killed the geniuses of the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect. It looks like he's going to turn the entire eastern continent upside down. That's right, he's so ferocious. He's only a peak late divine core warrior, and if he breaks through to the combat soul realm, wouldn't that mean only combat king warriors would be able to defeat him? There are only a few combat king warriors in the entire martial saint dynasty. Don't tell me this guy is the reincarnation of a saint? Every single corner of the martial palace was talking about the name Jiang Chen. I heard about it. Jiang Chen went to the martial palace, and he brutally beat up a prince. He's really a devil incarnate. I really have no idea how he escaped from the martial palace. The entire Jian province has been locked down by two superpowers, but after killing Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi, he actually managed to escape to the martial palace in such a short amount of time. This speed is really shocking. More importantly, the first thing this guy did after arriving at the martial palace was beat up a prince. Oh heavens! Is there anything under the heavens that Jiang Chen doesn't dare do? At the same time, the situation in the Jian province was the same. Everyone was talking about Jiang Chen. The Jian province had been completely locked down, and it was like a cage that not even a fly could escape from. The reason was because of this Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had somehow arrived at the martial palace. Within the Shangguan clan. Clan chief, that guy has escaped. He actually went straight to the martial palace. What should we do now? A combat soul sect elder angrily asked. The martial palace protected the black sect, which means that Jiang Chen has some sort of relationship with the martial palace. I'm afraid he has a close relationship with the palace chief. If not, Jiang Chen wouldn't have gone to the martial palace at this time. If that's the case, it's going to be hard to deal with. But, Jiang Chen has killed so many people from the Shangguan clan, and he even killed our #1 genius, Shangguan Yiqing. We can't just let this matter go like this. All the combat soul sect elders were furious. Not only had they lost their geniuses and elites, they had also lost their dignity. We can't just let this matter go like this. I'll go to the martial palace tomorrow. I can't let my grandson die in vain. I'll definitely tear that guy into 1,000,000 pieces. Not only the martial palace's 9th emperor, even the imperial emperor will have to give us an explanation. Shangguan Ying angrily glared at the Shangguan clan's 9th emperor. Shangguan Yiqing was his grandson, and he was about to burst into flames. The clan chief, Shangguan Shang, was sitting in his seat with a gloomy expression on his face. Jiang Chen had gone to the martial palace, and if the 9th emperor wanted to protect him, it would be troublesome. No matter how strong the Shangguan clan was, they still had to give the 9th emperor face. Right at this moment, the great elder, Shangguan Qingming, stood up from his seat. He started pacing back and forth in the main hall. After that, a cold light emerged from his eyes. He stared at Shangguan Shang and said, "Clan chief, we have to get rid of this guy as soon as possible." The great elder, Shangguan Qingming, stood up from his seat. When he first appeared in the Qi province, he was only an early mortal core warrior. In less than a year, he has grown from the early mortal core realm to the peak late divine core realm. This speed of growth is truly frightening, and what's even more frightening is that he now possesses the strength to kill mid-combat soul warriors. In other words, only a late combat soul warrior can kill Jiang Chen. Therefore, we have to kill him before he grows any stronger. If we let him grow any stronger, I'm afraid it won't take long for the Shangguan clan to get revenge, and the entire clan will be destroyed by this guy. Shangguan Qingming's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's mind, including the clan chief, Shangguan Shang. What Shangguan Qingming said was absolutely right. The scariest thing about Jiang Chen wasn't his current combat strength, but his potential and speed of cultivation. It was so fast that no one could defend against it. If they didn't get rid of him now and gave him the chance to grow stronger, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him in the future. As the saying goes, nurturing a tiger only invites trouble. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become the biggest threat to the Shangguan clan. Clan chief, what the great elder said is right. We can't let this guy grow any further. He will be a huge threat to us in the future. Someone said with a loud voice. All right, I'll go find the myriad sword sect chief now. Tomorrow morning, We'll go to the martial palace and give the ninth emperor some pressure. I believe the ninth emperor knows what's more important, and he won't offend both our superpowers just because of a young man. Shangguan Sheng suddenly stood up from his seat. After that, with a sway of his body, he disappeared from the main hall. The next day, when the sun had just risen, a group of 6 men arrived at the martial palace's entrance. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here right now. A thunderous voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Mount Wufu. The voice echoed throughout the entire area, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. What's going on? Who is this? Why are they shouting outside the entrance so early in the morning? They're here for Jiang Chen. I think they're from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Let's go have a look. The martial palace hasn't been this lively for a long time. That Jiang Chen just arrived yesterday, and something big is happening today. The martial palace, which was originally silent, suddenly burst into an uproar. Silhouettes flew out one after another, heading out of the mountain gate. Right at this moment, within Yu Zihan's courtyard, a few men heard the shout, and their expressions immediately changed. This man has a profound cultivation. I'm afraid he's at least a late combat soul warrior. Since he dares to shout outside the martial palace, I'm afraid it's the Shangguan clan's clan chief. Han Yen said with an ugly expression. Let's go and have a look. With a gloomy expression, Jiang Chen walked out from his courtyard and flew toward the entrance of Mount Wufu. Chapter 367. Among these 6 men, any one of them was a superpower amongst superpowers, and they could easily cause the entire Jian province to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The Shangguan clan's great elder, Shangguan Qingming, and Shangguan Ying. Apart from Tiangang Yi, the Myriad Sword sect also sent 2 other late combat soul warriors. Right now, all 6 of them were hovering in the sky. Their energy was unparalleled, and their killing intent was extremely strong. Clearly, they were here to cause trouble. Perhaps only the mighty warriors from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would dare to unleash their killing intent in front of the martial palace. Look, they're from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Even the Shangguan clan's clan chief and Myriad Sword sect's sect chief are here. They're here for Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is really good at causing trouble. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi used to be enemies, but now they're working together for a young man. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. That's right. Now that these 2 superpowers are here, I'm afraid no one can protect Jiang Chen. Even the Imperial Emperor will have to give these 2 superpowers some face. Discussions could be heard everywhere. After seeing who these men were, everyone was shocked. Although there were only 6 of them, their strength was incredible. Where is Jiang Chen? Tell him to come out and face his death. Tiangang Yi shouted with a loud voice. Yesterday, when Shangguan Shang came to him, he realized the importance of killing Jiang Chen. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to join hands with Shangguan Shang and come to the martial palace, determined to get rid of Jiang Chen. I'm here. Jiang Chen walked out with a swagger. Han Yen and the others didn't follow him, they just watched from afar. This was Jiang Chen's idea. In a situation like this, it was better not to get them involved, and he would deal with everything himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All eyes fell on Jiang Chen. It was the first time for many people to see Jiang Chen in person. To be honest, Jiang Chen's image was quite different from what they had imagined. In their hearts, a devil incarnate like Jiang Chen, even if he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he should be tall and strong. They didn't expect him to be a handsome young man. He is Jiang Chen. He seems to be only 16 or 17 years old. He is really a young genius. Who would have thought that such a harmless-looking youth would actually be a homicidal maniac? Why did he come to the martial palace? Could it be that he has something to rely on here? But isn't walking out at this time courting death? Many people were pointing at them. Are you Jiang Chen? Shangguan Shang looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes as sharp as knives. It seemed like he wanted to cut Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. That's right. I'm Jiang Chen. Do you need something from me? Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Everyone couldn't help but admire his courage and boldness. Facing 6 late combat soul warriors, he was still able to maintain his composure, as if they were just 6 ordinary men. Just this attitude alone was enough to make anyone admire him. Jiang Chen's temperament was truly admirable. Good, you're Jiang Chen. Now die. Without saying a word, Tiangang Yi launched his attack. He thrust his palm forward, and an illusory palm came crashing down on Jiang Chen's head. The strength of a peak combat soul warrior was unleashed, causing the entire Mount Wufu to be filled with an invisible pressure, causing everyone to feel extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He just stood there without dodging, because he knew someone was about to show up. Besides, with his current strength, even with the Heavenly Saint's sword, he was no match for a late combat soul warrior. Tiangang Yi, I don't think it's a good idea to kill someone in my martial palace. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out from within the martial palace. At the same time, an illusory palm appeared out of nowhere and collided with Tiangang Yi's palm, blocking its path. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared next to Jiang Chen. The way this man appeared was extremely strange, as if he was an illusion. Many people didn't even see how he appeared. This man wore a golden robe, and his hair was tied up in a bun. He looked to be in his 40s, and he looked mighty and domineering. Who else could it be other than Wu Jiu? Brother Jiu. Jiang Chen smiled at Wu Jiu. He knew Wu Jiu would show up. Brother, your growth has exceeded my expectations. I'm very pleased. But, you're really good at causing trouble. Wu Jiu looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. Back in Inferno Hell, he already knew that Jiang Chen wasn't someone who would stay in a small pond. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would truly grow. But now, it seemed like he had still underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's growth was just too fast. However, admiration was one thing, but when he thought about what Jiang Chen had done recently, even Wu Jiu couldn't help but shake his head. He felt his scalp going numb. What? Brother Jiu? Brother? The way the two addressed each other and their relationship caused everyone to be thrown into confusion. Who was that? That was Wu Jiu, the current 9th Emperor, the Martial Palace's Palace Lord. Both of these identities were so high and mighty that no one could reach them. In the entire Eastern continent, how many people were qualified to call Wu Jiu Brother Jiu? And how many people were qualified to be called brother by Wu Jiu? Oh my god! Jiang Chen is actually calling the Palace Lord brother? How is this possible? Awesome! This is really awesome! No wonder Jiang Chen is so arrogant, and isn't afraid of Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi. It's because he has the Palace Lord's support. My eyes are blinded. Even the Palace Lord is here. But with both the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect pressuring him at the same time, I'm afraid even the Palace Lord will be under a lot of pressure. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen was actually calling the Palace Lord brother? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What the fuck? This is crazy. Yu Zihan couldn't hold back his excitement. He had been in the Martial Palace for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen the legendary Palace Lord. Now that the Palace Lord was here to help, everyone felt relieved. As for Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi, it seemed like they had expected Wu Jiu to show up, so they didn't look too surprised. Before they came here, they had already expected this. Shangguan Shang greets the 9th Emperor. Tiangang Yi greets the 9th Emperor. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi cupped their fists toward Wu Jiu at the same time. There's no need to be so polite. I know why you're here today, but I can't let you kill Jiang Chen. Wu Jiu went straight to the point, expressing his attitude. 9th Emperor, this Jiang Chen has killed so many geniuses from our 2 superpowers. Yesterday, he even killed 2 of the top geniuses from the Jian province, and he has severely violated the dignity of our 2 superpowers. We have to pay for this. Shangguan Shang's attitude was extremely firm. I will compensate you for the damage Jiang Chen has caused to your 2 superpowers. As for Jiang Chen, he is my sworn brother, so if you want to kill him, forget it. Wu Jiu's words were very obvious. They should just go home and take a bath. 9th Emperor, I think you should think twice before you act. Don't ruin the harmony between us because of a junior. Jiang Chen can only make up for the mistakes he has made with his life. We've come here today to take his life, so I hope 9th Emperor won't stop us. Tiangang Yi said. Humph. What if I don't agree? What are you going to do? Don't tell me you're going to start a fight in my martial palace? Wu Jiu coldly harumphed. His life was saved by Jiang Chen, and now, someone wanted to take Jiang Chen's life? That was bullshit, and he would never allow it. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi's faces darkened. They didn't expect Wu Jiu to be so firm, but they didn't have the guts to start a fight in the martial palace. Of course, we don't dare to fight the ninth emperor, but we have to get justice for this matter. If the ninth emperor insists on stopping us, we'll have no choice but to head to the martial Saint dynasty and meet the imperial emperor. We'll ask the imperial emperor for justice, Shang said with a loud voice. All right, you can go to the imperial emperor now. Hearing Wu Jiu's words, both Shang and Tiangang were startled. They thought using the imperial emperor's name would be able to scare Wu Jiu, but they didn't expect Wu Jiu to be so firm. It looked like it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen in the martial palace today. Ninth emperor, I suggest you think this through. I heard that this kid has offended the 10th emperor's son, and just yesterday, he beat up the 7th emperor's youngest son. If this matter is brought to the martial Saint dynasty, I'm afraid even the 9th emperor won't be able to protect Jiang Chen. Tiangang Yi's words were filled with anger. If this guy wasn't Wu Jiu, he would have already attacked, instead of wasting his breath here. Humph. I'll say it again, Jiang Chen is my sworn brother, and he once saved my life. No one can kill him in front of me, unless they kill me first. Not to mention killing a few people, even if he pokes a hole in the sky, I'll still stand up for him. You can't kill him if you want to, but if you want to go to the imperial emperor, get the hell out of here. Wu Jiu coldly harumphed. Even though his opponents were Shang and Tiangang Yi, he still didn't give them any face. Brother, let's go back and have a drink. Wu Jiu grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. With a sway of their bodies, they flew straight into the martial palace, leaving behind 6 angry men. A touched expression could be seen on Jiang Chen's face. When Wu Jiu said that he would stand up for him even if he pokes a hole in the sky, it really touched Jiang Chen's heart. This was what brothers should do. What the fuck? Palace chief is so fierce. Yu Zihan felt like his brain wasn't enough. Haha, I didn't expect this palace chief to be such a brave man. I like his character. No wonder little Chenzi trusts him so much. Nangong Wentian burst into laughter as well. Wu Jiu was just too awesome. He didn't even bother giving face to the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect. He just pulled Jiang Chen and left, leaving the 6 men behind. Of course, back in Inferno Hell, little Chenzi and I saved Wu Jiu's life. If it wasn't for us, he would have died in the poison miasma space. Now that little Chenzi is in trouble, of course he has to help. Chapter 368. Shangguan Shang, Tiangang Yi, and the others charged towards Wu Jiu in an imposing manner, but they were all snubbed. No matter how noble they were, Wu Jiu didn't give them any face. He just dragged Jiang Chen and left. Facing such a situation, it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen, unless they fought Wu Jiu. However, if they did that, the whole situation would change. The martial palace was the foundation of the martial Saint dynasty, and even they didn't have the guts to wreak havoc in the martial palace. Furthermore, the 9th emperor had a noble status, and he was a member of the imperial family. If they really fought, Jiang Chen might not be able to kill him, and they wouldn't get any benefits either. Clan Chief, Sect Chief Tiangang, what should we do now? Shangguan Ying looked at Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi and asked. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen more than anyone else. Jiang Chen was right in front of him, but he didn't have the chance to kill him to avenge his grandson. It was a really depressing feeling. I never expected that Jiang Chen would have such a close relationship with the 9th emperor, and he even saved the 9th emperor's life. It's almost impossible for us to kill Jiang Chen here. Tiangang Yi furrowed his brows. Before coming here, they were planning to use the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect's pressure to force Wu Jiu to hand over Jiang Chen, and not get involved in this matter. However, they never expected Wu Jiu's attitude to be so forceful, as if Jiang Chen's matter was his own. For now, we have no choice but to go to the martial Saint dynasty. Shangguan Shang said with a gloomy expression. Do we really have to go to the martial Saint dynasty? I don't think the imperial emperor will be happy if we trouble him for a little brat. Shangguan Qingming said worriedly. We have to find the imperial emperor. If not, with the 9th emperor protecting Jiang Chen, we won't have the chance to kill Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen grows stronger, we'll be the ones in trouble. Tiangang Yi said. That's right. Let's go to the martial Saint dynasty and find the 10th emperor and the 7th emperor first. Back on the island of ice, Jiang Chen nearly killed Prince Wu Tsong, and yesterday, He brutally beat up the 7th emperor's youngest son, Wu Yan. This is undoubtedly a huge provocation to the two powerful emperors. I believe they don't want to see Jiang Chen grow any further. Shangguan Sheng sneered. Let's go to the Martial Saint dynasty immediately. After saying that, Tiangang Yi was the first one to fly toward the Martial Saint dynasty. At the same time, the rest of the group followed suit. Soon, they disappeared from the sky above Mount Wufuch. Don't tell me these 6 bastards really went to the Martial Saint dynasty? Han Yen could not help but sigh as he looked in the direction where the 6 of them disappeared. It looks like they have made up their mind to kill little Chenzi. This time, the 9th emperor stopped them from going to the Martial Saint dynasty, and personally looked for the imperial emperor. Yu Zihan said with a frown. If the imperial emperor gets involved in this, wouldn't Chen Gige be in danger? Yan Chen Yu had a worried expression on her face as well. All right, let's not think too much about it. It's useless no matter how much we think about it. That guy won't die so easily, and I'm sure Wu Jiu will protect little Chenzi. De Huang Dog said. I think the 9th emperor's status in the Martial Saint dynasty is pretty high, at least higher than the other emperors. If not, he wouldn't have been appointed as the palace chief. Nangong Wentian said. At this point of time, they could only place all their hopes on Wu Jiu. Deep within the martial palace, Jiang Chen and Wu Jiu were looking at each other with a smile on their faces. Xian Yi was standing next to them. Currently, Xian Yi was a mid-combat soul warrior, and he was much stronger than when he was in Inferno Hell. However, when Xian Yi looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. In the end, he just shook his head. In this world, there would always be miracles, just like this young man in front of him. Brother Jiang Chen, back in Inferno Hell, you were just a young man who had just broken through to the Divine Core Realm. In order to kill the Earth Devil, we had no choice but to work together. It's only been such a short time, and you've actually grown to such a level. I'm really speechless. Xian Yi said. He was the one who guided Jiang Chen to the Blissful Island, and he never expected that Jiang Chen's combat strength would be so much stronger than his after he returned from the ocean. That's right, although Xian Yi had broken through to the mid-combat soul realm, with his talent, he was still much weaker than Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi. Jiang Chen could even kill Shangguan Yiqing and Xian Yuzi, let alone Xian Yi. I have to thank Brother Xian for your guidance. If not, I wouldn't have gone to the ocean. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Xian Yi. His words of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Just like Wu Jiu, Xian Yi had helped him a lot, especially Xian Yi. If not for him knowing that Jiang Chen had gone to the Blissful Island, Jiang Chen wouldn't have met Nangong Wentian, and wouldn't have been able to obtain the 9 solar holy water. If not for that, Yan Chen Yu wouldn't have woken up. Congratulations for sister-in-law's awakening. Wu Jiu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Yesterday, when Jiang Chen came to the Martial Palace, although Wu Jiu didn't show himself, he knew everything, and he also knew Yan Chen Yu's whereabouts. Come, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good drink. Wu Jiu said in a straightforward manner. After that, the 3 of them just drank and chatted. They didn't mention anything about the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. As for the fact that Jiang Chen had beaten up the prince yesterday, Wu Jiu didn't mention it either. In his eyes, this was the real Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't fight back when Wu Yan was bullying him, would he still be the same Jiang Chen? Palace Chief, I think the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect have gone to the Martial Saint dynasty. I wonder if the Imperial Emperor will intervene. Xian Yi finally brought up the topic, and his tone was filled with worry. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to touch my brother. Wu Jiu poured himself a cup of wine and said in an indifferent manner. He had once said that even if Jiang Chen were to poke a hole in the sky, he would be able to withstand it. Haha, that's true. With the 9th Emperor's status, it's easy for him to protect Jiang brother. Xian Yi said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiu, I have a request. Jiang Chen suddenly said. Brother, tell me. Wu Jiu said. This time, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are going to the Martial Saint dynasty, and I'm sure they will join hands with the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor. At that point of time, the Imperial Emperor will definitely be alerted. With what I've done, I'm afraid that even Brother Jiu will be in a difficult situation. Therefore, Brother Jiu, you don't have to protect me. I just hope that Brother Jiu can protect the few men I brought here yesterday. As for me, haha, the world is so big, Jiang Chen can go anywhere. It'll be extremely difficult for the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect to kill me. Jiang Chen said. This was the main reason why he came to the Martial Palace. They are now part of the Martial Palace, and I'll ask Xueqi to give them the status of Martial Palace's disciple. As for you, you are now part of the Martial Palace as well, and you're my sworn brother. You don't need to go anywhere. Just focus on cultivating in the Martial Palace. I want to see who can touch you. Wu Jiu patted his chest and promised. But Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He knew that this matter wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. The Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would definitely hunt him down, and these two superpowers were the Martial Saint dynasty's biggest vassals. Even the Imperial Emperor couldn't ignore them. Brother Jiang, there's something you don't know. The 9th Emperor's status is different from the other emperors. His words carry more weight in the Martial Saint dynasty than the other emperors. Xueqi said with a smile on his face. Oh. Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't know anything about the Martial Saint dynasty at all. 800 years ago, there were two geniuses in the Martial Saint dynasty. One is the current Imperial Emperor, and the other is our 9th Emperor. When the Island of Ice first appeared, no one knew what was inside, and whether it was a blessing or a curse. Therefore, the Martial Saint dynasty decided to send one of their princes to the Island of Ice, and the 9th Emperor was the first candidate. He was the most talented prince among all the princes. However, the Imperial Emperor longed for this opportunity, so the 9th Emperor gave the spot to the 9th Emperor. The 9th Emperor found a great opportunity on the Island of Ice, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he became a combat king warrior, and became the current Imperial Emperor. Xueqi continued, therefore, the Imperial Emperor was very grateful to the 9th Emperor, and even let him manage the Martial Palace. Therefore, the 9th Emperor's position in the Imperial Emperor's heart isn't something any other emperor can compare with. After listening to Xueqi's explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood why Wu Jiu was so arrogant. It turned out that Wu Jiu had such a relationship with the Imperial Emperor 100 years ago. What a pity! With Brother Jiu's talent, if he entered the Island of Ice 100 years ago, he might be the current Imperial Emperor. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. You're right. The throne should have been Lord Jiu's. Xueqi felt sorry for Wu Jiu. All right, Xueqi, you've talked too much today. I have no interest in becoming the Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiu waved his hand. He didn't want to talk about what happened 100 years ago anymore. Jiang Chen and Wu Jiu drank for an entire day and night, all the way until the next morning. Suddenly, a golden talisman floated out from the void and landed in front of Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu furrowed his brows when he saw the talisman. He flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out from his fingertip and landed on the talisman. In an instant, the talisman turned into beams of light and entered Wu Jiu's mind. I never thought the Imperial Emperor would really interfere in this matter. Wu Jiu furrowed his brows. Lord Jiu, what happened? Xueqi asked. The Imperial Emperor summoned me, and asked me to bring Jiang Chen to the Martial Saint dynasty. It looks like this incident has alerted the Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiu furrowed his brows. Lord Jiu, what should we do now? If we bring Jiang Chen back to the Martial Saint dynasty, will Jiang Chen be in danger? Xueqi worriedly asked. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt my brother. Since this incident has alerted the Imperial Emperor, we can use this opportunity to solve it. Brother, come with me to the Martial Saint dynasty. Wu Jiu looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 369. Brother, I know you don't want to cause too much trouble. The reason you came to the Martial Palace is to entrust your friend to me. Then you can run away. However, the Martial Saint dynasty is everywhere in the Eastern continent. There is nowhere to run. Since you saved my life, I'll protect you even if it costs me my life. Wu Jiu said with an extremely solemn and sincere tone. All right, I'll go with you to the Martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen nodded his head and decided to go with Jiang Chen to the Martial Saint dynasty. As the Martial Saint dynasty was the ruler of the Eastern continent, Jiang Chen would have to come in contact with it sooner or later. Today, he might as well go there first. With Wu Jiu around, he could at least guarantee his safety. Even if something unexpected happened, Jiang Chen would have his own means to deal with it. Let's go. Wu Jiu leaped into the air and flew towards the Martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen followed closely behind him. After a few steps, he caught up with Wu Jiao. The two of them flew side by side, and left Mount Wufu in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the two of them flew as fast as lightning. Wu Jiao intentionally lowered his speed, fearing that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. However, when he saw Jiang Chen's calm and composed expression, as if he wasn't struggling at all, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Although Brother Zhang's combat strength is extraordinary, there is still a huge gap between him and me. I didn't expect his speed to be so fast. I'll increase my speed a little more and see if he can catch up with me. Wu Jiao revealed a faint smile. Without hesitation, he increased his speed, leaving Jiang Chen behind in the blink of an eye. However, before Wu Jiao could feel proud of himself, Jiang Chen had already caught up with him. Brother Jiao, why don't we compare our leg strength? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Wu Jiao was stunned. Jiang Chen actually wanted to compare leg strength with him? This was simply asking for a beating. Alright, let's compare our speed. Let me see how fast a genius like you can be. Wu Jiao said with a straightforward expression. Jiang Chen was only a peak divine core warrior, while he was a peak combat soul warrior. There was a gap of one whole realm and 3 small realms between them. This was a gap that couldn't be closed. Wu Jiao didn't believe that Jiang Chen could catch up with him. Swoosh! Thus, at the end of the distant horizon, 2 figures whizzed past like meteors. These 2 figures, one in front and one behind, occasionally alternated positions, leaving behind a long stretch of afterimages. Brother, the identity you used just now was actually able to stir up the airflow in the air. Looks like I've underestimated you. Your speed is actually comparable to mine. Once you break through to the combat soul realm, I'm afraid your speed will immediately surpass mine. Wu Jiao said with a shocked expression. His words were filled with undisguised praise. Brother Jiao's cultivation is recovering at an amazing speed. I believe it won't take long before you become a real combat king warrior. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Jiao had now returned to his peak condition, and was half a step away from the combat king realm. All he needed was an opportunity, and he would be able to reach the heavens with a single leap. However, this was not an easy step to take. Jiang Chen had once taught Wu Jiao how to cultivate the Tao of War, but it looked like Wu Jiao didn't take it seriously. If he had, he would have broken through to the combat king realm by now. But Jiang Chen didn't say anything about it. In the path of cultivation, one had to rely on themselves to find out the truth. With Wu Jiao's talent, sooner or later, he would understand the crux of the matter. As for speed, Jiang Chen could be said to be unparalleled in this world. Although the 9 Phantom Wolves was a combat skill he used in battle, it also helped him a lot in terms of speed. The most important thing was the spatial shift skill. Just now, Wu Jiao felt that Jiang Chen had stirred up the airflow, and it was because Jiang Chen had used the spatial shift skill. Without the support of the spatial shift skill, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to catch up with Wu Jiao, who was a peak combat soul warrior. In order to truly unleash the power of the spatial shift skill, one would need to break through to the combat king realm and comprehend the spatial force. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had used the spatial shift skill to travel the world, and no one could compare with his speed. In the past, Jiang Chen's proudest battle was when he was still a peak combat emperor. He had used the spatial shift skill to escape from the pursuit of 3 minor saint warriors. The distance between the martial palace and the martial saint dynasty wasn't very far. With Wu Jiao and Jiang Chen's speed, it would only take them half an hour to arrive. The martial saint dynasty was the super overlord of the entire eastern continent, and its status was unshakable. Looking from afar, the martial saint dynasty looked like a colossal monster that occupied an area of over 1,000 miles. It was filled with magnificent palaces, and even the most ordinary buildings here were filled with a noble aura. Grand, magnificent, noble and luxurious. This was the best description for the martial saint dynasty. Just by standing outside the martial saint dynasty, one would be able to feel the lofty aura of this dynasty, and it would make one feel impressed by it. Brother, this is the martial saint dynasty, the most noble and central place in the entire eastern continent. What do you think? Wu Jiao pointed at the martial saint dynasty and said. His voice was filled with pride. Not bad indeed, it has the aura of an imperial family. Jiang Chen nodded his head. If it was any other ordinary young man who came to the martial saint dynasty, he would have been impressed by the aura of the martial saint dynasty, and wouldn't be able to say a single word. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the martial saint dynasty was too luxurious, but lacked a strong foundation. Although the buildings here were top-notch, when compared to those superpowers in the Divine Continent, the gap was obvious. The Martial Saint dynasty couldn't compare with the Martial Saint dynasty's profound foundation. Some ancient sects with a long history had saints guarding them, and a single strand of their saint aura could drive the entire sect. "Let's go, we'll meet the Imperial Emperor." Wu Jiao stepped into the sky and started walking toward the Martial Saint dynasty. "Who's there? How dare you fly in the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty?" A loud shout suddenly sounded out. After that, dozens of light pillars shot into the sky, and dozens of guards wearing golden armors blocked Wu Jiao and Jiang Chen's path. The man leading the group seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, and he had a majestic appearance. His cultivation base was actually at the early combat soul realm. The leader had an imposing aura, but when he saw the man's face, fear and trepidation immediately emerged on his face. Without daring to show any hesitation, he bowed deeply toward Wu Jiao and said, "I didn't know the 9th Emperor would be back. Please forgive me." "All right, I won't blame you." Wu Jiao waved his hand and brought Jiang Chen with him as he flew toward the group of guards. The dozens of golden guards immediately bowed toward them, not daring to show any hesitation. In the Martial Saint dynasty, even ordinary combat soul warriors weren't allowed to fly. In this place, there weren't many who had the privilege of flying, but Wu Jiao was one of the few who had the privilege of flying. He was the 9th Emperor, and no one dared to offend him. These are the Martial Saint dynasty's golden guards. All of them are elites. Each golden guard has to go through a life and death trial before they are allowed to join. Many geniuses from the Martial Palace have joined the golden guards after leaving the Martial Saint dynasty. Wu Jiao explained. "Indeed, they are a powerful group of guards." Jiang Chen nodded his head. The number of powerful warriors in the Martial Saint dynasty is not something you can imagine. The Golden Guards are the benchmark of the Martial Saint dynasty. Even geniuses from the Martial Palace have to go through numerous tests before they can join the Golden Guards. Lang is one of the Golden Guards, and the current commander of the Golden Guards is the Crown Prince. Wu Jiao explained. "The Imperial Emperor's son?" Jiang Chen asked casually. "That's right. The Crown Prince is the true #1 genius of the Martial Saint dynasty. He is only 35 years old, but he has already reached the late combat soul realm. Now, he is in charge of the Golden Guards, and is the best candidate to become the next Imperial Emperor." When mentioning the Crown Prince, Wu Jiao couldn't help but praise him. Martial Saint Palace. It was the central palace of the Martial Saint dynasty, the place where all meetings were held. Wu Jiao brought Jiang Chen straight to the entrance of the Martial Saint Palace. Even after arriving at the entrance, Wu Jiao didn't stop walking. Instead, he flew up a few dozen stone stairs that were made with high-quality stones and arrived at the Martial Saint Palace's main palace. The Martial Saint Palace was decorated with gold and jade, and it looked extremely magnificent. In front of the palace, there were 2 thick and luxurious dragon pillars that were over 30 meters tall. Each of the dragon pillars had a valiant golden dragon carved on them. The dragon heads were facing outwards, and they looked extremely lifelike. At the very front of the Martial Saint Palace, there was a huge golden dragon throne that was emitting a dazzling light. Right at this moment, a man was sitting on the golden dragon throne. He looked about the same age as Wu Jiao, and he looked like he was in his 40s. He was wearing a golden dragon robe that had a huge dragon head, and a dazzling crown on his head. This man had a chiseled face, and a heroic aura could be sensed from between his brows. He didn't look angry, but he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. Just by sitting there, he made people want to worship him. This man was the Martial Saint dynasty's Imperial Emperor, one of the true superpowers of the Eastern continent. When Jiang Chen entered the palace, he immediately laid his eyes on the Imperial Emperor. This was the strongest warrior he had ever met since his reincarnation. With his senses, he could sense the spatial ripples around the Imperial Emperor. This was the transformation of the spatial force. This was a true combat king warrior. Besides the Imperial Emperor, there were a dozen other men standing in the palace. All of them were wearing luxurious clothes, and they were emitting noble auras. Jiang Chen knew 6 of them. They were the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect who were yelling outside Mount Wufu yesterday. As for the rest of them, he didn't know any of them, but all of them were late combat soul warriors. Furthermore, those who were able to come here all had noble identities. None of them were ordinary men. Jiang Chen didn't know any of these men, but he could sense undisguised hostility from their eyes. This caused Jiang Chen to furrow his brows. He really hated this kind of inexplicable hostility. Chapter 370. All the emperors threw doubtful glances at Jiang Chen. None of the emperors had expected that the main character who had stirred up the entire eastern continent would be so young. Bang! In the next moment, powerful pressure shot out from every single late combat soul warrior like tornadoes toward Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had become the center of the storm. Facing the pressure, Jiang Chen's lips curved upward into a faint smile. He just stood there, not feeling any discomfort, as if the pressure had no effect on him at all. What? Even the Imperial Emperor was surprised by this, and he couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a few more glances. The pressure unleashed by dozens of late combat soul warriors was no joke, and no ordinary man would be able to withstand it. However, Jiang Chen looked as if nothing had happened to him. Furthermore, this was the Martial Saint Palace, and any young man who came here would be scared out of his wits, let alone the Imperial Emperor. However, this young man in front of him had been calm and composed ever since he walked into the palace, as if he was walking into a vegetable market. Just this mentality alone was something that no ordinary geniuses could compare with. Humph. What is the meaning of this? Are you treating me, old Jiu, as if I don't exist? Wu Jiu was furious. He unleashed a powerful energy from his body, blocking all the pressure. With a cold expression, he glanced at all the people in the palace, then he turned to the Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor, I've brought Jiang Chen here. Wu Jiu cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. Brother, greet the Imperial Emperor, Wu Jiu said to Jiang Chen in a low voice. The smile on Jiang Chen's face didn't disappear. Imitating Wu Jiu, he cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor and said, Jiang Chen greets the Imperial Emperor. Bastard! How dare you not kneel before the Imperial Emperor? Are you courting death? Someone shouted at Jiang Chen. Ever since this person came in, he had found Jiang Chen to be an eyesore. Jiang Chen guessed that this person should be one of the 7th Emperor or the 10th Emperor. 10th brother, Jiang Chen has just arrived in the Martial Saint Dynasty, and it's not your place to yell at him if he doesn't know the rules. Wu Jiu shouted loudly. At the same time, Jiang Chen realized that this man was indeed the 10th Emperor, Wu Tsong's father. Jiang Chen had almost killed Wu Tsong on the Island of Ice, so it was normal for the 10th Emperor to hate him. Humph! You really are a country bumpkin. Now that you know the rules, hurry up and kneel. Another man harumphed. Needless to say, the one who was so eager to pick on Jiang Chen must be the 7th Emperor. Jiang Chen had brutally beaten up the 7th Emperor's son, Wu Yan, in the Martial Palace, which meant that he didn't care about the 7th Emperor at all, which was equivalent to slapping the 7th Emperor's face. Two cold beams shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. The expression on his face remained unchanged as he cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor once again. However, he didn't show any signs of kneeling. What a joke! The once greatest saint in the world kneeling to a combat king warrior. How could he accept that? Right at this moment, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly froze. Everyone could feel the Imperial Emperor's emotions fluctuating. In the Martial Saint Palace, he was a supreme existence, and today, a young man dared not kneel to him. This was no doubt a slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. Bastard! How dare you be so rude to the Imperial Emperor? Just this alone is more than enough to wipe out your entire family. The 7th Emperor pointed his finger at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted, 7th brother, Jiang Chen is my sworn brother. You better be polite to him. Wu Jiu's attitude was very domineering. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to refuse to kneel to the Imperial Emperor. Because of this, the Imperial Emperor's impression of Jiang Chen would be greatly affected. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi, who stood on the side, didn't say anything, but they both had complacent smiles on their faces. In their minds, this Jiang Chen had no idea that he had offended the Imperial Emperor. Enough! The Imperial Emperor waved his hand, signaling Wu Jiu and Wu Qi to stop arguing. You're Jiang Chen? The Imperial Emperor turned to look at Jiang Chen. Yes, I am. May I know why the Imperial Emperor has summoned me? Jiang Chen spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're indeed a young genius, strong and courageous. I like young men like you. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Emperor actually praised Jiang Chen. This sudden change made Wu Jiu very happy. As long as the Imperial Emperor had a good impression of Jiang Chen, it would be a good thing for him. On the other hand, The others' expressions changed. They thought the Imperial Emperor would punish Jiang Chen for his rudeness, but the Imperial Emperor wasn't angry at all. However, Jiang Chen's senses were very sharp. He could clearly sense the strange emotion the Imperial Emperor had toward him. He knew that the Imperial Emperor didn't really like him. As an emperor, he would never like someone who was rude to him, because he was used to being in a high and mighty position, and he would never allow anyone to offend his dignity. Jiang Chen, I heard that you've killed many men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. Now, even the Shangguan clan chief and Myriad Sword Sect chief have come to me personally. What do you have to say for yourself? The Imperial Emperor said in an indifferent tone. Imperial Emperor, this is between Jiang Chen and the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. I hope the Imperial Emperor can stay out of this. Wu Jiu cupped his fist and said to the Imperial Emperor. Humph. Wu Jiu, what gives you the right to tell the Imperial Emperor what to do? The Imperial Emperor is a high and mighty figure. There's nothing in the entire Eastern continent that the Imperial Emperor can't handle. Besides, what happened in the past was all because of the Imperial Emperor's own ability. Don't think too highly of yourself. Wu Qi said with a loud voice. Hearing what Wu Jiu said, Jiang Chen had an urge to tear the seventh emperor's mouth apart. He knew very well about the power of an emperor. The Imperial Emperor was a hero of his generation, and he hated people mentioning the matter of Wu Jiu giving him the spot 100 years ago. It was as if Wu Jiu was the one who made him the emperor. This matter would definitely become a thorn in the Imperial Emperor's heart, and every time it was mentioned, it would make him unhappy. Furthermore, Wu Jiu was a hot-blooded man, and his attitude was very domineering, which gave people a feeling that he was taking credit for everything. If this situation continued for a long time, the Imperial Emperor's gratitude toward Wu Jiu would gradually turn into hatred, or even hostility. I'm just stating the facts. Wu Jiu maintained his domineering attitude. Fine, even if the conflict between the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword Sect is a personal matter, why do you want to get involved? Let them settle it themselves. Wu Qi was obviously going against Wu Jiu. The other emperors were just standing aside and watching the show with Leng Lang. Jiang Chen suddenly had a feeling that the relationship between Wu Jiu and these emperors wasn't that good. However, it was understandable. First of all, Wu Jiu's personality was very independent, and he always did things according to his own preferences. A man like this wasn't suitable to play around with power. Furthermore, there were so many emperors in the Martial Saint dynasty, but Wu Jiu was the one who took control of the Martial Palace. Furthermore, Wu Jiu had disappeared for 10 years, and the Martial Palace had only found an acting palace chief. Now that Wu Jiu had returned, he immediately took control of the Martial Palace. Let me tell you, Wu Qi, Jiang Chen saved my life in Inferno Hell, and he is now my sworn brother. Of course, I'll help him. Wu Jiu said. Humph. That Jiang Chen almost killed Wu Tsong, and he beat up Wu Yan right after he arrived at the Martial Palace. He doesn't respect the prince at all. This is a blasphemy against the Imperial Majesty, an unforgivable death sentence. The 10th Emperor coldly harumphed and confronted Wu Jiu. Young people are always hot-tempered. Wu Tsong and Wu Yan couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, and that only proves that they are weak. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't kill them. Wu Jiu said, Imperial Majesty, our Shangguan clan has always been working for the Martial Saint dynasty. Now, our Shangguan clan wants to kill an enemy, but the 9th Emperor is stopping us from doing so. Don't you think this is unfair to our Shangguan clan? Imperial Majesty, please consider our Shangguan clan's loyalty to the Imperial clan and settle this matter. Shangguan Shang bowed deeply toward the Imperial Emperor. The Myriad Sword Sect has always been loyal to the Imperial family. Now our sect elder was killed, our genius was killed, and even our #1 genius Shen Yuzi was killed by this young man. This is an unresolvable grudge. I hope the 9th Emperor won't get involved in this, and let us settle it ourselves. Tiangang Yi also spoke. These two superpowers of the Jian province had come to pressure the Imperial Emperor at the same time. This is really giving me a headache. Old Jiu, what do you think about this? The Imperial Emperor looked at Wu Jiu. Imperial Emperor, I, Wu Jiu, will only say one thing today. I swear that I will protect Jiang Chen with my life. My life was saved by Jiang Chen, and whoever tries to kill him will be going against me, Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu's aura was extremely powerful, and his attitude showed no signs of backing down. The Imperial Emperor furrowed his brows, and a displeased expression appeared on his face. Wu Jiao was talking to him like this in front of so many people. He wasn't giving him any face at all. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a sharp cry sounded out from outside the palace. After that, an eagle with golden feathers flew into the palace and landed on the Imperial Emperor's shoulder. After that, it let out a series of musical notes that entered the Imperial Emperor's ears. After that, it flapped its wings and flew away. The Imperial Emperor threw his glance back at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, I have to kill you and protect you at the same time. It's really difficult for me to do that. I've just received news that a dimensional crack has appeared in a remote place in the eastern continent, and a huge amount of dimensional beasts have appeared there. These dimensional beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, killing all living beings. I'll send you to kill these dimensional beasts and repair the dimensional crack. As long as you can do that, I'll forgive you for all your previous mistakes. What do you think?" Dimensional crack? Jiang Chen was startled for a moment. That's right. Ever since the greatest saint beneath the heavens split open the entrance to the realm of immortals 100 years ago, the Saint Origin realm has been greatly affected. The dimensional barrier has become weaker, and some monsters have appeared from time to time. However, it seems like the situation is more serious this time, as combat soul dimensional beasts have appeared, and there are quite a lot of them. Your mission is not only to kill these dimensional beasts, you also have to repair the dimensional crack. The Imperial Emperor said. No way. Chapter 371. No wonder Wu Jiao had such a huge reaction. A mission like this was impossible for anyone below the Combat King realm to complete. Without comprehending the dimensional force, there was no way they could fix the dimensional crack. If they got too close to it, they would be devoured by the dimensional crack and dragged into the turbulent space. Even if they weren't killed by the turbulent space, they would still be trapped there. Furthermore, there were powerful dimensional beasts that were ferocious, brutal, and extremely dangerous. In the past 100 years, a few dimensional cracks had appeared in the eastern continent, but the appearance of dimensional beasts was very rare, and there weren't many of them. All of them were repaired by the Combat King warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty. The situation this time was obviously more serious than before. Even a combat soul dimensional beast had appeared, and this was something that had never happened before. From this, one could tell that repairing the dimensional crack wasn't an easy task. Under such circumstances, only the Imperial Emperor or a Combat King warrior of the Martial Saint dynasty could fix it. Even Wu Jiao himself couldn't do anything to the dimensional crack. But now, the Imperial Emperor had given Jiang Chen such an impossible mission. This was no different than asking Jiang Chen to die. Old Jiao, the Imperial Emperor is a benevolent man. He didn't punish Jiang Chen directly, he just asked him to complete a mission. He has given you enough face. Don't tell me you're still not satisfied? The seventh emperor said with a loud voice. A sneer emerged on his face. Obviously, he knew better than anyone how difficult this mission was. With Jiang Chen's mere late divine core cultivation base, there was no way he could fix the dimensional crack. If he got too close to it, he would immediately be devoured by the dimensional crack and die a graveless death. Just a mission? Old Seventh, if I ask you to do it, can you complete it? Wu Jiao was furious. Since the Imperial Emperor has decided to do this, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect won't say anything. As long as Jiang Chen can complete this mission, all the resentment between us will be written off. Shangguan Sheng said. It looked like the Imperial Emperor was still on their side. No, there is no way to complete this mission. I beg the Imperial Emperor to take back the order. Wu Jiao once again cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. He could never accept this mission, because no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he would never be able to complete it. Old Ninth, I've made my promise, there's no way I can take it back. As long as Jiang Chen completes this mission, everything that happened in the past will be written off. Of course, Jiang Chen can also choose not to accept this mission. If he does that, I'll give justice to the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The Imperial Emperor said slowly while sitting on his dragon throne. Your Majesty, Wu Jiao still wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen grabbed his arm and stopped him. If they continued arguing, it would only increase the conflict between the Imperial Emperor and the Ninth Emperor. On the surface, it seemed like Wu Jiao and the Imperial Emperor were like brothers, and they treated each other with respect. Perhaps Wu Jiao thought the same way, but Jiang Chen knew that the Imperial Emperor had a grudge against Wu Jiao since a long time ago. If this grudge was dug up and magnified, It wouldn't do Wu Jiu any good. After all, the Imperial Emperor was a combat king warrior, the tycoon who ruled the Eastern continent. His dignity couldn't be challenged by anyone, not even Wu Jiu. Although the Imperial Emperor didn't show it on the surface, he was definitely not satisfied with it, just like how Jiang Chen refused to kneel down before him. Imperial Emperor, do you know where this dimensional crack is located? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't have the ability to repair the dimensional crack right now, but he had to agree to it first. Once he left the Martial Saint dynasty, he would travel to a faraway place, and come back after he achieved some achievements in his cultivation. It's located in a remote area of the Eastern continent, a place called Mount Origin. The Imperial Emperor said. What? Mount Origin? When the calm Jiang Chen heard the name Mount Origin, he immediately cried out in shock. That's right, those dimensional beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, and according to the latest news, the entire Mount Origin is about to be destroyed. Therefore, Jiang Chen, if you want to go there, you have to be quick. The Imperial Emperor said. All right, I'll go now. I promise I'll complete this mission. Jiang Chen put on a serious expression, then he turned around and walked towards the exit of the Martial Saint Palace. The appearance of the dimensional crack originally had nothing to do with him, but now, it had become an urgent matter. The reason was simple, it was because of Mount Origin because it was his hometown. Jiang Chen knew how remote Mount Origin was. In that area, a heavenly core warrior was a mighty existence, and if those ferocious dimensional beasts invaded the Red City and Fragrant Sky City, how could the Yan family and Jiang family defend against them? Therefore, not only would he not blame the Imperial Emperor, he would be grateful to the Imperial Emperor for telling him such an important news. Even if this wasn't a mission, Jiang Chen still had to return to the Martial Saint Palace. He had to return immediately, without any delay, because he couldn't afford to waste any time. His family was there, his most important family, and he couldn't allow anything bad to happen to them. If anything bad happened to them, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait. The Imperial Emperor's voice sounded out once again. Does the Imperial Emperor have anything else to say? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. I want to make it clear, the Martial Saint dynasty and the Martial Palace will not give you any help for this mission. You will have to complete it yourself. The Imperial Emperor said. His words were meant for Wu Jiu. He didn't want him to interfere with this mission. All right. Jiang Chen replied. Then he strode out of the Martial Saint Palace. Wu Jiu glanced around, then left angrily, chasing after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's straightforward reply had shocked everyone in the Martial Saint Palace. No one had expected Jiang Chen's attitude to change so quickly. All right, you guys can leave now. If Jiang Chen can complete this mission, all the grudges between you all will be written off. The Imperial Emperor said to the crowd. After that, he slowly stood up from the throne, and his body slowly faded away before disappearing completely. I never thought that guy would really accept this mission. He's simply courting death. The seventh Emperor said with a sneer. The Imperial Emperor said that if he can complete this mission, all the grudges between us will be written off. But, can he really complete this mission? Hee. The 10th Emperor also had a complacent expression on his face. Only combat king warriors can mend the dimensional crack. Even if all of us work together, we still won't be able to do it. If Jiang Chen really tries to mend the dimensional crack, he will definitely be devoured by it, and die a horrible death. Shangguan Sheng burst into laughter. Don't tell me that guy is going to use this opportunity to escape? Shangguan Ying said worriedly. Don't worry, no one dares disobey the Imperial Emperor's order, unless he really wants to die. Otherwise, there is no place in the entire Eastern continent for him to hide. The 7th Emperor said confidently. On the other side, when Wu Jiu walked out of the Martial Saint Palace, Jiang Chen had already flown out of the Martial Saint dynasty. Why is brother Jiang in such a hurry? Wu Jiu was puzzled. He quickly chased after Jiang Chen's. Brother, why did you agree to this? It's impossible for you to complete this mission. I think you should just leave this place. I'll protect little you and the others for you. Wu Jiu arrived next to Jiang Chen and said, Thank you for your kindness, brother Jiu, but I have to get to Mount Origin as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Why? Are you sure you can complete this mission? Wu Jiu was surprised. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had always been a calm and collected man. He could remain calm even when facing the Imperial Emperor. But now, he was behaving in such a hurry. This wasn't like Jiang Chen at all. I don't have any confidence, but I have to go back, because I came from Mount Origin. My home is there, my family is there, and I have to go back. I can't afford any loss. Jiang Chen said. What? Wu Jiu cried out in shock. Only now did he understand why Jiang Chen was in such a hurry. Not many people knew about Jiang Chen's background, and Wu Jiu was no exception. Mount Origin was just too remote, so remote that no one would know that a peerless genius like Jiang Chen came from such a remote place. Wu Jiu finally understood why Jiang Chen was in such a hurry to complete this impossible mission. Mount Origin is just too remote. Even with your speed, it will take you at least a few days to get there. The dimensional beasts have already started destroying Mount Origin, and by the time you get there, it will be too late. Wu Jiu said. After knowing that Jiang Chen came from Mount Origin, Wu Jiu couldn't stop Jiang Chen anymore. He hadn't been with Jiang Chen for a long time, but he knew that Jiang Chen was a man who valued his friends and family. Besides, Mount Origin was where Jiang Chen's family was. If something bad happened to them, Jiang Chen might go berserk immediately. Jiang Chen knitted his brows and didn't say anything. He knew what Wu Jiu said. Even if he used the dimensional shift, it would still take him a few days to get to Mount Origin from the Martial Saint dynasty. By that time, everything would be over. Mount Origin would fall, and the people in the Red City region would be plunged into misery and suffering. The consequences would be unimaginable. What should I do? Jiang Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. However, the only thing he could do now was to return to Mount Origin as soon as possible and fly as fast as possible. Brother, I have a dimensional talisman here. It can't teleport you to Mount Origin, but it can teleport you to the border of the Qi province. Wu Jiu said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. As the 9th emperor, Wu Jiu had a noble status, so it was normal for him to have a dimensional talisman. Only combat king warriors could make dimensional talismans, but it consumed a lot of their energy. Therefore, ordinary combat king warriors wouldn't waste their energy to make dimensional talismans. That was why they were so precious, and their teleportation distance was limited. However, if Jiang Chen could get his hands on Wu Jiu's dimensional talisman, it would be a different story. If he could teleport himself to the border of the Qi province, Jiang Chen would only need half an hour to cross Mount Origin and return to the Red City region. Thank you, Brother Jiu. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Wu Jiu. Since this was an emergency, he would not be polite to Wu Jiu. Those dimensional beasts are brutal, so I can't go with you. However, you will need some help. Follow me back to the Martial Palace and bring your help. Chapter 372. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Indeed, he needed help. There were a lot of dimensional beasts, and he wouldn't be able to kill all of them by himself. Furthermore, if the dimensional beasts reached the Red City, all lives would be lost, and the Fragrant Sky City and the Red City would be in danger. He needed help to kill those dimensional beasts. Han Yan and De Huang Dog were the best candidates. Furthermore, Yan Chen Yu hadn't been home for a long time. She was now an early combat soul warrior, and if she came back to the Red City, the Yan family would be safe. Soon, Jiang Chen and Wu Jiu arrived at the Martial Palace. They landed in Yu Zihan's courtyard. Chen Gij, you're back. When Yan Chen Yu saw Jiang Chen, the worried expression on her face instantly disappeared. Little Chenzi, did the Imperial Emperor give you any trouble? Han Yan asked. Let's get straight to the point. I've accepted the Imperial Emperor's mission. A dimensional crack has appeared in Mount Origin, and a huge amount of dimensional beasts have come out of it, wreaking havoc in Mount Origin. I need to go back now to kill those dimensional beasts and mend the dimensional crack. If I'm late, all lives in the Red City will be lost. Jiang Chen said. What? Upon hearing that, Yan Chenyu and Big Yellow exclaimed at the same time. In particular, Yan Chenyu's face turned pale. She instantly imagined how the place where she was raised would be plunged into an abyss of misery, how the misty rain tower would turn into ruins, and how her father would be eaten by a dimensional beast. Yan Chen Yu didn't dare continue imagining it. She grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and said, Chen Gij, hurry up, let's go back. Don't worry, Xiao Yu. Nothing bad will happen. Jiang Chen held Yan Chen Yu's hand tightly. He could understand how she was feeling right now, because he wasn't feeling any better either. Jiang Zhenhai was the only new person he had ever met since he was reincarnated, and his father was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Jiang Chen had never experienced such a strong father-son relationship before, and he couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Zhenhai. Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, Yu Zihan, and the others were stunned. They had no idea why Yan Chenyu suddenly became so excited. Little Chenzi, for the past 100 years, the Saint Origin realm has been experiencing a lot of spatial cracks, but only combat kings can repair them. This task is almost impossible. Han Yan said. What do you know? Origin Mountain is the hometown of Little Chenzi and Little Yu. Their families are all there. We can't let anything happen to them. De Huang Dog glared at Han Yan and said. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Only now did they understand why Jiang Chen had accepted such a rude mission from the Imperial Emperor. It turned out that this was the reason behind it. If that was the case, even if the Imperial Emperor didn't send anyone here, Jiang Chen would still go to Mount Origin and suppress those dimensional creatures. After spending some time with Jiang Chen, everyone knew what kind of person Jiang Chen was. He was cruel and merciless to his enemies, but at the same time, he was also a man who valued friendship and friendship. He would always put his family, brothers, and friends first. Little Chenzi's family is our family. Let's not waste any more time. Let's set off now. Nangong Wentian unleashed his energy. He was a man who couldn't stay idle, and the reason he came to the Eastern continent was to train himself. If he stayed in the martial palace for too long, he might get sick from being bored. Brother, this is a dimensional talisman. You have to be careful, and try not to get too close to the spatial crack. Just save your family. Wu Jiu flipped his palm and took out a golden talisman. The talisman was emitting rippling spatial energy. Wu Jiu only asked Jiang Chen to save his family. As for the spatial crack, he didn't need to worry about it. Unless a combat king warrior was here, there was no way he could repair the spatial crack. Rumble. Under Wu Jiu's control, the spatial crack let out a loud explosion, then turned into an illusionary door. Let's go. Holding Yan Chenyu's hand, Jiang Chen leapt into the illusionary door and disappeared. De Huang Dog and the others followed behind them, and only after everyone had entered the door did the door disappear completely. Wu Jiu stared at the door, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He felt like he had lost a lot of face for not being able to protect Jiang Chen today. Mount Origin. This place was located in a remote area, and the natural yuan energy here was very thin. Compared to the real big provinces in the Eastern continent, this place was far behind. This mountain range had existed for a very long time, and it was filled with demonic beasts and shrubs. However, right now, Mount Origin was a completely different scene. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the sky above Mount Origin. In the sky above the center of Mount Origin, there was a dense black fog that covered an area of dozens of miles. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the fog, and a chilly wind whistled. Within the black fog, there were numerous cracks that looked like spider webs, and from these cracks came a frightening devouring force. Underneath the black fog, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Even the ground had been devoured by the spatial crack, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Dirt and dirt would often rush out from the pit and into the spatial crack. Right now, this was not the only place that had been destroyed. More than half of the 10,000 miles of Mount Origin had been destroyed. All the trees had been destroyed, and many places had been set ablaze. Roar, roar. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard coming from Mount Origin. One after another, gigantic demonic beasts, each over 3 meters tall, were running amok in the mountain range, slaughtering other demonic beasts. They drank the blood of other demonic beasts to increase their strength. These demonic beasts were dimensional creatures. They lived in different dimensions, and their bodies were extremely strong and violent. Ordinary demonic beasts could not withstand their attacks. Furthermore, most of the demonic beasts in Mount Origin were of lower grades. Thus, many of them were torn to shreds by the dimensional creatures as soon as they appeared. The entire Mount Origin was filled with blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Black smoke billowed in the air, and fire spread everywhere. This place was no longer a beautiful mountain range, but a living hell. Boom! A 6-meter-tall dimensional creature suddenly jumped out from the dimensional crack and landed in the deep pit. After that, it jumped out of the pit. After the dimensional creature breathed in the air of this world, it immediately beat its own chest with both of its hands in excitement, expressing its excitement in this way. The number of dimensional creatures wasn't as high as Jiang Chen had expected, It was only more than the number of spatial cracks. After all, it was not an easy task to come out from the spatial crack, as many dimensional creatures were attacked by the spatial turbulence when they came out from the spatial crack, and were instantly killed. Even so, the number of dimensional creatures was not small. Since the appearance of the spatial crack, at least 1,000 dimensional creatures had come out from it. Otherwise, Mount Origin wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Almost all the living beings in the vast Mount Origin had been wiped out. However, the dimensional creatures didn't stop slaughtering the living beings, as a large number of them rushed into the Red City region. At this moment, the 28 cities in this region were plunged into an abyss of suffering. As a large number of dimensional creatures rushed into this region, the people living in this region suffered a great calamity. Roar arg. The furious roars of the dimensional creatures mixed with the miserable screams of the people. Houses were collapsing, and the sky was covered in flames. Many cities were gradually falling into the hands of the dimensional creatures. The cultivators living in this region couldn't defend themselves against the terrifying dimensional creatures. Some of the dimensional creatures even ate the bones of the people after killing them. At the border of the Qi province, the air suddenly trembled, and a few figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Jiang Chen and the others. After they came out from the spatial talisman, they didn't waste any time, and immediately flew towards Mount Origin. As fast as lightning, everyone's speed was extremely fast. Mount Origin wasn't far from where they were, and with their speed, they would be able to pass through Mount Origin in less than half an hour, and arrive at the Red City region. Jiang Chen and Yen Chen Yu's faces were filled with anxiousness. Their hearts had already flown to the Red City region. Soon, Jiang Chen and the group arrived at Mount Origin. From afar, they could see the dimensional crack in the sky above the center of Mount Origin. They flew above Mount Origin, and when they saw the severely damaged mountain range, their expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, these dimensional creatures are too brutal. They have nearly destroyed the entire mountain range, and all the living beings here have become their food. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Look, more dimensional creatures are coming out from the dimensional crack. They are all divine core dimensional creatures. Han Yen pointed at the bottom of the dimensional crack. Roar, the dimensional creatures that just came out from the dimensional crack discovered Jiang Chen and the group, and they immediately dashed towards them. Die! Yu Zihan took the lead and unleashed a powerful punch onto the dimensional creature's head. A miserable shriek sounded out, and the dimensional creature's head exploded on the spot. Right at this moment, more and more dimensional creatures discovered Jiang Chen and the group, and dozens of them dashed towards them. Reckless fools! Jiang Chen had a cruel expression on his face. He suddenly shouted at the dimensional creatures, then unleashed a frightening sonic hawk cry. The sound wave turned into countless sharp blades, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of dimensional creatures were drowned by the sound wave. Dozens of dimensional creatures let out miserable cries. Then one of them fell down from the sky. All of them were dead. This was Jiang Chen's strength. Killing these dimensional creatures was as easy as killing ants to him. Qin Gij, Mount Origin has fallen, and I'm afraid the Red City region is in danger as well. Yen Chen Yu worriedly said. De Huang, Brother Nan, you two stay here and guard the dimensional crack. Kill every dimensional creature that comes out. Brother Yen, Yu Zihan, you two follow me to the Red City region and kill those dimensional creatures to save our people. Jiang Chen immediately made his decision. The dimensional crack couldn't be repaired for now, and Jiang Chen didn't have the time to do that. So, he left De Huang and Nangong Wenti in here, because no matter how many dimensional creatures came out, they wouldn't be enough to kill. All right. Chapter 373. The entire Mount Origin was in chaos. Smoke and blood filled the air. De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian stayed behind at the dimensional crack to kill those dimensional creatures, while Jiang Chen and the other men had flown out of Mount Origin. From where they stood, they could clearly see what was happening in the Red City. All 28 cities were covered in thick smoke, and the dimensional creatures had attacked each and every city. Oh heavens, these dimensional creatures are so huge, and they are so strong. This place is too remote, and the natural yuan energy here is very thin. There aren't any powerful warriors here, and with these dimensional creatures wreaking havoc here, it's a devastating blow to this area. Looking at the thick smoke, Han Yen couldn't help but say with mixed emotions. Little you, hurry back to the Red City. I'll go back to the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen told Yen Chen Yu. All right, be careful, Qin Gij. Yan Chenyu immediately disappeared from the scene. She couldn't wait any longer. She was afraid that if she was late, the Misty Rain Tower would suffer an unimaginable loss. Brother Yen, Zihan, Iyun, Ishan, the four of you split up and go to different cities. Kill all those dimensional creatures you see. Don't leave any survivors. Save as many people as you can. Jiang Chen told the four men. He was born in this land, and he had many grudges with this land. But that was all in the past. Now that he, Jiang Chen, had returned, he couldn't allow this land to be destroyed by those dimensional creatures. This used to be his home. All right. The four men answered at the same time. After that, they turned into 4 trails of light and flew in 4 different directions. All 4 of them were peak divine core warriors, and they all had extraordinary talents. As long as they didn't run into any combat soul-dimensional creatures, they would be invincible. Each of them could fight their own battles, and that was the reason why Jiang Chen wanted them to split up. Dad, hang in there. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He flew like a shooting star toward the fragrant sky city. He didn't have time to kill any dimensional creatures he ran into, so he had to get back to the fragrant sky city as soon as possible. He had to return to the Jiang family and make sure that Jiang Zhenhan was safe. Tianxiang City. Ever since Jiang Chen had destroyed the Murong family, the Jiang family had been the sole ruler of the city. Ever since Jiang Chen had destroyed the Li family of Crimson City, the Jiang family's name had spread far and wide. Tianxiang City had become the largest city in the region, but now, Tianxiang City was no longer as bustling as it used to be. It had turned into an Azura Hells. The entire fragrant sky city had been plunged into darkness and chaos. Half of the houses and buildings had been destroyed, and the streets were filled with broken limbs. Those ferocious dimensional creatures were rampaging everywhere, killing anyone they saw. Some of them were over 6 meters tall, and they were grabbing a man's arm with both of their hands, tearing it apart with their teeth. It was a bloody scene that could make anyone vomit. Let's go. We'll be safe once we enter the City Lord's mansion. There are experts guarding the City Lord's mansion. Let's all go there. These monsters are too cruel. Hurry, hurry. The gates of the City Lord's mansion are already open. The people of Fragrant Sky City had fallen into an unprecedented panic. Compared to those big provinces in the eastern continent, the warriors of Fragrant Sky City were just the lowest level mortals. There were only a few mortal core warriors here, and they had never seen anything like this before. They had never seen so many ferocious monsters before. At this point of time, everyone had placed their hopes on the City Lord's mansion. Ever since the young master of the Jiang family left, the mayor's mansion had become a prosperous place. The City Lord, Jiang Zhenhai, had broken through again and again, as if he had taken some powerful medicine. Now, he was a late heavenly core warrior, and he was able to handle a huge amount of dimensional creatures. Most importantly, there was a real demon lord in the mayor's mansion. According to rumors, during the Battle of Crimson City, young Master Jiang Chen had subdued a black hawk. This demon lord was incredibly strong, much stronger than the city lord, Jiang Zhenhai. This demon lord was strong enough to handle the dimensional creatures alone. The mayor's mansion was currently packed with people. Everyone had panicked expressions on their faces, and they were all gathered together, trembling with fear. All 4 walls of the mayor's mansion had been flattened by those dimensional creatures, and right now, all the powerful warriors in the mayor's mansion were fighting fiercely with those dimensional creatures. Arg! Alchemist Zhou Beizhan let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms had been torn off by a dimensional creature. The mayor's mansion had suffered a great loss as well. Those ordinary guards were killed by those dimensional creatures. Roar! The dimensional creature that tore off Zhou Beizhan's arm let out another loud roar. It had smelled the scent of blood, and it started crazily attacking Zhou Beizhan. Damn it, I'm going to die! Zhou Beizhan let out a miserable howl. He closed his eyes and was ready to die. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud sound could be heard. A cold beam dashed out from the side. It was a sharp long sword, and in an instant, it pierced through the dimensional creature's head. A muscular man stood in front of Zhou Beizhan. It was Jiang Zhenhai. After Jiang Zhenhai had learned the mystic yuan skill from Jiang Chen, his cultivation had been improving day by day, and he was now a late heavenly core warrior. He had become the strongest warrior in the Crimson City. Beizhan, are you all right? When Jiang Zhenhai saw Zhou Beizhan's arm being torn off, he couldn't hide the anger on his face. Mayor, I'm fine, but if this continues, We're going to die sooner or later. These creatures are too strong, and their numbers are increasing. The Black Hawk is trapped by them. We're going to die sooner or later. Zhou Beizhan stared at the increasing number of dimensional creatures outside the mayor's mansion. He felt an unprecedented fear and despair. In the sky above the mayor's mansion, an old man was fighting with 3 divine core dimensional creatures. The old man kept letting out loud cries. Sometimes he would transform into a human, sometimes he would transform into an eagle. He was the Black Hawk who was tamed by Jiang Chen. The sacred heavenly demonic skill that Jiang Chen taught the Black Hawk was a great help to him. Now, the Black Hawk had broken through to the mid-divine core realm. The sacred heavenly demonic skill was a true sacred skill of the demon race, and if the Black Hawk could fully master it, it would be possible for him to become a demon king in the future. Rumble. Shock waves from the battle could be felt everywhere. The Black Hawk was fighting 3-dimensional creatures at the same time, and he wasn't in a disadvantageous position. However, he was trapped by those dimensional creatures, and he couldn't help the others. Furthermore, the number of dimensional creatures kept increasing, and this situation wouldn't last for long. Once the balance was broken, it would be a doomsday for the entire mayor's mansion, and even for the entire Fragrant Sky City. Kill! Zhang Zhenhan didn't have the time to think too much. He simply charged forward with his combat weapon. Right now, all the cities in the Red City region had fallen. Not just the Fragrant Sky City. Even if he wanted to run away, he had nowhere to go, so the only thing he could do was to kill more dimensional creatures. Even if he were to die in the end, he would still kill as many dimensional creatures as possible. Roar roar. More and more ferocious dimensional creatures appeared in front of the mayor's mansion. These dimensional creatures had smelled the scent of humans, and they wanted to have a good meal. Puff, soon. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't hold on any longer. There were just too many dimensional creatures, and each one was stronger than the last. He was no match for them at all. Jiang Zhenhai kept throwing up blood, and his yuan energy was almost depleted. He tried to back away, but was stopped by a few guards from the Jiang family. Mayor, what should we do now? Jiang Cheng was only a mortal core warrior, and his body was covered in blood. However, he wasn't dead yet. Right at this moment, all the men from the Jiang family had gathered together. Their faces were filled with despair as they stared at the dimensional creatures walking towards them. Sigh. I never thought I, Jiang Zhenhan, would die in the hands of these monsters. Too bad, I won't be able to see Chen one last time. Jiang Zhenhan's face was filled with pain. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had spent all his efforts on Jiang Chen, and now that he was in a life-and-death situation, all he could think about was Jiang Chen. I miss young master too. Jiang Cheng cried out. He thought back to the days when he was still in Fragrant Sky City, and how he followed behind young master and flattered him. He felt so good, but now, Fragrant Sky City was in danger, and he couldn't even see his young master. If young master was here, I'm sure he would be able to change this situation. Zhou Beizhan had a painful expression on his face as well. Right at this moment, everyone was thinking about the young man in white who could do anything. It was this young man who had changed the situation in this area, and created one miracle after another. Hee. A few of the dimensional creatures stared at Jiang Zhenhai and the others, and let out evil laughs. Step by step, they walked towards Jiang Zhenhai and the others, as if it was a great pleasure for them to see the fear in the human's eyes before death. It's over, the Castellan is going to die, the Fragrant Sky City is going to die, we're all going to die. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. These damn monsters, they will all die a horrible death. The people who were hiding in the Castellan's mansion were also filled with despair. Many of them were crying. Screech. Right at this moment, the Black Hawk let out a loud screech. He endured the attacks from the 3-dimensional creatures and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai. With a sweep of his iron wings, he instantly killed a few dimensional creatures in front of him. Run! The Black Hawk turned around and shouted at Jiang Zhenhai. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Zhenhai's face, but he didn't move. Run. Run where? There was nowhere to run. He could only wait for his death here. Dong dong dong. Right at this moment, another powerful dimensional creature appeared. This dimensional creature was more than 10 meters tall, and it looked like a gigantic tower. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Black Hawk. Not good. The Black Hawk had a bad feeling. This was a peak late divine core dimensional creature. There was no way he could defend against it. Although he had tried his best, he was still sent flying away by the dimensional creature's slap. Hee hee. The dimensional creature let out an evil laugh. Suddenly, it stretched out its huge hand and slowly grabbed towards Jiang Zhenhai. They were finished. Everyone felt disheartened. They were completely finished, the Black Hawk was injured, and they had lost their biggest trump card. They could only face death now. Swoosh. Chapter 374. Bang! Right when the white figure appeared, the powerful dimensional creature's head suddenly exploded. After that, its gigantic body exploded into a blood mist, and it died on the spot. You're courting death for hurting my dad. The white figure slowly became clearer, and a young man in white clothes appeared in front of everyone. When everyone finally recovered from their shock, they threw their glances at the young man. Chen-er! Young master! Cries of shock sounded out from the crowd. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. Jiang Cheng rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Haha, we're not dead. Young master is back. Young master saved us. Jiang Qing immediately jumped up from the ground and started dancing. He couldn't control his emotions. It was an indescribable excitement. He was so excited that his face was covered with tears, and he couldn't control himself. Although he was a man, no one thought it was inappropriate for him to cry like this, and no one laughed at him, because many people were crying as well. Many people finally recovered from their despair and started cheering. Jiang Chen was back. The young genius who always created miracles had returned. Look at how strong this young man is. He killed a late divine core dimensional creature with just a single strike. His mighty strength had given everyone unprecedented confidence and comfort. Haha, young master Jiang Chen is back. We're saved. Did you guys see that? Young master Jiang Chen killed the biggest monster with just a single strike. He's so powerful. The heavens haven't forsaken our fragrant sky city. They've allowed such a genius to appear in our city. He's our savior. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with respect and gratitude. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to return at this time had brought them hope. Dad, I'm sorry for coming back late. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Zhenhai with a smile on his face. You're not late. You're not late at all. Jiang Zhenhai's voice was trembling. He only hoped to see his son again at the last moment of his life. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would jump out and appear in front of him. Jiang Chen's fierceness and strength made Jiang Zhenhai feel the greatest pride in his life. Dad, Uncle Zhou, Black Hawk, Jiang Cheng, take these pills and heal yourselves. I'll deal with these dimensional creatures. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Chen took out a pill from his storage ring. He found all these pills on the island of ice, and each of them was a rare healing pill. They were priceless, and there was no way he could get them in the fragrant sky city. All right. Jiang Zhenhai and the others were all injured, so they didn't hesitate to take the pills and swallow them. Roar, roar. Since the leader of the dimensional creatures was killed, the rest of the dimensional creatures became even more ferocious. Each and every one of them let out a loud roar, and dozens of dimensional creatures pounced toward Jiang Chen at the same time. Haha, you bastards. Go to hell. Jiang Chen let out a hearty laugh. He leapt into the air, and with a sway of his body, he left numerous afterimages in the sky. He dashed into the group of dimensional creatures and kept swinging his fists that were glowing with a golden light. Bang, bang, bang. Every time Jiang Chen punched out, a dimensional creature would turn into a blood mist and dissipate into the air. In just a minute, all of the dimensional creatures had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. Humph. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. Then he turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky above the fragrant sky city. His speed was extremely fast, and all of the dimensional creatures in the city were killed by Jiang Chen. Seeing this, everyone in the mayor's mansion was stunned. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at the young man who was dancing in the sky above the fragrant sky city and killing dimensional creatures. It was as if they were dreaming. Heavens, is he still a human? What did I just see? He killed dozens of dimensional creatures in just a minute? How strong has he become now? What is young master Jiang Chen's cultivation level now? Those terrifying dimensional creatures couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. They couldn't even defend themselves, and he could kill them with just a wave of his hand. It's as easy as killing an ant. Wow, young master is so powerful. I think young master is at least a divine core warrior now. The divine core realm. Oh heavens, that realm is so far away from me. No, Master is at the peak divine core realm now. He's half a step into the combat soul realm. The Black Hawk said with a shocked expression. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's performance could no longer be described as just being powerful. For the people of the Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded their understanding. He was no longer a mortal. Ha ha! Jiang Zhenhai burst into laughter. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said, with a son like this, what more can I ask for? What more can I ask for? At the same time in the Red City. The situation in the Red City was no better than the Fragrant Sky City. The entire city had been flooded by dimensional creatures. Many buildings had turned into ruins, and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. The miserable screams of the people and the violent roars of the dimensional creatures filled the entire sky above the city. This place was like a living hell, and it wasn't any weaker than the Fragrant Sky City. Just like the Fragrant Sky City, after Jiang Chen annihilated the Li family, the Misty Rain Tower became the biggest business in the city, and their business was getting better and better. The chief of the Yan family, Yan Zhanyun, had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm half a year ago, and he was now a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. Also, the Yan family and Jiang family were connected by marriage, and they had a close relationship. It could be said that the Yan family had completely ruled this area, and they were the undisputed local tyrants. But right now, the Misty Rain Tower was in a miserable state. The Misty Rain Tower, which had the symbol of the Crimson City, had already been torn apart by the dimensional creature's iron hooves. The Yan family was in a bloody mess, as many of the Misty Rain Tower's guards had been killed by the dimensional creatures, becoming their food. The Yan family was fighting back with all their strength, but there was no way they could defend themselves. They didn't have the help of a divine core warrior like the Black Hawk, and they only had Yan Zhanyun and the great elder Yan Hongtai, who was only at the early Heavenly Core realm. There was no way they could fight these dimensional creatures. Under the attack of the dimensional creatures, the Misty Rain Tower was severely damaged, and many men from the Yan family had died. At this moment, the remaining people of the Yan family were gathered in the square, staring at the trampled bodies on the ground and the dimensional creatures that surrounded them. Apart from despair, there was also a deep sense of sorrow on their faces. The dimensional creatures had surrounded all of them, but they didn't pounce on them immediately. Instead, their eyes were filled with ridicule. They wanted to let these men in front of them taste despair before killing them, and enjoy the pleasure of killing them. We're finished. The Yan family is finished. We're going to be destroyed by these brutal creatures. The great elder Yan Hongtai's eyes had turned red. One of his arms was missing, and his body was filled with wounds. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and if he wasn't treated as soon as possible, even if the dimensional creatures didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to live for long. His injuries were just too severe. Yan Zhanyun wasn't in a good condition either. He was gasping for breath, and the dozens of wounds on his body were bleeding. The few young men from the Yan family were filled with despair as well. Some of them were on the verge of death. Yan Meng was an old man, and he couldn't withstand the dimensional creature's attacks any longer. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. Yan Meng, am going to die soon. It's a pity that I won't be able to see young Miss in my last moments. A bitter expression emerged on Yan Meng's face. Yan Chenyu was everyone's treasure, and ever since she left, the Yan family seemed to have lost something. At the last moment of his life, Yan Meng recalled the time when he met Jiang Chen by chance, and how he cured his young miss and solved the problem of Yan Chenyu's 9 meridians. It was also the appearance of this young man that changed the entire Red City, and brought a new order to the city. The Yan family is finished. Yan Hongtai let out another heart-wrenching roar. No, the Yan family isn't finished yet. We still have you, Yan Zhanyun smiled. Whenever he thought about his daughter, Yan Zhanyun would smile, even if he was facing death. Bastards, come on! Yan Zhanyun suddenly shouted at the dimensional creatures. At this point, life and death were meaningless to him. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well die a heroic death. Roar! Seeing the provocation from the humans, the dimensional creatures roared again, and began to press down on the Yan family members. Dong, dong, dong. Every time a dimensional creature took a step forward, the ground would tremble. The Yan family members' hearts had sunk to the bottom, and they no longer had any hope of surviving. Yan Hongtai had even closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Swoosh! Right at this moment, something strange happened. The airflow above the Yan family seemed to have frozen, and an extremely cold aura suddenly appeared. After that, beams of white light appeared like a tidal wave, landing on the bodies of dozens of dimensional creatures. Crack! In an instant, all those brutal dimensional creatures were frozen into statues, and a thick layer of ice appeared on their bodies. Crack! After that, the ice cracked, and the bodies of those dimensional creatures were turned into pieces, falling onto the ground along with the ice. Their blood and flesh had already frozen, and they had died a violent death. Seeing this, the Yen family members who had lost all hope widened their eyes. They stared at the frozen dimensional creatures in front of them, and felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. "Daddy!" Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded out. A young girl in white clothes descended from the sky. It was none other than Yen Chenyu. You are... Yen Zhanyun's body trembled, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. The girl who suddenly appeared in front of him was really the daughter that he had been thinking about day and night. "Little you, is that really you?" Yen Hongtai's body was also trembling with excitement. He couldn't believe what he just saw. He thought that the Yen family was finished, but who would have thought that the young lady who had left a long time ago would suddenly appear and kill all the dimensional creatures in an unstoppable manner. Chapter 375. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the white fairy who had appeared out of nowhere. The sudden change from despair to hope, the transition between great joy and great sorrow, made everyone feel as if they were dreaming, as if life was playing a big joke on them. Yen Chenyu, the young lady of the Yen family, the one who could move everyone's heart. Everyone knew what she had gone through in the past, and how much pain she had gone through. But now, it seemed like that sickly little girl had completely grown up. Just the aura she was emitting was enough to send chills down people's spines. Those dimensional creatures that were so strong that they couldn't resist were all killed by her with ease. Are you really back?" Yen Zhanyun, who had been prepared to die, could no longer restrain himself. Ever since his precious daughter left, he had spent every day and night worrying about her. At the last moment of life and death, the only thought in Yen Zhanyun's mind was his own daughter. He had thought that if he died like this, it would be the biggest regret of his life. In the future, when his daughter came back, she wouldn't be able to see her father. How painful would that be? Yen Zhanyun could never have imagined that his beloved daughter would appear at such a critical moment, saving the entire Yen family and changing the fate of the entire Red City. "Dad, Great Elder, both of you are badly injured. Hurry up and take some pills to heal yourselves. I'll kill all the dimensional creatures in the city first, and then I'll meet Chen Gij later. He has some healing pills that can help you recover quickly." Yen Chenyu said worriedly when she saw the injuries of Yen Zhanyun and the others. "Jiang Chen is back as well?" Yen Zhanyun's eyes lit up. He would never forget the young man in white who had changed the order of this area. "Yes, Chen Gij has gone to Fragrant Sky City." After saying that, Yen Chenyu flew up into the sky above the city. She had a lot of things she wanted to talk to her dad about, but now was not the time. The dimensional creatures were wreaking havoc in the city. If she was any slower, many people would die in the hands of those dimensional creatures. Yen Chenyu's clothes were as white as snow. She stood in the sky above the Red City, and her whole body was emitting a pure and clean aura. She looked like a real fairy that had descended from heaven. As far as Yen Chenyu's eyes could see, the entire Red City was within her sight, and she could see every single roaring dimensional creature. "Humph! You cruel creatures slaughtered humans. You deserve to die 10,000 times over." Yen Chenyu let out a cold snort. Her body slightly swayed, and beams of bright light shot out from her body. Those beams were extremely cold, and wherever they passed by, even the air was covered with white mist. So. The speed of the beams was too fast, and each of them seemed to have a specific target, as they were all aimed at a dimensional creature that was wreaking havoc in the air. Poochie! Roar roar! Miserable shrieks rose one after another, resounding in the sky above the Red City. One after another, the gigantic dimensional creatures were pierced by the beams of light, and their huge bodies were instantly pierced through, then shattered into pieces like solid ice. In just the time of 3 breaths, the entire Red City had returned to its peaceful state. All of the dimensional creatures had been killed, without a single exception. When the panicking people saw this, they were first shocked, but soon after, they were filled with uncontrollable joy. "These monsters are all dead. Look, it's that fairy who saved us. What a beautiful fairy. She looks familiar. It's Yen Chenyu, the young lady of the Yen family. Our young lady has returned, she saved us. It's really our young lady. She saved our lives. We should kneel down in front of her. Many people in the city recognized Yen Chenyu, and they immediately kneeled down in front of her. In their eyes, Yen Chenyu was no longer that sickly girl, she was a real fairy. They had no way to repay her for saving their lives, so they could only kneel down in front of Yen Chenyu like a deity. In other words, in their hearts, Yen Chenyu had become a deity, a real fairy. Within the Yen family, all the people from the Yen family were staring at Yen Chenyu, who was floating in the sky. An infatuated look could be seen in their eyes. Chief, what level do you think little you is at now? Yen Hongtai arrived next to Yen Zhanyun and asked. With my eyesight I can't tell. But, even those divine core creatures couldn't withstand a single strike from her. You can imagine how strong you is. A bright smile bloomed on Yen Zhanyun's face. Having a daughter like this was something he should be proud of. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect our Yen family to have such a peerless genius. Our ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds. Yen Hongtai had tears streaming down his face. He felt like the Yen family's ancestors must have been lucky to have such a proud daughter. Yen Chenyu's eyes were burning with anger as she stared at the ruins of the Red City. She flew towards Yen Zhanyun and said, Daddy, all the dimensional creatures in this city have been killed. I need to go save the people in the other cities. All right. Be careful, you are. Yen Zhanyun nodded his head. The invasion of the monsters had brought a devastating blow to the Red City. If the Red City and the Fragrant Sky City were in such a state, then the other cities would be in a similar state. There were a total of 28 cities in this region, and all of them were being attacked by the dimensional creatures as well. If Yen Chenyu could help them now, she would be able to save a lot of lives. With a wave of her white dress, Yen Chenyu disappeared from the sky above the Red City, flying towards the nearest city. Since all the dimensional creatures in the Red City had been killed, Yen Chenyu wasn't afraid of any more dimensional creatures appearing. Before they arrived, all the cities in the Red City area were already occupied by the dimensional creatures. The dimensional crack in Mount Origin was guarded by De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian, so no new dimensional creatures would appear in a short period of time. Without new dimensional creatures, the Red City would be safe. While Yen Chenyu was leaving the Red City, Jiang Chen had also left the Fragrant Sky City and was heading towards another city. Han Yen, Yuzi Han, Guan Yun, and Tian Yishan had split up into 4 groups, killing dimensional creatures along the way. Soon they had arrived at different cities. Rumble. The air was rippling, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. More than half of the city in front of them had been destroyed, and the city was filled with violent dimensional creatures. At this moment, a young man in blue robes appeared, emanating a boundless devilish aura. Fuck you, all of you can die now. The young man in blue robes was none other than Han Yen. When he saw the miserable state of those humans in the city, Han Yen was instantly enraged. He cursed out loudly, then he unleashed a devilish wave that swept across half of the city. Roar! Roar! Some divine core dimensional creatures kept roaring out furiously. They leapt into the sky and leapt towards Han Yen. But they were no match for Han Yen, and were instantly torn into pieces. In just 10 minutes, Han Yen had killed all the dimensional creatures in the city. Without waiting for the people to express their gratitude, Han Yen flew away like a gust of wind, heading towards another city. We're saved. All the monsters are killed. It was that young man who helped us. We don't know him. The heavens don't want us to die. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. At this moment, the entire city was filled with people kneeling down and worshipping Han Yen. On the other side, Yuzi Han City was in the same situation. There were a lot of dimensional creatures here, but the good thing was that there weren't any combat soul dimensional creatures. According to the Imperial Emperor, combat soul dimensional creatures would appear in the dimensional crack, but since there weren't any in the city right now, it was most likely because they hadn't come out from the dimensional crack yet. Invading my territory, killing my fellow humans. This is an unforgivable crime. Yuzi Han let out a furious roar. He swung his sword and unleashed a powerful wave of energy. None of the dimensional creatures could withstand a single strike from him, and they were all killed on the spot. Guan Yun and Tian Yishan were in the same situation as well. After witnessing what these brutal dimensional creatures had done, they were instantly enraged, and they didn't show any mercy at all. Besides, with Jiang Chen and Yen Chenyu's help, with their formidable combat strength, It would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out all the dimensional creatures in this area. It wouldn't take them too long to do so. This was a race against time, because with every second that passed, more people would die in the hands of these dimensional creatures. Bam bam bam. Loud booms kept ringing out, and shockwaves from battles could be felt everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Chen and the few men were like ferocious wolves and tigers. They started sweeping back and forth in this area, and wherever they went, all the dimensional creatures would be killed and turned into ashes. At the same time, back at Mount Origin, loud booms kept ringing out from the huge dimensional crack. Thunderbolts were interweaving with each other, and dark energies were swirling about. A tremendous suction force was unleashed from the dimensional crack, and it was devouring everything underneath it. From time to time, some dimensional creatures would roar and fall out from the dimensional crack. De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian were guarding both sides of the dimensional crack. Even they had to be extremely careful in this place, and they dared not get too close to the dimensional crack. If they were sucked into the dimensional crack by the suction force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bam! A late divine core dimensional creature fell out from the dimensional crack, and in an instant, it was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog's head. It died on the spot. As more and more dimensional creatures appeared, Big Yellow and Nangong Wentian realized something. During this period of time, the dimensional creatures that came out from the dimensional crack were getting stronger and stronger. De Huang, something doesn't feel right. The dimensional creatures are getting stronger and stronger. Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. Damn it, if this continues, I'm afraid a huge amount of combat soul dimensional creatures will appear. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Right after his words left his mouth, loud booms could be heard coming from the dimensional crack. After that, a majestic dimensional creature fell out from the crack, and it really did possess the aura of a combat soul warrior. You jinxed it. A combat soul dimensional creature appeared right after you said that. Nangong Wentian rolled his eyes and glared at De Huang Dog. What a dog's mouth. Nothing good would come out of it. Chapter 376. Roar. Although the dimensional creature was only at the early combat soul realm, its strength was not something an ordinary divine core dimensional creature could compare with. After the dimensional creature appeared, it immediately saw De Huang Dog, then it crazily leapt toward De Huang Dog. Damn it! De Huang Dog showed no signs of fear. With his huge head raised, he dashed toward the dimensional creature. De Huang Dog possessed the complete dragon horse bloodline, so no ordinary demon beast could compare with him. Even though he was only at the peak divine core realm, he was more than enough to fight an early combat soul warrior. Bam! De Huang Dog's head collided with the dimensional creature's palm, producing a loud clanging sound and producing some sparks. The combat soul dimensional creature was extremely powerful, and De Huang Dog was knocked back dozens of meters by the slap. On the other hand, the dimensional creature was shocked. It knew very well how powerful its attack was, and in its mind, the dog in front of it should have been smashed into pieces. However, nothing had happened to De Huang Dog, and his head was incredibly hard. Roar! The dimensional creature roared out once again. Then it leapt toward De Huang Dog. Facing this situation, Nangong Wentian couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately charged toward the dimensional creature with a giant ruler that was glowing with a bright blue light. Bang, bang, bang. The air around them started burning, and the unstable dimensional barrier became even more violent because of the intense battle. A man and a dog were fighting a combat soul dimensional creature together, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Furthermore, with De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian working together, the dimensional creature was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. Roar! Roar! The dimensional creature pounded its chest with both hands in a furious manner. Its gigantic body dashed forward, trying to tear the man and dog in front of it into pieces. De Huang, kill this guy! Nangong Wentian shouted out loudly. His body was covered in bright blue starlight, and he and De Huang Dog's teamwork was getting better and better. With the perfect teamwork, the dimensional creature was once again knocked back while letting out loud howls. Boom! However, before Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog could feel happy about it, another loud explosion sounded out from the dimensional crack, and another combat soul dimensional creature fell out from it. Another early combat soul dimensional creature. De Huang Dog's eyes widened. Not good. Combat soul dimensional creatures have started appearing, and I'm afraid more and more of them will appear in the near future. I'm afraid late combat soul dimensional creatures will appear soon, and with our strength, There's no way we can defend against them. Nangong Wentian said worriedly. Looks like I'll have to seal this spatial crack as soon as possible. De Huang Dog frowned. It's extremely difficult to seal the spatial crack, unless a combat king warrior personally intervenes. Nangong Wentian said. We can't seal the spatial crack anymore. Let's go find little Chenzi now. I'm sure those two-dimensional creatures will catch up to us. We'll let little Chenzi deal with them. Once we kill all the dimensional creatures in the Red City region, we'll figure out a way to seal the spatial crack. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and flew toward the Red City region. Nangong Wentian dared not hesitate. He immediately chased after De Huang Dog. With the two of them working together, they were able to deal with a powerful early combat soul-dimensional creature, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to deal with two of them. However, the current situation didn't look good for them, as more and more combat soul-dimensional creatures would appear, and there was no way they could defend against them. Roar, seeing that the man and dog had chosen to flee, the two-dimensional creatures immediately became furious and chased after them. They unleashed powerful energy waves, and wherever they went, all living beings would be killed. Right at this moment, most of the cities in the Red City region had calmed down. Jiang Chen and his men were simply too powerful, and no matter how many dimensional creatures there were, they were still not enough to kill. Many of the dimensional creatures in the cities had been killed, and only 3 cities were left. Yuzihan, Guaniyun, and Tianishan were rushing toward those cities, while Jiang Chen was rushing toward Mount Origin with Yan Chenyu and Han Yan. It's De Huang and Brother Nan. There are 2 powerful dimensional creatures following behind them. Han Yan saw De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian approaching from afar. Sure enough, combat soul dimensional creatures have appeared. Looks like De Huang and Brother Nan won't be able to defend against them. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. It hadn't been long, and combat soul dimensional creatures had already appeared. No one knew which dimensional crack was connected to, and no one knew how many dimensional creatures there were in that dimensional crack, and no one knew how powerful these dimensional creatures were. Little Chanzi, hurry up and kill them. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and his men, Nangong Wentian immediately shouted out. Let me do it. After saying that, Yan Chenyu flew toward the two-dimensional creatures with incredible speed. In an instant, she flew past De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian and stood in front of the two-dimensional creatures. Swoosh! Yan Chenyu waved her hand and unleashed 2 cold beams. They were 2 extremely sharp ice swords, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the two-dimensional creatures. Puchi! Puchi! Yan Chenyu, who was an early combat soul warrior, was simply too powerful. She had completely unleashed the power of her 9 Yin meridians. With just 2 cold beams, she had pierced through the 2 early combat soul dimensional creatures and sealed them in ice. What an abnormal 9 Yin meridians! Looking at the situation, Nangong Wentian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The 9 Yin meridians of a combat soul warrior was simply too powerful. Although he had great talent and could fight combat soul warriors with just his divine core cultivation, he was still a divine core warrior, not a combat soul warrior. At least, compared to Yan Chenyu, the gap between him and Yan Chenyu was huge. Little Chenzi, how are the dimensional creatures in the Red City area? De Huang Dog asked. Most of them have been killed, and there are only 3 small cities left. Zihan and the others will deal with them. We're going to Mount Origin to help you guys. Jiang Chen said. Killing all the dimensional creatures in the Red City area was just for the sake of saving people, but the real source of these dimensional creatures was in Mount Origin. If they didn't deal with the dimensional cracks soon, more dimensional creatures would appear, and the strength of those dimensional creatures would only get stronger. More combat soul dimensional creatures are coming from that direction. We can't hold them off any longer. Nangong Wentian said. Let's go have a look. Jiang Chen took the lead and flew toward the dimensional crack in Mount Origin. Soon, the group arrived at the dimensional crack. Right at this moment, 2 powerful dimensional creatures appeared at the same time. These 2-dimensional creatures were even more powerful, and one of them had reached the mid-combat soul realm. When it saw Jiang Chen and the group, it immediately leapt toward them. Humph! Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. Then he swung the Heavenly Saint's sword and killed both dimensional creatures in an instant. What made Jiang Chen depressed was that these dimensional creatures didn't even have demon souls in their bodies. If they did, he would be able to obtain some wealth from them. We need to find a way to fix the dimensional crack. If not, even more powerful dimensional creatures will appear. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. But, without a combat king warrior, it's impossible to fix the dimensional crack. Han Yan said. There's another way, we can use a formation. Jiang Chen said. Using a formation? Nangong Wentian and Han Yan were both startled. They had never heard of using a formation to mend a spatial crack. Would it really work? That's right. The only thing we can do now is to use a formation to seal the dimensional crack, preventing those dimensional creatures from coming out. Jiang Chen said, I know of an ancient formation called the Sky Mend Formation. It's constructed using the principles of yin and yang. Everything in this world belongs to yin and yang, and if we can successfully construct the Sky Mend Formation, we'll be able to temporarily seal the dimensional crack. At that point of time, the Imperial Emperor won't just sit back and do nothing. I'm sure he'll fix the dimensional crack. I've heard about this Sky Mend Formation from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. However, the process of constructing this formation is extremely complicated, and will need the yin and yang energies to work together. De Huangdog said. He was an expert in the ancient Heavenly Book of Source Formations, and he knew every single formation in this world, including the Sky Mend Formation mentioned by Jiang Chen. Little Yu is born with the 9 yin meridians, a true 9 yin body. She can provide us with the 9 yin energy. I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill and the 9 solar energies, so my yuan energy is extremely yang. Furthermore, I can use the 9 solar energies to form the 6 solar energy, and together with the yuan energy in my body, I'll be able to provide them with yang energy. With the balance of yin and yang, I'll be able to construct the Sky Mend Formation. There's no time to lose. Let's start now. De Huang, you're an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. I'll need your help later. Jiang Chen said. With his current cultivation, constructing the Sky Mend Formation would be extremely difficult, but with De Huangdog's help, it would be a different story. This dog was extremely mystical, and he was an expert in many aspects, especially when it came to formations. Back in the poisonous miasma space, he was able to construct an ancient formation like the spiral formation. Alright, let's work together and construct the Sky Mend Formation. De Huangdog's eyes lit up. He was instantly interested. He was the same as Jiang Chen. The more challenging something was, the more he liked it. Little Yu, listen to my command later and unleash your 9 yin energy. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Chenyu. Okay, Chen Gij. Yan Chenyu hurriedly nodded. At such a crucial moment, she didn't dare to screw up. Swish. Jiang Chen and De Huangdog turned into 2 rays of light and appeared on both sides of the spatial crack. Jiang Chen had a solemn expression on his face. He unleashed the Great Soul Derivation technique to the extreme, and both of his hands kept drawing in the air, striking out one rune after another that no one could understand. Those runes were actually seals. Soon, a huge illusory net made entirely of seals was condensed in front of Jiang Chen. On the other side, De Huangdog was doing the same. He kept drawing in the air with his hooves, and his speed was extremely fast, creating a huge net made entirely of seals as well. Chapter 377. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. However, after spending so much time with Jiang Chen, Han Yan and the others had gotten used to it. No matter what incredible things Jiang Chen was going to do, they would be mentally prepared for it. In this world, there were some things and people that couldn't be judged with common sense. Jiang Chen was an exception to this rule. He wasn't even 17 years old, but his soul had lived for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, his experiences were not something ordinary people could compare with. Without a doubt, it was a very difficult process to set up a super formation like the Sky Mend Formation. At least, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen right now. Even if he and De Huangdog worked together, it would still be very difficult for them to set up the formation in a short period of time. Furthermore, during the process of setting up the Sky Mend Formation, there would be many powerful dimensional creatures coming out from it. This made it even more difficult for them to set up the formation. Roar! Right at this moment, a series of roars could be heard. 3 powerful dimensional beasts let out tyrannical roars as they charged out from the spatial crack. As the spatial crack continued to appear, more and more dimensional beasts appeared, and each time, the number of dimensional beasts appeared was also increasing. Among these 3-dimensional creatures, 2 of them were only at the late divine core realm, and the last one was at the early combat soul realm. Little Yu! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Both he and De Huangdog were fully focused on setting up the Sky Mend Formation, so there was no way they could kill these dimensional creatures. Therefore, they could only rely on Yan Chenyu to kill these combat soul dimensional creatures. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, Yan Chenyu had already struck the moment the three-dimensional creatures appeared. With lightning speed, she unleashed 3 bright beams that pierced through the three-dimensional creatures, shattering them into pieces. Buzz! The air rippled, and the black devouring force became even stronger. Sharp hurricanes kept attacking Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's bodies. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare get so close to the dimensional crack. Just the terrifying hurricanes alone could cause them unimaginable damage, and they might even be devoured by the dimensional crack. However, both Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had extremely powerful fleshly bodies. Although these hurricanes were terrifying, they were not enough to harm them. As the greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen was omnipotent. De Huang dog was well versed in the holy book of source formations, and knew all kinds of formations in the world like the back of his hand. On top of that, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other for a long time. Therefore, when they worked together, it was perfect. The man and dog were both extremely fast, and they kept casting out complicated and indescribable seals. There were many seals that even Nangong Wentian and Han Yen couldn't understand. As the number of seals increased, the net formed by the seals grew larger and larger. However, it was an extremely slow process. During the process, some powerful dimensional creatures would come out from the hole, but they were all killed by Yan Chenyu. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog had completed the array formation. De Huang, connect! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and threw the net in his hand forward. At the same time, De Huang dog also threw the net in his hand. The two nets quickly merged together, and the sky mend formation was being completed in an orderly manner. Roar! The dimensional creatures in the dimensional crack seemed to have sensed the pressure from the formation, causing them to become even more restless. 2 beams of light flashed across the sky, and in the next moment, 2 30-meter-tall dimensional creatures dashed out from the crack. Roar! Roar! After these 2-dimensional creatures appeared, they fiercely pounded their own chests. Then they charged toward Jiang Chen and a Huang dog from the left and right. Not good! Nangong Wentian immediately cried out in panic, because these 2-dimensional creatures had both reached the mid-combat soul realm. Among all of them, apart from Jiang Chen, only Yan Chenyu had the ability to fight a mid-combat soul warrior. Nangong Wentian and Han Yen could at most fight an early combat soul warrior, but when facing a mid-combat soul warrior, there was nothing they could do. Chen Gij, what should we do now? Yan Chenyu was shocked, and she panicked for a moment. 2 mid-combat soul-dimensional creatures were charging toward both sides, and she could only block one of them at most. Help De Huang, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. All right, Yan Chenyu replied. With a sway of her body, she arrived in front of De Huang dog. She unleashed an icy energy toward the ferocious dimensional creature. On the other side, the mid-combat soul-dimensional creature had arrived in front of Jiang Chen as well. It looked extremely ferocious, as if it was going to tear Jiang Chen apart with its bare hands. Right now, Jiang Chen was focusing all his energy on the Sky Mend formation. If he were to spare some of his energy to deal with these dimensional creatures, the Sky Mend formation would fall apart. Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't spare any energy to deal with these dimensional creatures, but he did have a way to deal with them. Ice Demon, it's your turn. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Then a white beam shot out from his storage ring. Ever since he brought the Ice Demon King out, he had kept it as his trump card, and he had never used it. But now that the situation was critical, he had no other choice but to use it. Roar! The 30-zhang tall Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked even more ferocious than before. The Ice Demon King was like a mountain, and its entire body was covered with ice. As soon as it appeared, it smashed its fist onto the dimensional creature's head, causing it to explode and die on the spot. Oh! The Ice Demon King threw its head back and roared into the sky. It was extremely satisfied. For a ferocious existence like it, staying in the storage ring for a long time had driven it crazy. Therefore, now that Jiang Chen had let it out, it was like a dragon swimming in the ocean, or a tiger returning to the woods. Tearing a dimensional creature into pieces and tasting its blood, it felt extremely good. After killing a dimensional creature, the Ice Demon King didn't stop there. It immediately dashed to the other side and killed another dimensional creature that was fighting with Yan Chenyu with a single punch. In the Ice Demon King's eyes, Yan Chenyu was the true inheritor of the ice god, and she was its true master. It would never allow anyone to bully the inheritor of the ice god. Damn it! De Huang Dog staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. His eyes were wide open, and he stared at the ice demon in front of him, who looked even more terrifying than the dimensional creatures. Not only De Huang Dog, even Han Yen and Nangong Wentian had their mouths wide open, and they looked like they were struck dumb. Jiang Chen hadn't told anyone about the Ice Demon King, and besides Yan Chenyu, no one else knew about it. Therefore, when they suddenly saw such a frightening existence, there was no reason for them not to be shocked. Damn it, when did little Chenzi tame such a frightening monster? Judging from its aura just now, I'm afraid it's at least a late combat soul warrior. Nangong Wentian said with a shocked expression. This is insane. A mid-combat soul-dimensional creature was killed with just a single punch. I never expected little Chenzi to have such a powerful trump card. It's so dazzling. With the help of such a formidable existence, even the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect won't be a problem for us. Han Yen was also sighing with mixed emotions. I think little Chenzi tamed this monster in the Island of Ice. This guy is really amazing. He can even tame an existence like this. I really wonder how he did it. Nangong Wentian shook his head. He was completely speechless by Jiang Chen's abilities. With the help of this monster, no matter how many dimensional creatures come out, they will all be killed. With that, little Chenzi and De Huang will be able to build the Sky Mend formation. Han Yen said. The worried expression on his face had disappeared. Rumble. Loud rumbling noises could be heard coming from the dimensional crack, as if they had sensed the existence of the Sky Mend formation. The dimensional creatures inside the dimensional crack began to grow restless, and were trying their best to break out. This made it even more difficult to set up the Sky Mend formation. Fortunately, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were very skillful. The Sky Mend formation was set up in an orderly manner, and a gigantic illusionary net was about to be formed. During this process, more and more dimensional creatures came out from the dimensional crack, and each one was stronger than the previous one. There were even a few mid-combat soul-dimensional creatures, but in front of the mighty Ice Demon King, these dimensional creatures couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Ice Demon King just stood outside the dimensional crack, and every dimensional creature that came out would be greeted with a single punch from it. With just a simple punch, all dimensional creatures exploded. An hour later, the Sky Mend formation was finally completed. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. Then the Sky Mend formation covered the dimensional crack. In the next moment, the black devouring force started disappearing, and the restless dimensional crack suddenly calmed down. The sky above Mount Origin returned to normal. It's done. Nangong Wentian widened his eyes and threw his glance toward the spot where the dimensional crack appeared. He couldn't find the Sky Mend formation. It was as if nothing had happened. Phew! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog let out sighs of relief at the same time. Both of their faces were covered in sweat. It wasn't hard to imagine how much energy it took to set up the Sky Mend formation. Amazing, they really sealed it. Han Yen praised. 2 divine core warriors actually sealed the dimensional crack with a formation. Damn it, do they really have to be so amazing? Nangong Wentian couldn't help but say. This was an amazing situation, and if this news was spread out, it would definitely bring a huge storm to the world. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's reputation would definitely reach a new height. Dong dong. Suddenly, a muffled sound of something crashing could be heard from the sky. The Sky Mend formation started shaking violently, and in the blink of an eye, numerous cracks appeared on the formation, and black mist started shooting out from the cracks. Not good, some powerful dimensional creatures are attacking the Sky Mend formation, and it's at least a late combat soul dimensional creature. If this continues, the Sky Mend formation won't last long. De Huang Dog's expression changed dramatically. Our strength is limited, and the power of the Sky Mend formation is limited as well. The dimensional creatures inside don't want to be sealed, so they are attacking the formation. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Chen Gij, what should we do now? If the Sky Mend formation is destroyed, even more powerful dimensional creatures will come out. Although we have the Ice Demon with us, we have no idea how many dimensional creatures there are. We can't let this continue. Yan Chenyu worriedly said. Chapter 378. Rumble. The rumbling sounds coming from inside the dimensional crack became even more intense, and they could faintly hear the roars of dimensional beasts coming from inside. More cracks began to appear on the previously undamaged Skymend formation. Everyone's faces darkened. If the situation continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Skymend formation was completely destroyed, and once that happened, even more powerful dimensional beasts would appear. If there were more of them, even the Ice Demon King wouldn't be able to kill them all, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, it looks like all our efforts are going to be in vain, De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Facing a situation like this, even if he was an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, it would still be useless. After all, he was too weak, and an ancient formation like the Skymend formation couldn't unleash its true power. The Skymend formation in front of him was the result of him and Jiang Chen's combined efforts. If it still couldn't seal the dimensional beasts, then there was nothing they could do. Everyone was panicking, except for Jiang Chen, who had an indifferent expression on his face. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's calmness. It was as if no matter what happened, this young man in white would never panic. He was always so calm and collected. "All of you, get out of my way," Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, everyone was startled for a moment, then they quickly backed away, including the Ice Demon King. All of them backed away from the dimensional crack, and even De Huang Dog stayed away from the Skymend formation. Could it be that little Chenzi still has some tricks up his sleeves? Nangong Wentian said in shock. He really couldn't think of any tricks that Jiang Chen could use to seal the dimensional crack. It's hard to say, this kid is a weirdo, he might really have some tricks up his sleeves. Let's just wait and see. He has always been a calm person, and these dimensional beasts are related to the safety of the Red City. I'm sure he has to treat them seriously. De Huang Dog said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing under the Skymend formation. They wanted to see what other tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves to strengthen the Skymend formation and seal the dimensional crack. Clang! With a sway of his arm, the Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand with a clang, emitting a buzzing sound. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on the Heavenly Saint's sword, and he used his hand to stroke the body of the sword lovingly. "Don't disappoint me." As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately closed his eyes. He was communicating with the Heavenly Saint's sword. At this time, there was only one way to strengthen the Skymend array and completely seal the spatial crack, and that was to use the remnant Great Sage Laws in the Heavenly Saint's sword. This was a tyrannical peerless saint weapon. Although only 2 parts of it were found, it still contained Great Saint Laws. However, the level of Great Saint was too far away from Jiang Chen's current cultivation. Even if there were Great Saint Laws, Jiang Chen would not be able to use them. But Jiang Chen's situation was different, because the Heavenly Saint sword was forged by him, and the Great Saint Laws were added by him as well. If there was someone in this world who could summon Great Saint Laws at the Divine Core Realm, that person would definitely be Jiang Chen, and he would definitely summon them from the Heavenly Saint sword. The Great Saint Laws were above everything else. They were the peak existences in this world. Although Jiang Chen couldn't unleash the power of the Great Saint Laws, as long as he could summon them and add them into the Skymend formation, it would make the formation extremely sturdy. With that, sealing the dimensional crack wouldn't be a problem. Swoosh! 1 minute later, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed an invisible airflow from the Heavenly Saint's sword. The moment the airflow appeared, it instantly froze the surrounding space. Han Yen and the others could feel a mighty pressure pressing down from the sky. The pressure was so great that it made their souls tremble, and it made it difficult for them to breathe. Although it only lasted for a short moment, it gave them the urge to kneel down and worship it. The invisible airflow entered the Skymend formation, and the shaking Skymend formation instantly calmed down. The rumbling noises had disappeared as well, and the sky returned to normal. This time, the dimensional crack had been completely sealed. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint's sword let out a loud cry. Then it was put away by Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, the sky above Mount Origin had returned to normal, and the aura of the dimensional creatures could no longer be sensed. Facing such a sudden change, Han Yen and the others had their mouths wide open in shock. They had no idea what had just happened. They only felt the pressure for a split second, and after that, they lost their consciousness. As for the place where the dimensional crack had appeared in the sky, apart from the fact that there was a formation there, they couldn't see any other changes. In fact, with their eyesight, they couldn't see the existence of any laws. The Great Saint Laws were like nothingness in front of them. Not to mention them, even if the Combat King Realm Imperial Emperor was here, he would only be able to see the Skymend formation, but he wouldn't be able to see the great saint laws within it. 4 Combat King Realm cultivators, the saint realm was too far away, and the gap between them was not small. A real saint could kill billions of Combat King Realm cultivators with just a flick of his finger, turning them into ashes. Damn it! Little brat, tell me, how did you do it? De Huang Dog jumped in front of Jiang Chen and asked while baring his teeth. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities, but today, Jiang Chen had shocked him once again. He couldn't see what method Jiang Chen had used to strengthen the Skymen formation and completely seal up the dimensional crack. Little Chenzi, what method did you use? What was that pressure just now? Han Yen also asked. Although Nangong Wentian didn't say anything, his eyes had already expressed his bewilderment. This was truly too astonishing. The heaven-repairing array that was on the verge of being destroyed actually became impregnable in the blink of an eye, completely sealing the spatial crack. This was truly too mystical. That's a secret. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He decided to keep this a secret. He couldn't tell them the great saint laws. That would be ridiculous. Fuck you! 2 men and a dog shouted at the same time. Although they had guessed that Jiang Chen wouldn't tell them, they still couldn't help but curse out loud when they heard Jiang Chen's words. Alright, now that the dimensional crack has been dealt with, let's go home before we return to the Martial Palace. The Red City area was attacked by those dimensional creatures, and it was severely damaged. Many people were killed, so we need to take care of the aftermath. Besides, it wasn't easy for me to come back. If I just leave like this, my dad will curse me to death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. When he thought of Jiang Zhenhan, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He really cherished this kind of family. Many of our Yen family members are severely injured. Chen Gij has a lot of healing pills with you. I can help them recover quickly. Yen Chenyu said. She couldn't help but worry when she thought of the injuries suffered by Yen Zhanyun and the others. Haha, right when they were about to leave for the Red City area, a series of loud laughter sounded out. After that, a figure suddenly appeared from afar like a ghost. It was an old man wearing an imperial robe. He looked to be in his 50s, and he was unleashing an extremely powerful aura that made those who looked at him feel pressured. Upon seeing this old man, the expressions of Jiang Chen and the others instantly changed. This old man wasn't a stranger to them. He was one of the men who followed the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect chief to the Martial Palace to deal with Jiang Chen. He was a highly respected elder from the Shangguan clan, and he was a late divine core warrior. He was a frightening man. Humph. Those men from the Shangguan clan are really shameless. Why do they follow us all the way here? Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He was really angry. Although he didn't know this old man's name, he knew that this man was from the Shangguan clan. For a late combat soul warrior from the Shangguan clan to appear here at this time, he was definitely not here to chat with him. However, the Shangguan clan knew that he had accepted such a difficult mission, and they still sent someone here. This was really disgusting. The old man was none other than Shangguan Yiqing's grandfather, Shangguan Ying. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was beyond anyone's imagination. With Shangguan Ying's eyesight, he immediately saw the Skymen formation above them, and a shocked expression emerged on his face. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. You actually used a formation to seal the crack in space. My grandson also has a very high attainment in formation. If you didn't kill him, he would definitely become a great formation master in the future. Shangguan Ying said. When he saw the Skymen formation, he couldn't help but think of his grandson, who he was so proud of. With Shangguan Yiqing's attainments in the art of formations, his future achievements would definitely be beyond anyone's reach. You're Shangguan Yiqing's grandfather? Jiang Chen finally understood. That's right, Jiang Chen, you little bastard, you killed my grandson. Today, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The 9th Emperor isn't here to protect you. Let's see how you can escape from me. Shangguan Ying said with a grin on his face. In fact, it wasn't the Shangguan clan's idea for him to come to Mount Origin. He had come here secretly. After all, Jiang Chen's mission to fix the dimensional crack was given by the Imperial Emperor himself, and even the 9th Emperor wasn't allowed to participate in it. If he attacked Jiang Chen secretly, he would be breaking the Imperial Emperor's rules. However, in order to avenge his grandson, Shangguan Ying couldn't care less. All he wanted to do was to kill Jiang Chen. Nothing else mattered to him. However, Shangguan Ying had placed all his attention on Jiang Chen, and he had completely ignored the Ice Demon King who was standing next to Yen Chenyu. He never expected that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful existence by his side. Damn it, the Shangguan clan is really despicable. We even accepted a mission like this, but you guys attacked us secretly. How shameless. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. Humph. No matter what, the Shangguan clan is one of the strongest superpowers in the Jian province. What they did is really disgusting. Chapter 379. The anger of Nangong Wentian, Han Yen, and the others didn't make Shangguaning feel ashamed or uncomfortable. Instead, it made him feel even better. In Shangguan Ying's mind, the angrier they were, the more afraid they were of him. The feeling of making one's enemies feel fear was really refreshing, and Shangguan Ying enjoyed it. In his eyes, these people were like turtles in a jar, his prey. He wouldn't let any of them go, he was going to kill them one by one, especially Jiang Chen. He wanted to torture him thoroughly before killing him. If not, he would feel sorry for his dead grandson. Jejia, Jiang Chen, let's see how you can escape from me today. You're all going to die today, and you're all going to die miserably. This is the result of going against the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Ying said with an evil smile on his face. He couldn't think of any way these juniors could escape from him. The strongest among them was Jiang Chen, and although Jiang Chen was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors, he still stood no chance against a late-combat soul warrior like Shangguan Ying. Haha, Shangguan Ying, are you really sure you can kill us? Jiang Chen didn't get angry, instead, he started laughing. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. Not only Jiang Chen, even Han Yen and Nangong Wentian had a smile on their faces. The anger on their faces was completely gone, and no fear or panic could be seen on their faces. This startled Shangguan Ying for a moment, but he quickly figured out that these men were just pretending to be calm. Humph. No matter how hard you try to stay calm, no one will be able to save you today. The 9th Emperor will never show up at this moment. Jiang Chen, I heard you found a broken piece of an Emperor weapon on the island of ice. If you can give me that broken piece of an Emperor weapon, I might consider giving you a quick death. Jiang Chen said. Shangguan Ying coldly harumphed. His sharp gaze fell upon Jiang Chen. The news about Jiang Chen obtaining a broken piece of an Emperor weapon in the island of ice had spread far and wide, and Shangguan Ying naturally knew about it as well. Everyone was greedy, especially when the prey was right in front of them. I'm really sorry, but it's impossible for me to give you the fragment of the Emperor armament. Furthermore, who told you that if the 9th Emperor doesn't make a move, we'll definitely die? If I told you that you're going to die today, I'm afraid you won't believe me, right? Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said casually, What? I'm dead meat. Haha. Shangguan Ying was startled for a moment, but soon after, he burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. It was like a mouse baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at a cat that was 10 times bigger than it, telling the cat that it was going to die. What a joke! Jiang Chen, I really have no idea why you would say such a joke, but since you don't want to hand over the Emperor weapon, I'll come and get it myself. Once I kill you, all your treasures will be mine. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Shangguan Ying's killing intent erupted from his body. He decided not to waste his breath on Jiang Chen. He decided to strike without hesitation. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded out, followed by an illusory gigantic hand descending from the sky. Shangguan Ying had perfectly unleashed his late combat soul aura, and it was so powerful that no one dared to look directly at it. It was as if the gigantic hand could destroy everything in its path, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Facing such a powerful attack from Shangguan Ying, Jiang Chen's smile didn't diminish. He just stood there, showing no signs of attacking. Humph! Ignorant kid! How dare you be so arrogant? Die now! Shangguan Ying coldly harumphed. With an evil smile on his face, the gigantic hand continued attacking Jiang Chen without slowing down. Roar! Right at this moment, a loud roar sounded out. In the next second, Shangguan Ying saw a white beam suddenly appear in front of Jiang Chen. It was a gigantic monster that stood over 30 meters tall, and it moved with incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, it had punched out. Rumble. The air rippled, and even the air became scorching hot. The Ice Demon King had shattered Shangguan Ying's attack with just a single punch, and the whole process was as easy as smashing rotten wood. Tap tap tap. Shangguan Ying was forced 3 steps back. What? Shangguan Ying's expression changed dramatically. He stared at the monster in front of him with an expression of disbelief. The shock he felt in his heart had reached an extreme level. Shangguan Ying had noticed this monster when he first arrived. However, the Ice Demon King just stood there without releasing any aura. That's why Shangguan Ying didn't notice it. He never expected this monster to be so powerful. Judging from its cultivation, it had reached the peak combat soul realm, and its combat strength was even greater than his. What do you think, Shangguan Ying? I told you can't kill me, but since you're here today, don't think you can leave. Jiang Chen said. How is this possible? How can you control such a powerful monster? Shangguan Ying felt he was having a hard time breathing. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. A young late divine core warrior actually had the ability to control a peak combat soul demon beast. This was really shocking, and he wouldn't believe it if he didn't witness it with his own eyes. That's not something you should worry about. You better think about your own situation. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Humph. Jiang Chen, do you really think a monster like this can defeat me? That's just wishful thinking. This monster only has a strong body and an extremely cold physique. It doesn't have any powerful combat skills. With my combat skills and combat weapon, I can easily kill it. Shangguan Ying said with a loud voice. He could tell that although this monster in front of him had a powerful combat strength, it only relied on the strength of its body. It didn't have any powerful combat skills, and it didn't have any combat weapon. This was the gap between them. Let me give you a friendly reminder, if you choose to run away now, you might still be able to make it. Jiang Chen said. What he said was true. Shangguan Ying was a late combat soul warrior, and if he really wanted to run away, even the Ice Demon King wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, they weren't in the world of glaciers, so the Ice Demon King's combat strength and speed would be greatly reduced. What a joke. Die now. Stone-shattering palm. How could Shangguan Ying run away? To him, this was a rare opportunity. He unleashed his energy and unleashed the Shangguan clan's ultimate skill, the stone-shattering palm. When this powerful combat skill was unleashed by Shangguan Ying, its power wasn't something any of the other Shangguan clan disciples Jiang Chen had met before could compare with. Swoosh! Jiang Chen and the others moved to the side, creating a space for the Ice Demon King and Shangguan Ying to fight. At the same time, Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation skill and locked onto Shangguan Ying, not giving him any chance to run away. He knew how frightening the Ice Demon King was, and if Shangguan Ying continued fighting it, he wouldn't have a good ending. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Shangguan Ying go today. The reason was simple. First, Shangguan Ying was from the Shangguan clan, and he was Jiang Chen's mortal enemy. There was no reason for him to let an enemy escape. Secondly, Shangguan Ying had seen the Ice Demon King, and if he ran away, Jiang Chen's secret would be exposed. For Jiang Chen, the Ice Demon King was a powerful trump card, and if his enemy found out about it, it would lose its purpose. Roar! The Ice Demon King let out a furious roar. It punched out its gigantic fist towards Shangguan Ying's stone-shattering palm. Bang! Once again, the atmosphere became chaotic. This time, the Ice Demon King wasn't able to gain the upper hand. Just like what Shangguan Ying had said, the Ice Demon King's strength came from its own body, while Shangguan Ying was able to use a powerful combat skill. A powerful combat skill would provide an unimaginable boost to one's combat strength. Therefore, the Ice Demon King was knocked back by Shangguan Ying's attack. Haha, this monster is no match for me. Jiang Chen, if this is your trump card, you're finished today. Once I kill this monster, I'll kill all of you. Seeing the Ice Demon King being knocked back, Shangguan Ying burst into laughter. Once again, he unleashed his powerful combat skill, unleashing a rainbow-colored energy wave towards the Ice Demon King. Roar! The Ice Demon King kept roaring furiously. It didn't know what death was, and it didn't even put up any defense, it just continued attacking. Little Chinzi, do you think this Ice Demon can defeat Shangguan Ying? Han Yen said with a sigh. I don't think it's possible. Nangong Wentian shook his head as well. Let's just wait and see. If Shangguan Ying doesn't run away, he's dead for sure. Jiang Chen sneered. Only he knew that the Ice Demon King had another amazing ability, the ability to be immortal. Now that Yan Chanyu was here, it was like the Black Ice Talisman was here. As long as the Ice Demon King got close to the Black Ice Talisman, its demon spirit would be able to hide, and it would be able to resurrect instantly. Han Yen and Nangong Wentian exchanged a glance. They had no idea where Jiang Chen got his confidence from. On the other side, Shangguaning and the Ice Demon King were fighting fiercely. The more Shangguaning fought, the more frightened he became. This monster in front of him was too difficult to deal with. It was fighting with no regard for its own life. It only knew how to attack fiercely, and it didn't know how to defend itself at all. Damn it! Is this monster not afraid of death? If that's the case, I'll just have to kill you. Shangguaning cursed. With a shake of his arm, a bright blade appeared in his hand. It was a perfect ranked combat weapon. With Shangguanying's status, the combat weapon in his hand was obviously the best among all perfect ranked combat weapons. It was not something an ordinary perfect ranked combat weapon could compare with. Die! Shangguaning raised the blade high up, unleashed all of his yuan energy, and slashed down at the Ice Demon King. Puchi! The Ice Demon King didn't even try to dodge, and just like that, it was slashed in half by Shangguanying's blade. Its body shattered and turned into ice. What? Chapter 380. Haha, Jiang Chen, your monster helper is just apart from his brute strength, he's useless. Now that he's been killed by me, what other tricks do you have left? Shangguaning burst into laughter. He felt extremely delighted. He felt that he had overestimated this ice demon. He thought it would have some powerful tricks, but it turned out that it was just an idiot who only knew how to attack and not how to defend. An existence like this could never pose any threat to him. Is that so? How do you know it's standing right behind you after you killed it? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Haha, Jiang Chen, are you out of your mind? Shangguaning kept laughing. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Jiang Chen pointed behind Shangguaning. Shangguanying's expression changed, and he couldn't help but tremble. He wasn't shocked by Jiang Chen's words. He was shocked by the fact that he really felt a cold aura coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a huge fist coming toward his head. A gigantic creature had suddenly appeared behind him, and it was none other than the Ice Demon. What? This time, Shangguaning was really shocked. He immediately unleashed the earth-shattering palm to block the Ice Demon King's attack. However, as he was caught off guard, he was knocked back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. Right at this moment, Shangguanying's heart was in turmoil. Impossible! This is impossible. I killed it. How could it appear in front of me unscathed? Not only that, it didn't even lose a single bit of its combat strength. Shangguaning simply couldn't accept this reality. He had slashed the Ice Demon King in half just now, and it was a devastating attack that couldn't possibly recover from. But, what was going on in front of him? Shangguaning was shocked. However, the Ice Demon King didn't hold back at all. It immediately unleashed a violent attack toward Shangguaning. Boom! The Ice Demon King and Shangguaning once again engaged in a fierce battle. The Ice Demon King's combat strength hadn't weakened at all after being resurrected, and it was still attacking Shangguaning without any regard for its own life. The Ice Demon King was very clear about its advantage. It was invincible, so it didn't even bother defending itself. On the other hand, Shangguaning was in a completely different situation. The fact that the Ice Demon King had come back to life had caused his mind to be in a mess, and his combat strength had been greatly weakened. Holy shit, this works too? Han Yen rolled his eyes. He felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Little Chenzi, what's going on? The Ice Demon King was clearly killed. How did it suddenly come back to life? Nangong Wentian stood beside Jiang Chen and asked anxiously. If he did not get an answer to this question, he might go crazy. This is the Ice Demon King's special ability. It has two incredible abilities. Its demon spirit can hide in the void, and when its body is destroyed, it can instantly resurrect itself using its demon spirit. Jiang Chen told Nangong about the Ice Demon King's terrifying ability, but he didn't mention anything about the Black Ice Talisman. Damn it, this ability is simply heaven-defying. If that's the case, Shangguaning is going to be in big trouble today. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. He had never heard of the Ice Demon King's ability before. If what Jiang Chen said was true, the Ice Demon King was an existence that couldn't be killed. If Shangguaning continued fighting the Ice Demon King, sooner or later, he would be completely exhausted, and he would be severely injured by the Ice Demon King. Haha, awesome. This old guy is going to die. Han Yen burst into laughter. He was extremely happy, and Nangong Wentian kept giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen was able to subdue a monster like this. This really made him admire Jiang Chen greatly. Shangguan Ying's mind is in a mess. Everyone, seal off this area, don't give him any chance to escape. Little Yu, De Huang, Nan, and Yen, stand on one side, I'll stand on the other. Today we have to kill this old man. If he escapes, we won't be able to keep the secret of the Ice Demon King. Jiang Chen said. All right. Yen Chen Yu nodded. Apart from Jiang Chen, Yen Chen Yu was the strongest person here. With a few of them working together with the Ice Demon King, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Shangguan Ying. Rumble. The intense fight continued. Shangguan Ying and the Ice Demon King were locked in a stalemate. Damn it, I don't believe you can't be killed. Shangguan Ying was enraged. This was the first time in his life that he had been in a fight like this. He felt like he had just seen a ghost. Shangguan Ying once again drew out the saber in his hand, unleashing all of his Yuan energy. The saber shone brightly as it slashed down towards the Ice Demon King's head. Rumble! Under the impact of the perfect ranked combat saber, the Ice Demon King was slashed in half once again, and died on the spot. However, before Shangguan Ying could celebrate his victory, a new Ice Demon King appeared. This new Ice Demon King's combat strength hadn't weakened at all, it was still at its peak state, and it continued attacking Shangguan Ying. What? Shangguan Ying cried out in shock. Both of his eyes had turned red, and he felt like he was in a dream. This monster's monstrous ability was beyond his understanding. Even if ordinary demonic beasts had the ability to resurrect, they would still have to pay a heavy price every time they resurrected. At the very least, they would be killed once, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. However, this Ice Demon King in front of him, every time it resurrected, it would return to its peak state, and it didn't seem to be weakened at all. On the other hand, after killing the Ice Demon King twice in a row, Shangguan Ying had consumed a lot of his energy. Coupled with the fact that his mind was in a mess, it was difficult for him to unleash his full combat strength. Amazing! Han Yen shouted out. He had finally witnessed something new today. He never expected there to be such a monstrous ice demon in this world. With its undying ability, even the strongest enemy would have a headache dealing with it. In fact, only Jiang Chen knew that it wasn't that the Ice Demon King was undying, it was just that its demon spirit had a monstrous ability to hide itself. With Jiang Chen's ability, it was impossible for him to discover its hidden demon spirit. However, if he encountered a combat king warrior, he might be able to discover the Ice Demon King's weak point. It was just like how Jiang Chen had killed the other ice demons in the world of glaciers. He could destroy its demon spirit the moment he killed it, and that way, he would be able to completely destroy the Ice Demon King. Unfortunately, Shangguan Ying didn't have the ability to destroy the Ice Demon King, so he was destined to be destroyed by it. Ugh! The more Shangguan Ying fought, the more aggrieved he felt. In the end, he was screaming out in pain. Damned monster, I don't believe you have 3 lives. Dang! Shangguan Ying's eyes turned red. This time, he was really going all out. He raised his saber high up in the air, then swung it down, leaving a deep mark in the air. The terrifying saber light looked like a golden waterfall, and it was extremely frightening. This was Shangguan Ying's last attack with all his strength. His blood and qi had started to boil, and this attack was more than enough to kill the Ice Demon King once again since it didn't know how to defend itself. However, if the Ice Demon King could recover, Shangguan Ying's combat strength would be halved, and he wouldn't be a match for it at all. Puchi! Without any surprise, just as Shangguan Ying had expected, his powerful attack killed the Ice Demon King once again. But unfortunately, in the next moment, the Ice Demon King reappeared, unscathed. Puh! Seeing this, Shangguan Ying immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. How could he continue fighting like this? He couldn't bear it anymore. Roar! The Ice Demon King jumped up once again, and its gigantic fist smashed down. Shangguan Ying, who had almost exhausted all his energy, was no longer a match for it. Furthermore, the Ice Demon King was too fast, and Shangguan Ying could only raise his arms to block. Boom! Under the Ice Demon King's violent energy attack, one of Shangguan Ying's arms was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, and he let out a miserable shriek. Damn it, I admit defeat today. Shangguan Ying endured the pain coming from his broken arm, and without saying anything, he turned around and started running away. He was not an idiot. He knew that there was no way he could kill Jiang Chen in this situation. If he kept fighting, he might even lose his life here. This time, he didn't manage to find out more about Jiang Chen's strength, and he was very upset about it. Shangguan Ying, are you still trying to run away at this point? A young man in white clothes suddenly appeared and blocked Shangguan Ying's way. Jiang Chen, die! When Shangguan Ying saw Jiang Chen, he immediately swung his saber at him without saying anything. Too bad, with your current strength, you are no threat to me. Jiang Chen swung his heavenly saint sword, and it collided with Shangguan Ying's saber, producing a large amount of sparks. Shangguan Ying felt his arm go numb from the impact, and he nearly lost his grip on his saber. When he saw the state of his saber, he was shocked. His superior combat weapon was a powerful perfect-ranked combat weapon, but after colliding with Jiang Chen's long sword, a few cracks had appeared on it. What an amazing divine sword! Shangguan Ying was shocked, but he didn't have the time to think about it, because the Ice Demon King had caught up to him. Boom! The Ice Demon King's attack was very simple. It just threw a punch at Shangguan Ying. However, it was this simple attack that Shangguan Ying couldn't handle. He tried his best to block the Ice Demon King's attack, but he couldn't block Jiang Chen's divine sword. Slash! The Heavenly Saint's sword mercilessly slashed down on Shangguan Ying's shoulder, cutting off his other arm. Ah! After losing both his arms, Shangguan Ying let out an angry and unwilling scream. He knew he was done for today, and he didn't even have the chance to run away. His heart was filled with regret. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen let out a light shout. The huge blood-red dragon claw turned into a huge cage, trapping Shangguan Ying within it like a huge mountain. Shangguan Ying was at the end of his tether. There was no way he could block Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. I've kindly reminded you before, if you had chosen to run away at the beginning, you might still have a chance. But now, you're going to die. Chapter 381. After being trapped by the true dragon palm, Shangguan Ying finally felt the real danger, the threat of death. He had never met Jiang Chen before, but he knew Jiang Chen's character very well. Although he was young, he was a cruel and merciless man. Now that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, there was no way he could survive. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? The Shangguan clan's fury is not something you can withstand. Shangguan Ying roared out. Can't you Shangguan clan people say something else before you die? You're just too boring. Jiang Chen sneered. He increased the power of the true dragon palm, causing Shangguan Ying's body to twist. Cracking sounds could be heard from his bones, and many cracks appeared on his body, causing blood to shoot out from his wounds. Haha, Jiang Chen, you're dead meat. Don't think the Ninth Emperor can protect you. Just because the Imperial Emperor doesn't like you, you won't have a good ending. Shangguan Ying burst into laughter. You talk too much nonsense. You can die right now, Yi Zichen said. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with Shangguan Ying. He forcefully increased the power of the true dragon palm and smashed Shangguan Ying into dust. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed the saber and the storage ring. Shangguan Ying was a highly respected elder of the Shangguan clan, and he was also a late combat soul warrior. The amount of wealth he had was definitely not something ordinary people could compare with. Since he had killed this man, if he didn't take his wealth, he would be letting himself down. As for the saber, it was also a superior perfect-ranked combat weapon. Although it was cracked by the Heavenly Saint's sword, with Jiang Chen's abilities, it was easy for him to repair it. After killing Shangguan Ying, Jiang Chen didn't feel happy at all, because the words Shangguan Ying said before he died really annoyed him. But what Shangguan Ying said was right. Indeed, the Imperial Emperor didn't like him, and Jiang Chen could feel it. The reason he didn't like him wasn't just because he didn't kneel down and kowtow to the Imperial Emperor in the martial Saint dynasty. There was another reason. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Wu Jiu was the reason behind all this. Although the Imperial Emperor seemed to respect Wu Jiu on the surface, it didn't mean that he liked Wu Jiu in his heart. No one wanted to live in someone else's shadow, especially someone with a high position like the Imperial Emperor. He needed the respect of all his people, and Wu Jiu's existence had left a shadow in his heart that was hard to erase. Every time he smiled or showed respect to Wu Jiu, it would make him feel extremely uncomfortable, making him feel that everything he had today was given to him by Wu Jiu. For a high and mighty emperor, he would never allow a shadow like this to exist. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a feeling that the conflict between the Imperial Emperor and Wu Jiu would escalate sooner or later, and his appearance would most likely be the fuse that would cause this conflict to escalate. This could be seen from the fact that the Imperial Emperor had given him such a difficult and nearly impossible mission. Chen Gij, what's wrong? Yan Chen noticed the strange expression on Jiang Chen's face, so she asked. That's right, little Chenzi, killing that old fool should be a happy thing. Why do you look so sad? Han Yan teased. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders as a smile emerged on his face. He had temporarily thrown all these questions to the back of his mind, because it was useless to think about it. The Imperial Emperor was a combat king warrior, and the gap between their cultivation levels was huge. To put it bluntly, whenever the Imperial Emperor wanted to touch Jiang Chen or Jiang Chen, they would have no choice but to stretch out their necks and wait for the Imperial Emperor to kill them. The only thing they needed to do now was to improve their strength as quickly as possible. In this cruel world, only strength mattered. As for Wu Jiu, Jiang Chen believed that the Imperial Emperor wouldn't dare touch him right now. After all, the Imperial Emperor was the Martial Saint Dynasty's emperor, and the Ninth Emperor was also a high and mighty figure. If the Imperial Emperor wanted to touch Wu Jiu, he would have to find an irrefutable reason. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? Are we going back to the Martial Palace? Nangong Wentian asked. There's no need to rush back to the Martial Palace. Going home is more important. More than half of the Red City area has been destroyed, and it's not something that can be repaired in a short period of time. It's time for the Jiang family to stand out and become the leader. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. There were a total of 28 cities in the Red City area, and each of them had been severely damaged. Many of them had even lost their city lords' mansions, and their city lords had been killed. The entire area had fallen into an unprecedented chaos. Right at this moment, someone had to stand out and rebuild the city so that they could rule over this area. Once they had a leader, it would be much easier to rebuild the city, and only the Jiang family was qualified to be the leader. Furthermore, if this guy leaves without saying anything, that old man of his will probably curse him for 3 days and 3 nights. De Huang Dog said while clenching his teeth. Haha, everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter, especially Jiang Chen. With a leap, he had already flown a few miles away. In this life, his father was extremely important to him, as important as his own life. Everyone quickly followed behind Jiang Chen. Now that the dimensional crack had been sealed, and they had even killed Shangguaning, it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. For Jiang Chen and Yan Chen Yu, after traveling for such a long time, it was rare for them to be able to return home. This kind of feeling was not something that ordinary people could understand. During the past year, Jiang Chen had traveled across the world, and he had long gotten used to the life of slaughter. Now that he had returned home, he felt like a man who had just returned from a long journey. As for the Imperial Emperor of the Martial Saint Dynasty, regardless of whether the Imperial Emperor hated him or not, and regardless of the reason why he gave him this mission, Jiang Chen still had to thank him. If it wasn't for the Imperial Emperor, he wouldn't have been able to find out about what had happened in Mount Origin. If he had come back a moment later, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. When he returned home with great success and fame, he would find out that his loved ones had been turned into ashes, and that would be a great sorrow. But now, because of the Imperial Emperor, that would never happen again. Soon, the group left Mount Origin, and they bumped into Yu Zihan and the other 2-dimensional creatures who were heading towards them. The 3 of them had killed all the remaining dimensional creatures in the Red City region, and when they saw Jiang Chen and his group, they immediately greeted them. Little Chenzi, how's the dimensional crack? Yu Zihan asked. It's been solved. Jiang Chen said. What? Solved? How did they do it? Tianishan cried out in surprise. He wasn't surprised at all. Even Han Yan and the others were shocked to the core, let alone Tianishan and the others. It's been solved. Little Chenzi and De Huang have deployed the Sky Mend formation to temporarily seal the dimensional crack. The dimensional creatures inside won't be able to come out in a short period of time. Nangong Wentian said. After knowing that the Sky Mend formation had sealed the dimensional crack, the 3 of them were still shocked. However, when they thought about all the things that Jiang Chen had done in the past, it seemed like nothing was impossible when it came to him. Zihan, have you dealt with all the dimensional creatures here? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, I've dealt with them all, and I can guarantee that there won't be any dimensional creatures left alive in this area. Yu Zihan patted his chest and promised. Good, Let's head to the Fragrant Sky City now. Jiang Chen said. The closest city to Mount Origin was the Red City, and it was also the biggest city in this area. It was also the strongest city in this area. Of course, this was only when Jiang Chen hadn't left this area. Right now, the strongest city in this area was the Fragrant Sky City. After Jiang Zhan had obtained the Mystic Yuan skill, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now a late Heavenly Core warrior. He had long surpassed Yan Zhanyun. Chen Gij, I need some healing pills from you. I need to go back and treat the people from the Yan family first. My dad, great sect elder, and Uncle Meng are all severely injured, and if we don't treat them soon, I'm afraid their lives will be in danger. Yan Chenyu said. If that's the case, let's go to the Red City first and bring father-in-law and great sect elder to the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen said. N. Yan Chenyu nodded her head. When she heard Jiang Chen call her father-in-law, she couldn't help but blush. The entire Red City was in a state of grief. Many people who had lost their families and homes were crying out loud. This kind of grief would last for a long time, and it wouldn't go away in a short period of time. Damn those dimensional creatures. If we didn't arrive in time, many places here would have turned into dead cities. Looking at this sad scene, Han Yen couldn't help but say angrily, "Let's go. No one can stop a natural disaster like this." Jiang Chen shook his head and started walking towards the Yen family. Compared to the other places in the city, the Yen family was still in good condition. Besides the Misty Rain Tower which was destroyed, all the buildings inside the Yen family were still in good condition. When they saw Jiang Chen and his men, the severely injured Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai immediately rushed forward to greet them. Dad! Yan Chenyu's heart ached. She hurriedly walked up to Yan Zhanyun and supported him. Father-in-law, Jiang Chen came back late. Jiang Chen bowed to Yan Zhanyun. Not late, not at all. I'm so happy that you're back. Yan Zhanyun was very emotional. He kept looking at Jiang Chen, thinking that he had not misjudged Jiang Chen. Father-in-law, great sect elder, here are some pills. Take them now, and follow me to the Fragrant Sky City to heal your wounds. Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw some pills into Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai's hands. Some of these pills were obtained from the Island of Ice, and some were looted from other places. They were all great healing pills, and any one of them would be considered as the best of the best in the Red City. All right, distribute these pills. Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai each took one pill, and Yan Chenyu took the rest. Yan Meng was seriously injured, so he couldn't come out and meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart was in the Fragrant Sky City, so he didn't go see Yan Meng. After Yan Chenyu finished distributing the pills, she brought Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai to the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen, the son-in-law, had already met his father-in-law, and Yan Chenyu, the daughter-in-law, still had to meet her father-in-law. Chapter 382. Young Master is back. Young Master is back. Right after Jiang Chen and the group landed in the Jiang family's courtyard, they immediately heard loud cheers. All the guards of the Jiang family were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs. Every part of their faces was filled with excitement. They couldn't help but be excited. A legendary figure had appeared in the Jiang family, and he had always been the pride of all of them. Not long ago, this young master had appeared out of nowhere and killed all the dimensional creatures, saving all of their lives. After Jiang Chen left the Fragrant Sky City, the legends about Jiang Chen were still spreading in the Fragrant Sky City, or rather the entire Red City. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, killed all the dimensional creatures, and saved all the lives in the Red City, it could be said that he had made a great contribution to the Jiang family. The guards were yelling at the top of their lungs, and the people of Jiang Chen's family started walking out one by one. Actually, they couldn't really be called walking out anymore, because every single one of them was running out of the Jiang family. The person in the lead was none other than the mayor, Jiang Zhenhai. Behind him, there were more than a dozen people. One of them was an old man with a dignified appearance. He was the Black Hawk, who was subdued by Jiang Chen a long time ago. There were also the Jiang family's alchemist, Zhou Beizhan, and the others. Many of these people were injured, some were limping, but they still insisted on coming out to welcome Jiang Chen's return. The number of Jiang Chen's experts had obviously increased compared to the time when Jiang Chen left. Many of these people had joined the Jiang family later, and because of their relationship with Jiang Chen, the Jiang family had become the most prestigious family in this area, so it was normal for some extraordinary people to join them. In fact, all the people from the Jiang family were badly injured, but because of the healing pills given by Jiang Chen, after such a long period of recovery, many of them had almost fully recovered, including Jiang Zhenhai and the Black Hawk. Only those who were badly injured were recovering a bit slower. Chen-er! Jiang Zhenhai shouted out from afar. He was extremely excited. Although he had met Jiang Chen once when they were killing those dimensional creatures, they didn't have enough time to talk to each other. Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with excitement. Father! Jiang Chen shouted out as well. With a big step, he arrived in front of Jiang Zhenhai and gave him a big bear hug. Jiang Zhenhai hugged Jiang Chen's shoulder tightly. This was a way for a man to express his feelings. Jiang Chen enjoyed the strong sense of familial love coming from Jiang Zhenhai. It was the feeling of home. After a while, Jiang Zhenhai finally let go of Jiang Chen. His tiger-like eyes kept sizing up the young man in front of him. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Good, do you see? This is my son, Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai said confidently. This was his pride, his everything. Jiang Zhenhai had spent a lot of effort on this useless son of his. Now, who would dare to look down on his son? He was proud of Jiang Chen. Dad, you've broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Not bad. Jiang Chen could tell Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation level with just one look, he said with a smile on his face. The Shenyuan skill you gave me is really amazing. Not only did it transform me, it also improved my cultivation level. It allowed me to reach my current cultivation level in such a short period of time. This is something I would never have dreamed of in my entire life. Jiang Zhenhai said with mixed emotions. He used to be an ordinary man at the peak Qi realm, and his biggest dream was to break through to the mortal core realm one day. He never thought he would be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Dad, your potential has been developed once again. You'll be able to break through to the divine core realm soon, and the day you break through to the combat soul realm is just around the corner. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Zhenhai didn't know about the Shenyuan skill, but he did. It was the original skill he cultivated in his past life, and it was all because of this skill that he was able to become the once greatest saint in the world. Greetings, Master. The Black Hawk walked up to Jiang Chen and bowed deeply towards him. His gratitude towards Jiang Chen was like a raging river. Jiang Chen had done him a great favor, and without the sacred heavenly demonic skill, with the Black Hawk's potential, the chance of him breaking through to the divine core realm would be very slim, let alone reaching the mid-divine core realm now. Black Hawk, you've done a great service in protecting the Jiang family. I'll reward you later. Jiang Chen patted the Black Hawk's shoulder. No matter if it was Jiang Zhenhai or the Black Hawk, Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by their current cultivation level. No one knew better than him how powerful the Shenyuan skill and the sacred heavenly demonic skill were. Thank you, Master. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the Black Hawk immediately became respectful. Young Master, I never thought you'd become so strong. Uncle Zhou is really happy. Zhou Beizhen said while wiping his tears. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, this old man would have died. Uncle Zhou, you're already so old. Isn't it too shameful to cry in front of so many people? Jiang Chen said with a smile. In the Jiang family, Zhou Beizhen was someone he respected, and he had always been loyal to Jiang Zhenhai. Haha, Jiang Chen's words caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Young Master, young Master. Right at this moment, a hurried voice sounded out from within the Jiang family. Jiang Cheng walked out with a limp, and when he saw Jiang Chen, he immediately burst into tears. Young Master, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Jiang Cheng's tears turned into a loud wail, and this made Jiang Chen speechless. However, Jiang Cheng's feelings for his young master were real, and there was no way he could fake it. Jiang Cheng, look at how useless you are. Jiang Chen scolded as he walked up and held Jiang Cheng's arm. Young master, ever since you left, I couldn't act like a tyrant with you anymore. Jiang Cheng said with a wronged expression. Hearing the words acting like a tyrant, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's enough, Jiang Cheng. Don't you feel ashamed crying like this? Jiang Zhenhai scolded. After that, he threw his glance at Han Yen and the others. He wasn't unfamiliar with Big Yellow, but Han Yen, Nangong Wentian, Yu Zihan, and the others were unfamiliar to him. However, the aura they were unleashing was enough to make him feel suffocated. From this, He could tell that none of these men who came back with Jiang Chen were ordinary people. Chen who are these people? Jiang Zhenhai asked. These are all my brothers. Jiang Chen introduced them to Jiang Zhenhai. Greetings, uncle. Han Yan and the others bowed deeply toward Jiang Zhenhai. With their status and cultivation levels, they normally wouldn't bow to a heavenly core warrior, but Jiang Zhenhai's status was different. He was Jiang Chen's father, which made him their senior. Good. Jiang Zhenhai kept nodding his head. He felt extremely proud. Even a genius divine core warrior had bowed to him. In the entire Red City, only he, Jiang Zhenhai, could receive such an honor. Brother Jiang, you look like a gentle breeze right now. Yan Zhanyun walked up from behind. He had just consumed a healing pill, so he wasn't in a good condition. He was supported by Yan Chenyu. Brother Yan, are you all right? Jiang Zhenhai hurriedly walked up to Yan Zhanyun. Although he said he was concerned about Yan Zhanyun's injuries, his eyes didn't even look at Yan Zhanyun. He was looking at Yan Chenyu. The more a father-in-law looked at his daughter-in-law, the happier he was. You quickly bow to your father-in-law, Yan Zhanyun said with a smile on his face. Xiaoyu greets father-in-law. Yan Chenyu's pretty face was flushed red. She was really shy to the extreme. Haha, good. Xiaoyu is smart, pretty, and talented. It's great that the Jiang family has a daughter-in-law like you. Brother Yan, I can see that your injuries are quite serious as well. Let's not just stand here, let's hurry up and go inside. Jiang Zhenhai said with a loud voice. He was really happy today, so happy that he almost forgot his own surname. Soon, under Jiang Zhenhai's lead, the group arrived at the Jiang family's main hall. Although there were quite a lot of people here, the Jiang family's main hall was much bigger, and it still looked spacious even with so many people inside. The atmosphere in the main hall was cheerful, and people were laughing and joking. Because of the dimensional creatures' attacks, everyone had been feeling gloomy. But now that gloomy feeling had finally disappeared, and with the return of Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu, everyone was excited. Chen, what happened to those monsters? Jiang Zhenhai asked. Dad, father-in-law, those monsters came from a different dimension. There was a dimensional crack in the sky above Origin Mountain, and those dimensional creatures came out from it. They are very powerful, and if we didn't arrive in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. All the living beings in the Red City area would have been attacked by those dimensional creatures, and this area would have become a real dead zone. Jiang Chen explained. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the crowd couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions, and they felt a lingering fear. Perhaps they had all witnessed how ferocious those dimensional creatures were, and if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, all of them would have become the dimensional creatures' food by now, and there would be no exceptions. Chen, if that's the case, will there be more dimensional creatures coming out from the dimensional crack? Jiang Zhenhai asked worriedly. Don't worry, Dad. I've sealed the dimensional crack with the Skymend formation, and those dimensional creatures won't be able to come out. What we need to do now is to stabilize the people's morale in the Red City area, and restore the atmosphere of this area. Jiang Chen said. That's easier said than done. This time, those dimensional creatures went berserk. More than half of the cities were destroyed, and countless people were killed or injured. Those who survived are all grieving, and it's going to be very difficult to restore the atmosphere of this area. It's going to be very difficult for this area to return to its former glory. Chapter 383. The cheerful atmosphere instantly turned gloomy. The incident with the dimensional creatures had dealt a huge blow to this region, and everyone was in a gloomy mood. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat and said, Therefore, at this moment, we need a leader. There are a total of 28 cities in the Red City region, and they are all independent from each other. Since the beginning, they have been scattered all over the place. Now that there are so many things waiting to be done, we need someone to stand out and be the leader. This will be a great help to the revival of this region. More importantly, these 28 cities can unite together and form a new power. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of the people from the Jiang family and Yan Zhanyun lit up. The powers in this region had always been scattered, and they had never been united before. The reason was because no one had the power to rule this region. If all 28 cities belonged to a single power, they would be able to give the most unified orders immediately after the incident with the dimensional creatures, and the casualties would be much lower. Furthermore, they would be able to unite their forces. If it was in the past, it would be very difficult to change the situation in this region. No one could stand out and be the leader, and even if someone did, there would be a lot of people who wouldn't accept it. However, things were different now. All the cities had suffered heavy losses, and the people's morale was at an all-time low. They needed a leader to stand out. If someone really wanted to stand out, the Zhang family would be the best choice. Only the Zhang family would be able to convince everyone. The reason was simple. First, the Zhang family had the power to do so. Second, Jiang Chen had saved everyone's lives, and they were deeply grateful to him. Chen is right. With the current situation of all 28 cities, if we can have a leader to stand out and be the leader, it will be beneficial to the revival of this region, and also help the people get rid of the dark clouds. Furthermore, the Jiang family will be the leader. Yan Zhanyun said. In fact, with the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu, the Jiang family and the Yan family were destined to be one big family. Therefore, Yan Zhanyun was the first one to agree to the Jiang family becoming the leader. I will announce the news to all 28 cities in my own name. From now on, the Jiang family will only obey the orders of the people in this region. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Jiang clan becoming the leader was exactly what he wanted. Only the Jiang clan was qualified to do so. Everyone nodded without any objections. Now, all the people who survived in the major cities were deeply grateful to Jiang Chen. At this time, it was most suitable to rule this area in the name of Jiang Chench. Father, looks like you'll be busy in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Zhenhai. It's better to be busy than idle. Jiang Zhenhai smiled. He understood the purpose of Jiang Chen's decision. His son was a dragon in the 9 heavens, and sooner or later, he would soar through the 9 heavens. However, this region would always be Jiang Chen's home. As long as his home was peaceful, Jiang Chen would not have any worries. Therefore, Jiang Chen was trying his best to make the Jiang family stronger. On the same day, Jiang Chen issued his own order. In the following 2 days, all the leaders of the major cities came to the Fragrant Sky City's Jiang family to pay their respects to Jiang Chen. None of them had any objections to the decision to let the Jiang family be the leader. None of them were idiots. They naturally knew what was needed at this time. Plus, they were very grateful to Jiang Chen for saving their lives. Not only would they listen to the Jiang family's orders, they would even follow the Jiang family's orders. Everyone could see that the Jiang family was going to produce a peerless figure. The future of this Jiang Chen was immeasurable. To be able to hold on to the Jiang family was something they had always dreamed of. After the 28 cities were ruled, the people finally found their backbone. Under the leadership of the Jiang family and the Yan family, all the major cities were rebuilt. The haze that was left in people's hearts by the disaster also began to dissipate. In the next few days, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to return to the martial palace. Instead, he stayed with Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen cherished the time he had with Jiang Zhenhai, because he knew that he didn't have much time left. At night, the moon was hanging high in the sky. On the top of the Jiang family's tallest building, 2 figures were standing side by side. Everything feels like a dream. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the bright moon in the sky with a smile on his face. It was a very satisfied smile. Dad, this is not a dream. Jiang Chen smiled as well. He knew what Jiang Zhenhai was trying to say. For more than 10 years, he had been playing the role of the #1 playboy in Fragrant Sky City, the #1 trash. Jiang Zhenhai's only hope for his son was that he could grow up healthily. He didn't expect his son to become a genius. However, as a parent they all had the same dream. Who didn't want their children to be more outstanding? Who didn't want their children to be proud? Jiang Zhenhai was the same, even though he knew that it was just a dream. But now, this unrealistic dream had come true. Jiang Zhenhai felt like he was dreaming. My son, Jiang Zhenhai, must be extraordinary. Jiang Zhenhai said proudly. Of course. Jiang Chen didn't forget to take the opportunity to be narcissistic. Chen, when do you plan to leave this time? Jiang Zhenhai asked with a serious expression. During the few days he spent with Jiang Chen, Jiang Zhenhai hadn't asked Jiang Chen anything about the Eastern continent, because he knew that with Jiang Chen's abilities, he would be able to handle everything by himself, and there was no need for him to worry about anything. Jiang Chen didn't mention anything about the Eastern continent either. He just wanted his father to live a peaceful life, and he didn't want to give him any pressure. Tomorrow, Jiang Chen said indifferently. He knew that it was cruel for Jiang Zhenhai to say these 2 words, But he had no choice but to leave. There were still many things waiting for him to take care of in the eastern continent. Furthermore, he couldn't stay here for too long. He didn't want the Jiang family to be involved in the battle between him, the Shangguan clan, and the myriad sword sect. The Jiang family was too weak compared to those giants. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Although Jiang Zhenhai was mentally prepared, he still felt sad when he heard that Jiang Chen was leaving. The time they spent together was always so short. Sometimes, Jiang Zhenhai really wished that his son wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, and that he would still be the playboy who only knew how to cause trouble for him. At least the father and son could still be together. However, Jiang Zhenhai understood that someone like Jiang Chen couldn't be trapped here. He belonged to the outside world, and this place was too small. "Dad, everything here is almost settled. Now that the Jiang family has become the leader, all the cities are being rebuilt in an orderly manner. It's time for me to leave. But don't worry, Dad, I'll come back to see you once I'm done with everything," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "All right, just do what you need to do. Don't worry about the family." Jiang Zhenhai patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. "All right, Dad, I have some things for you, they'll be of great help to you." After saying that, Jiang Chen handed a storage ring to Jiang Zhenhai and said, "There are some herbs and combat weapons in here. They can help increase the overall strength of the Jiang family. As for how to use them, Dad, I'll leave it to you. With the help of the Shenyuan skill and these herbs, I believe it won't take long for Dad to break through to the Divine Core Realm." Jiang Zhenhai let out a sigh. The Divine Core Realm was too far away from him. He had never even dreamed about it. He took the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He found a lot of different herbs, but he couldn't name any of them. Besides that, there was also a huge amount of human elixir, and even some earth elixir. There were also a few combat weapons that shone brightly. With Jiang Zhenhai's experience, he had never seen such powerful combat weapons before. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes widened. He felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. He couldn't be blamed for this. The Red City area was just too barren. It couldn't be compared with the Eastern continent. Here 100% of human elixir was rare, let alone the rare herbs and earth elixir. The wealth that Jiang Chen had left for Jiang Zhenhai was priceless. With these things, it would be hard for the Jiang family to not become a powerful force. "Dad, take good care of these things. Try your best to increase the overall strength of both you and the Jiang family. The stronger you and the Jiang family are, the more I'll feel at ease," Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. He had no other choice. His enemies were too strong. He could only try his best to solve the problem. "Chen, be careful when you're out there. Remember, no matter when, this will always be your home," Jiang Zhenhai said in a serious tone. Words like this coming from a father's mouth were always so warm. This was the feeling that Jiang Chen enjoyed the most after his rebirth. The next day, in front of the Jiang family's courtyard, a group of people stood facing each other. On one side stood Jiang Chen and the others, and on the other side stood the people from the Jiang family and the Yan family. "Dad, father-in-law, we're leaving now." Jiang Chen bowed to Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun once again. Yan Chenyu, who was standing beside him, did the same. "Be careful. Don't worry about us," Jiang Zhenhai said. "Dad, you won't be by your side. You have to take care of yourself." Yan Chenyu looked at Yan Zhanyun with tears in her eyes. She was a very emotional girl. "Don't worry, Dad's body is still strong." Yan Zhanyun patted his own chest, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Chen, I'll leave you in your hands. Take good care of her." "Don't worry, father-in-law." After saying that, Jiang Chen grabbed Yan Chenyu's hand and flew up into the sky. Han Yan, De Huang Dog and the others also flew up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a few black dots and disappeared in the sky. Jiang Chen didn't like the feeling of parting. Therefore, he chose to leave without looking back. Although he didn't turn his head back, he could still feel the eager gazes from behind him. Even after they disappeared, his eyes were still fixed on the void for a long time. Chapter 384. When they came back from the Martial Saint dynasty, Wu Jiao had given them the dimensional talisman, which had saved them a lot of time. But now, without the help of the dimensional talisman, it would take them a few days to get back to the Martial Saint dynasty. A few days later, back at the Martial Palace, Wu Jiao was pacing back and forth restlessly. He kept looking in the direction of Mount Origin. He wanted to go to the Martial Saint Dynasty and help Jiang Chen, but this was a mission given by the Imperial Emperor himself, so he couldn't really help. Besides, even if Wu Jiao helped, there was nothing he could do about the dimensional crack. At most, he could only help kill some dimensional creatures. This is really worrisome. Wu Jiao shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, Wu Jiao's eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a man arrived in front of him. The man looked to be about 17 years old, and he wore white clothes. He had a handsome face, and a faint smile could be seen on his face. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? "Brother, you're finally back." Wu Jiao hurriedly walked up to Jiang Chen and asked impatiently, "How was it?" "The dimensional crack has been dealt with, and the dimensional creatures have been dealt with as well. I just stayed at home for a few more days, which delayed my return." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "What? Dealt with? You fixed the dimensional crack? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Wu Jiao's expression changed. He thought Jiang Chen was joking with him. Only combat king warriors could fix a dimensional crack, and no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was only a divine core warrior. Something that even Wu Jiao couldn't do, let alone Jiang Chen. "Of course it's impossible for me to fix it, but I've sealed it with a formation, so the dimensional creatures can't come out. I guess I've completed my mission," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "What? Sealing the dimensional crack with a formation? That's even more impossible. Sealing a dimensional crack is much more difficult than fixing it. Even with the formations I'm familiar with, I still can't do it, and with your cultivation level, it's even more impossible." Wu Jiao didn't believe Jiang Chen's words at all. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was here to make fun of him. If it was true, then it really subverted his perception. "The Origin mountain range is my hometown. How could I joke about this? If you don't believe me, you can follow me to the Origin mountain range to take a look," Jiang Chen said. Wu Jiao stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of eager eyes, and he felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. If someone else had said this in front of him, Wu Jiao would have sent that person flying with a slap, but since this was said by Jiang Chen, he had 100 reasons to believe it. "Brother, can you tell me what formation you used?" Wu Jiao asked. "Skymend formation," Jiang Chen said. "Skymend formation? Even I have never heard of such a formation." Wu Jiao was startled, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen changed even more. "To be honest, Brother Jiao, De Huang is an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, and he knows quite a few ancient formations. This Skymend formation is exactly what De Huang told me, and we worked together to construct it, sealing the dimensional crack," Jiang Chen said, pushing the blame of the Skymend formation to De Huang Dog. "Brother, you've created another miracle. Since we've completed the mission, let's head to the Martial Saint Dynasty now. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi have been waiting for us in the Martial Saint Dynasty for quite some time. Let's hand in the mission now and give them a big surprise," Wu Jiao said excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Both men flew into the sky and soon disappeared from the sky above Mount Wufu, heading toward the Martial Saint Dynasty. Wu Jiao had a special method to locate the Imperial Emperor. Therefore, when both of them stepped into the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Imperial Emperor had already appeared in the Martial Saint Palace. "Greetings, Imperial Emperor." Wu Jiao and Jiang Chen bowed toward the Imperial Emperor at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, beams of light shot into the Martial Saint Palace from the outside. Those who could enter the Martial Saint Palace in such a way, aside from having the Imperial Emperor's permission, had an extraordinary status. Soon, more than a dozen people were standing in the Martial Saint Palace. They were the emperors, Shangguan Shang, and Tiangang Yi. "Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back." The seventh emperor was the first one to speak when he saw Jiang Chen. The Imperial Emperor raised his arm, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then he fixed his gaze onto Jiang Chen and said with an indifferent tone, "Jiang Chen, have you completed the mission I gave you?" "Yes, I have." Jiang Chen nodded. "Presumptuous. How dare you boast in front of the Imperial Emperor? This is a great disrespect to the Imperial Emperor. You should be beheaded." Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the seventh emperor immediately flew into a rage. Not only him, all the other men were wearing sneers on their faces as well. Only Shangguan Shang's eyes were filled with hatred and gloominess. He had received news from the Shangguan clan that sect elder Shangguan Ying's soul jade slip had broken a few days ago, which meant that Shangguan Ying was dead. For the Shangguan clan, a late combat soul warrior was a pillar of support, a true high-ranking member of the clan. Such a loss was something they couldn't make up for. Jiang Chen, did you just say you've repaired the dimensional crack? The Imperial Emperor was startled for a moment, then he asked with great interest. Of course, if not, I wouldn't be here. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Impossible. This guy is just talking nonsense. With his divine core cultivation, there's no way he could have repaired the dimensional crack. The 10th Emperor said with a loud voice. Jiang Chen, you better think about the consequences of boasting. Shangguan Shang said with a gloomy expression. I think you're the ones who are being presumptuous. Since when do you have the right to point your fingers in front of the Imperial Emperor? Wu Jiu retorted. Jiang Chen, you said you've repaired the dimensional crack. I really want to know how you did it. The Imperial Emperor continued asking. Imperial Emperor, you should know that in order to repair the dimensional crack, only a combat king warrior who has mastered the dimensional laws can do it. I'm just a divine core warrior. Of course I can't repair the dimensional crack. Since the Imperial Emperor knew it was impossible, he still sent me to complete the mission. Obviously, he wanted me to find another way to repair the dimensional crack. I didn't fail you. I used the Sky Mend formation to seal the dimensional crack. The sky above Mount Origin has returned to its original state, and the dimensional creatures in there can't break the seal. Jiang Chen said. His words were really flattering, and it could be said that he was trying to trick the Imperial Emperor. After all, he had only sealed the dimensional crack with the Sky Mend formation, not repaired it. However, the Imperial Emperor couldn't say anything else, because if he did, it would make others think that the Imperial Emperor was up to no good. You said you sealed the dimensional crack with a formation? The Imperial Emperor's expression changed. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Impossible. With your late divine core cultivation, even if you're an expert in formations, the power of the formation you set up will be limited. There's no way you can seal the dimensional crack. The Imperial Emperor suddenly stood up from his seat. That's right. This guy is just making things up. This is not something a divine core junior can accomplish. The 7th Emperor said with a loud voice. 7th Emperor, how do you know I can't accomplish it? Are you saying that the Imperial Emperor sent me an impossible mission and asked me to die? The Imperial Emperor is a man of virtue and prestige. How could he have such a despicable heart? Jiang Chen glared at the Imperial Emperor coldly. The 7th Emperor was furious, but he couldn't say anything, because the Imperial Emperor was involved in this matter. Jiang Chen, I'll go to Mount Origin now and find out what's going on. You should know the consequences of lying to me. The Imperial Emperor's sharp gaze fell onto Jiang Chen's body. Imperial Emperor, just go ahead and find out what's going on. Jiang Chen said. All right. After saying that, the Imperial Emperor disappeared from the Martial Saint Palace. It looked like he was going to Mount Origin to find out what he had said. A combat king warrior had mastered the dimensional force, and they were able to travel through space at will, leaving no traces behind. Jiang Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. He knew the Imperial Emperor would definitely go and find out what was going on. After all, this was just too unbelievable, and if the Imperial Emperor didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. As for the Sky Mend formation, Jiang Chen wasn't worried that the Imperial Emperor would discover the Great Saint laws. With the Imperial Emperor's status, he wouldn't lie to him. What a joke! Using a formation to seal the dimensional crack, why don't you look at your own abilities first? The 10th Emperor sneered. My abilities are not something you can imagine. Jiang Chen gazed at the 10th Emperor. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me in such a tone? The 10th Emperor was furious. With his identity, status and cultivation, no junior had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Don't try to show off your seniority in front of me. In less than a year, I'll be able to crush you with a single finger. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. This 10th Emperor was trying to save face in front of him, but that was a huge mistake. Bastard, you're courting death. The 10th Emperor was furious, and a strong killing intent burst out from his body. 10th brother, are you going to fight in the Martial Saint Palace? Wu Jiu shouted out. Only then did the 10th Emperor retract his killing intent. The Martial Saint Palace was the central palace of the Martial Saint dynasty. Even though he was the emperor, he didn't have the right to fight here. The imperial emperor has already gone to check it out himself. As long as this kid speaks, there's only one ending for him. Let's just wait and see. Tianganyi said. Just like the others, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could seal the dimensional crack with a formation. Jiang Chen, let me ask you, did you kill Shangguaning? Shangguan Shang asked in a Lung Lang manner. I'm sorry, I've killed too many people, so I can't remember which one you're talking about. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. When talking to his enemies, he would never give them any face. Mount Origin. The calm space suddenly trembled, and a man wearing a dragon robe walked out from the void like a ghost. This man had eyes like a dragon and a tiger's, and he appeared right at the spot where the dimensional crack was. This man was none other than the Imperial Emperor who came from the Martial Saint Palace. With the Imperial Emperor's speed, it only took him a few minutes to travel from the Martial Saint Palace to Mount Origin. When he appeared, his eyes immediately fell onto the Sky Mend formation. Chapter 385. The Imperial Emperor's eyes lit up. Standing underneath the Sky Mend formation, he had sent his divine sense into the spatial crack, and the shocked expression on his face became even stronger. This guy really didn't lie. He really did seal the dimensional crack with such a method. However, although this formation is very mysterious, it's not strong enough to seal the dimensional crack. It's as if a special force has been added to it, and that's why the dimensional creatures can't break through the barrier. The Imperial Emperor murmured to himself. With his experience, he was able to see through the Sky Mend formation with just a single glance. This formation was indeed amazing, but because the person who constructed it was too weak, the power of the formation was limited, and it wasn't strong enough to seal the dimensional crack. However, the formation in front of him had completely sealed the dimensional crack. It was as if there was a mysterious force hidden within the Sky Mend formation, and it was forcefully supporting the formation. This was what shocked the Imperial Emperor the most. I'd like to see what kind of method Jiang Chen is going to use to create such a formation. After saying that, the Imperial Emperor waved his hand at the Sky Mend formation. A tearing sound was heard, and the Sky Mend formation was instantly torn apart. At the moment when the Sky Mend formation was torn apart, the threat of Great Saint Law silently flew away. Not even the Imperial Emperor noticed it. The Sky Mend formation was supported by the Great Saint Law, so even a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor wouldn't be able to tear it apart so easily. However, Jiang Chen was a very clever man. When he constructed the Sky Mend formation, he had intentionally left some room for himself. He used all of the formation's power to block the violent energies and dimensional creatures from the other side of the dimensional crack, and left no defense for the outside world. Even an ordinary combat soul warrior could easily destroy the Sky Mend formation from the outside. This was also the reason why the Imperial Emperor was able to destroy it so easily. Jiang Chen was a wise and famous man, and he had always done things flawlessly. He had already predicted that the Imperial Emperor would come here to investigate, and he would definitely find out what was going on. Therefore, the Imperial Emperor would definitely tear the Sky Mend formation apart. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have to make the Sky Mend formation too perfect. If the Imperial Emperor had to spend so much effort to destroy it, he would become even more suspicious of Jiang Chen. At the same time, within the Martial Saint Palace, an invisible Great Saint Law had entered Jiang Chen's body. None of the warriors on the scene noticed it. Not even Wu Jiao, who stood next to Jiang Chen. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Next, the Imperial Emperor would definitely repair the dimensional crack himself, and this was the final result Jiang Chen wanted. After all, sealing the dimensional crack with a formation wasn't a long-term solution, and he would need a combat king warrior to do it. The Imperial Emperor had destroyed the Sky Mend formation, and as the Martial Saint Dynasty's emperor, he had the responsibility and obligation to repair the dimensional crack. Mountain. Roar. Right at the moment when the Sky Mend formation was torn apart, furious roars sounded out from within. Together with a powerful devouring force, 3 powerful combat soul dimensional creatures rushed out from the crack. These 3-dimensional creatures were not to be underestimated, as all of them were late combat soul warriors. Behind them, there was a huge group of dimensional creatures. From this, one could tell how many dimensional creatures there were in this dimensional crack. Humph! The Imperial Emperor coldly harumphed. He waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam onto the bodies of the three-dimensional creatures. In an instant, the three-dimensional creatures let out miserable shrieks. Then their bodies exploded and turned into dust. This was the mightiness of a combat king warrior. All existences below the combat king realm were as vulnerable as ants. The Imperial Emperor displayed his mighty might. While killing the dimensional creatures that rushed out from the crack, he circulated his dimensional energy and repaired it. After half an hour, the sky above Mountain Origin finally returned to normal. The dimensional crack was completely repaired. With a sway of his body, the Imperial Emperor disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared in the Martial Saint Palace. Seeing the Imperial Emperor appear, everyone immediately turned to look at him, especially Wu Jiao. He was Jiang Chen's biggest supporter and guarantor, and if Jiang Chen had really deceived the Imperial Emperor, even he wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen. Deceiving the Imperial Emperor was a crime punishable by death. Jiang Chen, I really want to know, how did you seal the dimensional crack with a formation? The Imperial Emperor looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. When he tore apart the Sky Mend formation, he didn't find anything strange. But it was just a formation like that that had sealed the dimensional crack. This was unbelievable. What? It's true? The seventh emperor cried out in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. The crowd who were ready to mock and ridicule Jiang Chen were startled as well. The mocking expressions on their faces disappeared as they looked at Jiang Chen with shock. The Imperial Emperor's words had undoubtedly proved the truth of Jiang Chen's words. Even the Imperial Emperor had no idea how he did it. Your Imperial Majesty, I have a mystical beast with me, and it's an expert in some ancient formations. This formation was provided by my beast, but I have no idea how mystical it is. I'm sure your Imperial Majesty has already torn the formation apart and repaired the dimensional crack. If even your Imperial Majesty can't see through such a mystical and ancient formation, then I have no idea how it works. Jiang Chen cupped his fist and said, with such an impeccable answer, even the Imperial Emperor couldn't say anything else. Jiang Chen's words had placed the Imperial Emperor on a completely different level. How could I know something that even the Imperial Emperor doesn't know? If the Imperial Emperor still wants to get to the bottom of this matter, wouldn't it make me look like I'm too weak? As the high and mighty Imperial Emperor, how could he admit that he was weak? Ancient formations are indeed mystical. Jiang Chen, you've done a good job this time. Although you didn't manage to repair the dimensional crack, you've still completed your mission. The Imperial Emperor nodded his head and said, Haha, did you hear that? This is a real genius. Don't think that just because you haven't seen it before, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Jiao burst into laughter. He felt proud and elated. Your Imperial Majesty, even if Jiang Chen has completed his mission, he has killed so many people from the Shangguan clan. We can't just let him go like this, can we? Shangguan Shang said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Tiangang Yi, who stood next to him, had the same reaction as well. Initially, they thought Jiang Chen was dead for sure, but they never expected him to actually complete his mission. Shangguan Shang, didn't you hear what I just said? The Imperial Majesty just said that Jiang Chen has completed his mission, and all the grudges between us have been written off. Wu Jiao said with a loud voice. Written off? So many blood debts, how can we just write them off? Tiangang Yi was furious. Your Imperial Majesty, our Shangguan clan's elder Shangguan Ying died a few days ago. I'm guessing it has something to do with Jiang Chen. Shangguan Shang said. Shangguan clan chief, you really know how to joke. Shangguan Ying is a late combat soul warrior. Even if I want to kill him, do you really think I have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen sneered. Furthermore, I've been carrying out a mission in Mount Origin for the past few days. There's no way I could meet your elder. Don't tell me the Shangguan clan sent someone to kill me on purpose? Jiang Chen's words nearly choked Shangguan Shang to death. This mission was given by the Imperial Emperor himself, and it only targeted Jiang Chen. No one was allowed to help him. Not even Wu Jiao. If the Shangguan clan sent someone to kill Jiang Chen, they would be violating the Imperial Emperor's rules. If the Shangguan clan insisted on linking Shangguan Ying's death with Jiang Chen, they would be openly disobeying the Imperial Emperor. Besides, perhaps even Shangguan Shang wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen could kill all of Shangguan Ying's men. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was only a late divine core warrior, and there was a huge gap between him and Shangguan Ying. There was no way to make up for this gap. That's enough. The Imperial Emperor waved his hand and said, This matter ends here. All grudges between Jiang Chen, the Shangguan clan, and the myriad sword sect will be written off. Jiang Chen will officially become a disciple of the martial palace. The imperial emperor's words were filled with authority. Regardless of whether or not this decision came from his own heart, he had to do it, because this involved his dignity as the imperial emperor, and his words carried enormous weight. Imperial Emperor. Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi were unwilling to accept this result, but they dared not say anything. They could only gnash their teeth in hatred toward Jiang Chen. Haha. Wu Jiu burst into laughter. He was the happiest person in the entire palace, and he felt like he had just won a war. Imperial Emperor's reputation. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor and said with a loud voice, Jiang Chen, I heard that you found a broken piece of an emperor weapon on the island of ice. Can you show it to me? The Imperial Emperor changed the topic to the broken piece of the emperor weapon. Although he was a combat king warrior, there was still a huge gap between him and a combat emperor. He had never seen the legendary emperor weapon before, so of course, he was very interested in it. Jiang Chen had a frown on his face. He didn't expect the Imperial Emperor to bring up this topic, and it made Jiang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. Last time, he didn't kneel down in front of the Imperial Emperor, and that had caused the Imperial Emperor to hold a grudge against him. If he couldn't take out the emperor weapon today, it would be a slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. However, Jiang Chen really couldn't take it out. Everyone thought it was a broken piece of an emperor weapon, but only Jiang Chen knew that it was a broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword, and it had already merged into a brand new Heavenly Saint sword. How could he take out the broken piece of the emperor weapon? Furthermore, although the Imperial Emperor said that he wanted to admire it, it was obvious that he wanted Jiang Chen to contribute the broken piece of the emperor weapon. Jiang Chen, with your cultivation, that broken piece of the emperor weapon is useless to you. You should take out a treasure like this and offer it to the Imperial Emperor. The seventh Emperor said, I'm really sorry, that isn't an emperor weapon, it's just a broken piece of a king weapon. I've already smelted it into my natal weapon. Jiang Chen said, Bullshit. Many people have seen it. It's definitely an emperor weapon. Jiang Chen, you're just making things up. Even if it's a king weapon, how could you smelt it with your cultivation? Chapter 386. Everyone in the Martial Saint Palace felt that Jiang Chen's words were just an excuse, and a terrible one at that. Even in Wu Jiu's opinion, offending the Imperial Emperor for a broken emperor weapon was not a wise choice. 10th Emperor, how do you know that I can't smelt it? This sword is my natal combat weapon. If the 10th Emperor is not convinced, you can take out your own combat weapon to fight against this sword of mine. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out the Heavenly Saint sword. He had already shown the Heavenly Saint sword to the Imperial Emperor, so it was no longer a secret. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of revealing it to the Imperial Emperor. Buzz! When the Heavenly Saint sword appeared, the air in the palace started vibrating violently, producing ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The crystal-like sword was glowing brightly, and no one dared to look at it directly. What a mystical sword! This sword is definitely at the peak of all perfect ranked combat weapons. It can even unleash the aura of a king weapon. Tiangang Yi's expression changed. He was quite skilled in crafting combat weapons, and even if he didn't want to admit it, Jiang Chen's sword was definitely not something any ordinary perfect-ranked combat weapon could compare with. At least, none of the combat weapons in the hands of these people could compare with it. If there was a combat weapon that could suppress this sword, it would be the Imperial Emperor's king weapon. I've long heard that Jiang Chen has an extremely sharp sword, and it's comparable to a king weapon. Zhong Er was defeated by this sword, and those combat soul geniuses from the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect were killed by this sword as well. Looks like there really is such a sword. The 10th Emperor said with a surprised tone. What a good sword. Wu Jiu couldn't help but praise as well. A treasured sword like this was more than enough to shake anyone's mind. The person who was the most shocked was the Imperial Emperor. He had a profound cultivation, and after reaching the Combat King realm, his eyesight had become much stronger than anyone else's. For some unknown reason, even though the sword in front of him was only a peak perfect ranked combat weapon, he could still feel a faint pressure from it. This was a very rare situation for him. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to fuse a fragment of an emperor weapon into your combat weapon. It seems like you're quite capable. In my opinion, you should offer this sword to the emperor as a token of appreciation for his appreciation. The seventh emperor said, not bothering to hide the smile on his face. Not only him, Shangguanshang and Tiangang had a complacent smile on their faces as well. Initially, they thought they were going to lose, but they had never expected the situation to turn around. Obviously, the imperial emperor was very interested in the sword in Jiang Chen's hand, or more accurately, Jiang Chen was very interested in the broken piece of the emperor weapon. If Jiang Chen refused to hand over the sword, it would be the same as slapping the imperial emperor's face and offending the imperial emperor. In the eastern continent, who would have a good ending if they offended the imperial emperor? Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at the seventh emperor's hateful face. He really wanted to go up and leave a large shoe print on his face. Appreciation? Appreciation my ass. If the imperial emperor really appreciated him, he wouldn't have given him a mission that was nearly impossible to complete. And now, he wanted to steal the treasure in his hand? What kind of fucking appreciation was this? Jiang Chen really wanted to explode, but he knew that there was a huge gap between him and the imperial emperor. He couldn't afford to have a falling out with the imperial emperor right now, as it wouldn't do any good to him or the people around him. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the lonely man from his previous life, and he had to think carefully before making any decisions. This sword is already my life-bound weapon. I'm sure the emperor knows what a life-bound weapon means. This sword is already connected to my life, so if I were to give it to someone else, it would cause me a lot of harm. The emperor is a supreme ruler, and you have a ruler weapon in your hand. I'm sure you wouldn't covet a mere sword of mine. Jiang Chen put away the heavenly saint's sword, then cupped his fist toward the imperial emperor. A cold light flickered in the imperial emperor's eyes. Although it was very subtle, Jiang Chen still noticed it, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen, it looks like you're thinking too much. I don't want your natal weapon. I just want to have a look at the fragment of the legendary emperor weapon. Since you've already smelted it, then forget it. The imperial emperor said with a smile on his face. However, everyone on the scene could sense the displeasure in his smile. All right, that's all for now. You can all leave now. The imperial emperor waved his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Joe, let's go. Jiang Chen turned around and left the Martial Saint Palace. He wasn't in a good mood, and soon, he disappeared from the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty. Humph. What a lucky guy. He actually escaped this time. The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. Being able to escape this time doesn't mean he'll be able to escape next time. This guy was disrespectful to the imperial emperor. He won't have a good ending. The 10th emperor walked out of the palace with a sneer on his face. Shangguanshang and Tiangang exchanged glances. Both of them had gloomy expressions on their faces, as they could tell from each other's eyes that they would never let this matter go. The conflict between Jiang Chen and the imperial emperor today had made Wu Jiu feel very unhappy as well. However, he was still happy, as at least Jiang Chen was safe now. Brother, I'll immediately give you the identity of a Martial Palace disciple when we return. The imperial emperor has said that all the grudges between us will be written off. You're now a disciple of the Martial Palace, which means you're also my, Wu Jiu's, man. Whoever dares to offend you will be going against me. Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu said as he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Brother Jiu, the imperial emperor is a very cunning man. You're a straightforward man, and there's a huge difference in your temperament. You have to be careful in the future. Jiang Chen reminded Wu Jiu. He had a feeling that the barrier between the imperial emperor and Wu Jiu would explode sooner or later, and at that point of time, Wu Jiu would be the one suffering the most. Brother, you're worrying too much. The imperial emperor and I are brothers. Furthermore, he's now the imperial emperor, a supreme existence. The entire Martial Saint dynasty, even the entire eastern continent, belongs to him. Brother, don't think too much about it. Wu Jiu said with a smile on his face. It wasn't hard to tell that he wasn't on guard against the imperial emperor at all. I hope so. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything further. In Jiang Chen's mind, Wu Jiu was a real man. He was a straightforward man, especially when it came to his own people. He wouldn't play any dirty tricks. However, the imperial emperor was different. He was a very cunning man, and Jiang Chen could easily relate this to the fact that he was able to obtain the quota to go to the island of ice 100 years ago. What Wu Jiu said was right. The imperial emperor was now a supreme existence, standing at the pinnacle of the martial Saint dynasty, and was respected by all the people. However, it was precisely because of this supreme existence that he couldn't stand the slightest bit of disobedience, as it was a provocation to his dignity. Furthermore, the imperial emperor hated it when people talked about the quota to go to the island of ice 100 years ago. It made him feel as if everything he had today was given to him by Wu Jiu, and this made him feel as if he had a deep grudge against Wu Jiu. And now, because of what happened to Jiang Chen, this grudge had become even more obvious. Jiang Chen didn't say anything about this, because he knew it was useless. It was impossible to dispel this grudge, and Wu Jiu wouldn't accept his explanation. The only thing Jiang Chen wanted to do now was to increase his strength as fast as possible. He hated the feeling of being led by the nose. Furthermore, from the moment he walked out of the Martial Saint Palace, Jiang Chen had made up his mind. He wanted to overthrow the Martial Saint dynasty and make Wu Jiu the new imperial emperor. This was a very scary goal, and if Wu Jiu knew about it, he might fall from the sky on the spot. However, Jiang Chen had no other choice but to have this goal, because the imperial emperor was too scary. He would never tolerate Wu Jiu and him in his heart. The imperial emperor didn't kill Jiang Chen today because he was worried about Jiang Chen's face. Without a suitable opportunity, Jiang Chen believed that once he had a suitable excuse, the imperial emperor would kill Wu Jiu without any hesitation. Jiang Chen didn't want to see something like this happen. If he wanted to change this, he would need strength. In this cruel world, nothing was more important than strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a strong desire to become stronger, and he desired to increase his cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to change everything. After returning to the martial palace, Jiang Chen chose to enter secluded cultivation. Currently, the martial palace was the safest place for him, and he wanted to use this free time to strengthen his cultivation. Jiang Chen planned to leave the martial palace in a few days' time. He now had 4,500 dragon marks in his Qi, and he just needed another 500 more to break through to the combat soul realm. He was planning to leave the martial palace and find an opportunity to break through to the combat soul realm. As long as he could break through to the combat soul realm, his combat strength would be greatly improved. Once he broke through to the combat soul realm, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword Sect would no longer be a threat to him. The next day, Martial Saint Dynasty, the 10th Emperor's mansion. Within a magnificent palace, 4 men were sitting on the left and right side of the palace. The 10th Emperor sat in the seat of honor, and these 4 men were none other than the Shangguan clan's clan chief, Shangguan Shang, the Myriad Sword Sect chief, Tiangang Yi, the current 7th Emperor, and the 10th Emperor's son, Wu Kong. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was stronger than anyone else's, and he wanted to kill Jiang Chen more than anyone else. When he thought about what happened on the island of ice, he felt like he had lost all his face. Now that the imperial emperor has given his word, all the scores between us have been written off, and Jiang Chen is protected by the 9th Emperor, there's no way we can find a way to deal with him. Tiangang Yi said. We have to think of a way to deal with him. This guy has incredible talent, and he's just a peak divine core warrior. If we allow him to continue growing, it will be extremely difficult to deal with him. Shangguan Shang said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Can't you all see that? That brat has angered the emperor. Although the emperor didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him, the emperor has begun to hate this Jiang Chen. This can be seen from the mission that the emperor has given him. Therefore, since all the grudges in the past have been written off, let's create a new one. Chapter 387. But that Jiang Chen has been staying in the martial palace all this time, and the 9th Emperor is the palace chief. Even if we want to create a feud with him, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. Shangguan Shang furrowed his brows. He wished he could kill Jiang Chen right now, but right now, Jiang Chen was safe in the martial palace, and the 9th Emperor wouldn't give them any chance to get close to him. We can't, but someone else can, and he's the most suitable candidate. Wu Tsong slowly stood up from his seat with a sneer on his face. Oh, may I know who you're referring to? Tiangang Yi asked curiously. The Crown Prince. Wu Tsong squinted his eyes. He was talking about a man who was considered a heavyweight in the Martial Saint dynasty. The Crown Prince? The Crown Prince has a noble status, and he's the next emperor. He's a late combat soul warrior, and even we are no match for him. Furthermore, the Crown Prince is now the commander of the Golden Guards, and he's second only to the emperor. I don't think he'll help us for a mere Jiang Chen, And he has no reason to do so. Shang shook his head. It was impossible to get the Crown Prince's help, and it was simply unrealistic. The Crown Prince had a noble status, and he had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. How could he have the time to play with them? We don't need to ask the Crown Prince for help. He'll help us himself. I'm very close to him, and he's a man with incredible talent and a formidable cultivation base. He's a man who's high up in the world, and no one is perfect. I'm sure you all know about his weaknesses as well. Wu Tsong said with a smile on his face. Women. All of them said at the same time. That's right, the Crown Prince is perfect in all aspects, but he loves beautiful women. He has married 18 wives, and all of them are beauties who can stand out from the rest of the world. I've secretly found out that Jiang Chen has a beautiful woman following him, and she is treated as a precious treasure by him. Her name is Yan Chenyu, and she looks like a fairy, pure and refined. She is not someone the Crown Prince's women can compare with. If the Crown Prince meets Yan Chenyu with his character, he will definitely have some ulterior motives, and at that point of time, a conflict will naturally arise. Jiang Chen has left a bad impression on the emperor, and if he offends the Crown Prince as well, in this eastern continent, even if he had 10 lives, he would still die. Wu Tsong said sinisterly. The Crown Prince really has a good plan. That kid Jiang Chen has the 9th Emperor's protection, so we can't do anything to him. But if the Crown Prince and the Emperor are involved, then things will be different. Shang's eyes lit up, and he gave Wu Tsong a thumbs up. Haha, leave this matter to me. The Crown Prince is in seclusion these few days and will come out in half a month at most. At that time, we will give him a surprise. Wu Tsong laughed heartily. He felt as if his scheme had succeeded. The few of them had their eyes on Yan Chenyu, but little did they know that the current Yan Chenyu was no longer the same as before. With her 9 Yin meridians completely activated, even Wu Tsong would not be able to pose a threat to her. Furthermore, with the mysterious Black Ice Talisman and the Ice Demon's protection, anyone who wanted to harm her would not be able to do so easily. Martial House. Within an independent courtyard, Jiang Chen was pacing back and forth while staring at the full moon in the sky, which was half covered by dark clouds. He felt as if his mood was shrouded by a layer of haze. Originally, he was in seclusion, but for some unknown reason, he felt agitated and restless. As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen rarely felt agitated like this. He always felt that some things were bound to happen sooner or later. Although he had arrived at the Martial House, the storm wasn't as calm as it seemed on the surface. He could feel that something was brewing in the dark. For the first time in his life, Jiang Chen felt that some situations were out of his control. It was a very bad feeling, because he was no longer the lonely man from his previous life. He had people in his heart, and he had the 7 emotions and 6 desires that a normal person should have. He was no longer a martial arts maniac who only knew how to fight and kill. The enemy was very powerful. If Jiang Chen was alone, he could just run away, and no one would be able to threaten him. But now he couldn't. Even if he ran away, the people around him wouldn't be able to. Therefore, there were some grudges that needed to be resolved sooner or later. Strength, it's still strength. Looks like I need to go out and walk around. Jiang Chen said with mixed emotions. He was getting closer and closer to the combat soul realm, but it was still not an easy task to break through. Jiang Chen decided to go out and train himself as soon as possible. The sooner he broke through to the combat soul realm, the sooner he would have a stronger foundation and resources. Creak. Right at this moment, the courtyard's door was pushed open, and a majestic man walked in. He was none other than Nangong Wentian. After entering the courtyard, Nangong Wentian turned around and closed the door behind him. With an ugly expression and a heavy heart, he walked up to Jiang Chen. Brother Nan, what's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. He and Nangong Wentian hadn't known each other for a long time, but they were like brothers, and they knew each other very well. Nangong Wentian had always been a cheerful man, and he had never looked so worried even when facing a dangerous situation. Something like this was definitely going to happen. Little Chanzi, I'm here to bid you farewell, Nangong Wentian said with a bitter smile on his face. Oh, you're going back to the southern continent? Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled expression. That's right, I'm going back. I hope I can make it in time. Nangong Wentian said. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked with a frown on his face. Nangong Wentian sighed, but didn't say anything. He knew Jiang Chen was very busy, and he didn't want Jiang Chen to worry about him any longer.
Brother Nan, you're my brother.
Jiang Chen patted Nan Gong Wentian's shoulder. The word brother immediately warmed Nan Gong Wentian's heart. Our Nan Gong family is one of the top superpowers in the southern continent, and we're strong enough to compete with the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. However, in recent years, our family has been in chaos. Before I left the southern continent, my father gave me a personal communication talisman. It's a special talisman for our Nan Gong family. Even though I'm in the eastern continent right now, I'll still be able to receive a message immediately. Furthermore, this talisman can only be used once. If it's not something extremely important, my father won't use it. Half an hour ago, I received a summon from my father. He told me that our family is in danger, and he asked me to come back as soon as possible. Nan Gong Wentian said with a frown on his face. He didn't tell Nan Gong Wentian that the talisman exploded right after receiving the message. This meant that the family was in a very serious situation. I'll go back with you, Jiang Chen said. What? Hearing this, Nan Gong Wentian's eyes lit up. However, a bitter expression immediately emerged on his face. Little Chenzi, I appreciate your kindness as a brother. However, you're already busy enough here. I don't want to trouble you with my Nan Gong family's matters. In fact, Nan Gong Wentian really wanted Jiang Chen's help. He had no idea what had happened to the Nan Gong family, and he had no idea what was going on. Even if he returned to the southern continent, with his current cultivation and strength, he wouldn't be able to provide much help. However, in his mind, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent figure, someone who could create miracles at any time. If Jiang Chen was willing to go back with him, he would feel much more at ease. But at the same time, Jiang Chen was already busy enough in the eastern continent, and the southern continent was a long distance away. Also, he had no idea what had happened to the Nan Gong family, so he didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. Brother Nan, Jiang Chen, will definitely help my brother. Furthermore, I've been planning to leave the southern continent to train myself, and I want to find an opportunity to break through to the combat soul realm. I'll go with you to the southern continent. I might be able to find something there, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He had decided to leave the southern continent to train himself, but he didn't have a specific destination. Now that the Nan Gong family was in trouble, he might be able to find a way to break through. More importantly, Nan Gong Wentian was his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him, and when he was in a difficult situation, Jiang Chen couldn't just stay out of it. Little Chenzi, thank you. Nan Gong Wentian didn't say anything else. He just thanked Jiang Chen. All right, we're brothers. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Let's not waste any more time. Let's move out now. It's a huge distance from the eastern continent to the southern continent, and with our current speed, it'll take us a long time to reach our destination. At that time, I'm afraid. Nan Gong Wentian's expression darkened. The distance was just too far, and without the teleportation formation with their current speed, it would take them a long time to reach the southern continent. By the time they arrived, it might already be too late. Before we leave, I have something I need to tell everyone. After saying that, Jiang Chen released his divine sense from his divine sense. A few minutes later, many figures descended from the sky and arrived at the courtyard. Han Yan, Yan Chenyu, De Huang, Wu Jiao, all of them had arrived. Little Chenzi, I thought you were in secluded cultivation? Why did you send us a message in such a hurry? Han Yan asked. The Nan Gong family is facing some unforeseen circumstances, so I need to go to the southern continent with Brother Nan. Before we leave, I have something I need to tell everyone. Jiang Chen flew straight toward the southern continent. What? To the southern continent? The few of them cried out simultaneously, especially Wu Jiao, whose face was filled with shock. With his cultivation base, he had never been to the southern continent before. I'll go with you. Han Yan, De Huang Dog, and Yan Chenyu said at the same time. They didn't care how far away the southern continent was, as long as they could stay by Jiang Chen's side. Furthermore, since Nan Gong Wentian was in trouble, they wanted to help as well. No, this trip to the southern continent is filled with unknown dangers. I'll only go with Brother Nan. You guys stay in the Martial Palace for now. That's the safest place. If we leave together, we'll become a huge target. Once I'm done with the Nan Gong family, I'll come back immediately. Jiang Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Han Yan and Yan Chenyu nodded their heads helplessly. De Huang Dog kept mumbling to himself, showing his dissatisfaction. However, they knew very well that Jiang Chen had already made his decision, so it was useless for them to insist. Before we leave, I have a few things I need to tell you. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. Chapter 388. The first person Jiang Chen looked at was Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu was the most important person right now because of his identity, status, and strength. He could guarantee the safety of these people. However, Wu Jiu was also the person Jiang Chen was worried about the most. Brother Jiu, I still have to remind you to be careful of the Imperial Emperor. I hope you can stay in the Martial Palace while I'm back, and don't have any contact with the Imperial Emperor. Also, don't let little you and the others leave the Martial Palace. Jiang Chen reminded in a serious manner. This time, the Shangguan clan, Myriad Sword Sect, and the 7th Emperor hadn't managed to defeat Jiang Chen, but with their methods, they wouldn't give up so easily. They would definitely find other ways to defeat Wu Jiu. Also, the Imperial Emperor had a grudge against Wu Jiu. Therefore, the best way was to make sure everyone stayed in the Martial Palace, and not give them any chance to attack Jiang Chen. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Jiu here, I'll ensure their safety. Wu Jiu patted his chest and promised. He was still as confident as ever. Good. I'm relieved to hear Brother Jiu's words. Jiang Chen nodded his head. After that, he turned to Han Yan and said, Brother Yan, Brother Nan, you two leave with Brother Jiu first. I have something to tell little you and De Huang. The three exchanged glances, then left the courtyard. Chen Gij, you have to be careful in the eastern continent. After the three left, Yan Chenyu worriedly said, Don't worry, little you. I'm going to the southern continent to see the scenery in the outer realm, and I might find something there, allowing me to break through to the combat soul realm. Besides, Brother Nan is in trouble, and I'll lend him a hand. However, the situation here is a bit complicated. Although the Martial Palace looks safe on the surface, the situation can change very quickly. I'll leave the Ice Demon King with you. It can protect you during critical moments. After saying that, Jiang Chen released the Ice Demon King. He purposely sent Wu Jiu away before releasing the Ice Demon King. He didn't want Wu Jiu to misunderstand him, and because of the relationship between Wu Jiu and the Imperial Emperor, Jiang Chen had no choice but to do this as a double insurance. Master. The Ice Demon King bowed toward Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. Ice Demon, while I'm gone, stay by little Yu's side and listen to her summons. Jiang Chen said to the Ice Demon King. Understood. The Ice Demon King's forehead turned into a beam of white light and entered Yan Chenyu's interspatial ring. Kid, if you want to go to the southern continent, how can you do it without this Lord Dog? Bring me along. Let me have a look at the scenery of the outer regions. Big Yellow stuck out his tongue and stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes filled with desire. No, you are the only one who can't follow me. Jiang Chen immediately rejected the idea. Fuck, what Jiu? Huang Chen immediately rejected. Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. What did he mean by he couldn't follow them? This was a typical discrimination. You have sharp senses, and you're an expert in all kinds of mysterious formations. You also have some mysterious skills, so you can only play a big role if you stay. I've purposely asked you to stay and shoulder this heavy responsibility, so don't disappoint me. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. This dog was a miraculous existence, and he could really play a big role in a critical moment. If that's what you said, then you do have some knowledge. This master dog has always been a man who is destined to achieve great things. When De Huang Dog heard about his importance, his attitude immediately changed. According to Jiang Chen, after Jiang Chen left, he would be the main character. If you have nothing else to do, go take a nap and break through to the combat soul realm as soon as possible. If not, you won't be able to play such an important role. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Fuck. Daddy isn't sleepy right now. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. Breaking through to the combat soul realm wasn't an easy task, especially for a super divine beast like De Huang Dog. It was extremely difficult for him to break through, but once he did, he would undergo a transformation and obtain unimaginable benefits. Alright, the Nangong family is in a critical situation. Brother Nan and I will leave right now. After saying that, Jiang Chen moved his body and disappeared from the scene like a ghost. Chen Gij, be careful. Yan Chenyu reminded Jiang Chen with a loud voice. Outside the martial palace, two figures silently left like ghosts in the dark night. With Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian's abilities, they could easily leave the martial palace without anyone noticing. Furthermore, even Shangguan Shang and Tiangang Yi didn't expect Jiang Chen to leave the martial palace at this moment. Staying in the martial palace was the safest choice, as leaving the martial palace would mean facing the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sects' endless revenge. In their minds, Jiang Chen wouldn't be killed, he would just hide in the martial palace and never leave. 1,000 miles away from the martial palace, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian landed on a desolate mountain range. Little Chenzi, were we discovered by the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect? Nangong Wentian said with mixed emotions. Don't worry, I just came back from the martial Saint dynasty yesterday. I'm sure they won't expect me to leave the martial palace today. Jiang Chen said. The journey from the eastern continent to the southern continent is just too long. With our current speed, I'm afraid it will take us a few months to get there, and that's assuming we don't get lost. I'm afraid it will be too late by the time we reach the southern continent. Nangong Wentian shook his head. When he left the southern continent to train, he didn't expect he would travel so far and arrive at the eastern continent. It would be extremely difficult for him to return to the southern continent now. Not only was it a long journey, there would also be many powerful demons and devils blocking their way, and all sorts of dangerous places. If they got lost, it would be even worse. That's right, it's just too long. If only we had a teleportation formation, Jiang Chen said. Although it was just a simple task to travel to the southern continent, the distance was more than enough to make anyone collapse. Teleportation formation? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he nearly cried out. Little Chenzi, what did you think of? Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Chen. Do you still remember the black altar we saw when we left the Island of Ice? When the Island of Ice opened, there was an ancient teleportation formation next to it. We were in a hurry to get out, so we didn't have time to check it out. If that teleportation formation is working, we will be able to reach the southern continent directly. Jiang Chen recalled the teleportation formation on the Island of Ice. It was an extremely large teleportation formation, and it could teleport them across an entire region. Little Chenzi, isn't it the same as not saying anything? The Island of Ice only appears once every 100 years, and we don't even know where the Island of Ice is, let alone using the teleportation formation on the Island of Ice. Nangong Wentian was speechless. I'm afraid a miracle will happen. What do you think this is? Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a shining bronze plate appeared in his palm. It's a bronze plate. Didn't the 9 bronze plates disappear when the gate of the ancient tower was opened? Why do you still have it? No, this bronze plate is different from the other 9 bronze plates. The other 9 bronze plates were broken, like trash, but this bronze plate is shining brightly. What's going on? Nangong Wentian said in surprise. In fact, the 9 bronze plates didn't disappear that day. After the gate of the ancient tower was opened, they turned into this new bronze plate. I put it away, and you didn't notice it, so you thought it had disappeared. Jiang Chen said. After leaving the Island of Ice, he hadn't thought about this bronze plate, and had completely forgotten about it. Only when the teleportation formation was mentioned did he suddenly remember it. But, what's the use of this bronze plate? Can it help us find the location of the Island of Ice? Nangong Wentian said. We'll know after we try. After saying that, Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense from his divine sense and landed on the bronze plate. Instantly, the quiet bronze plate let out a buzzing sound, and started shaking violently. The bronze plate was like an ownerless object. After receiving Jiang Chen's divine sense, it immediately resonated with Jiang Chen's divine sense. Jiang Chen's divine sense wandered around the interior of the bronze plate. At first, he could only see chaos, but when his divine sense was recognized by the bronze plate, everything in front of him became clear. Jiang Chen could clearly see a clear path that led to a certain place in the ocean. There was a beautiful island of ice floating in the air. Found it. I found the location of the Island of Ice. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. What? Nangong Wentian even cried out in surprise. Jiang Chen was able to find the location of the Island of Ice with the bronze plate, which meant that the bronze plate and the Island of Ice had a close relationship. This was proven by the fact that the 9 bronze plates were able to open the gate of the Island of Ice. Now that they had found the location of the Island of Ice, it meant that they could use the bronze plate to enter the Island of Ice. I've now obtained the bronze plate's recognition. Let's head to the ocean and find the location of the island of ice. With the help of the bronze plate, we should be able to enter the island of ice, and even find the black altar. If we can open the teleportation formation, it'll be much easier for us to go to the southern continent. Jiang Chen said. Haha, that's great. Little Chenzi, there's nothing you can't do. Being with you is so fucking awesome. Nangong Wentian burst out laughing. Being with someone like Jiang Chen, who was blessed with great luck, was truly awesome. It seemed like no matter what kind of trouble they faced, Jiang Chen would always be able to find a way to solve it. Now that they had found the location of the island of ice, if they could use the teleportation formation, it would save them a few months of traveling. This was undoubtedly a great thing for Nangong Wentian. Let's go, we'll head to the ocean first. It's quite a distance from here to the ocean. Even if we travel at full speed, it'll still take us 2 days. Jiang Chen put away the bronze plate. Both of them then unleashed their extreme speed and flew across the dark night sky like two ghosts. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind numerous afterimages as they flew towards the ocean. 2 days later on the same night, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian arrived at the edge of the ocean. Jiang Chen took out the bronze plate once again and sent his divine sense into it. The location of the island of ice was now even clearer. The island of ice is hidden in an extremely secret location deep within the ocean. I can sense it directly through the bronze plate. Chapter 389. The current Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he first came to the ocean, and his speed was a few times faster. Nangong Wentian couldn't catch up with him at all, and he had to rely on Jiang Chen to carry him. This was a great blow to Nangong Wentian. He was a famous genius in the Nangong family, and he had never been impressed by anyone among the younger generation. However, compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Nangong Wentian was obvious. An hour later, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian arrived at an island. The island was covered with green mountains and clear waters. It was surrounded by a thick layer of mist, and it looked like a celestial island from the ocean. We've arrived at the blissful island again, Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Master Blissful has helped me a lot. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit him again. Jiang Chen said. But let's find the island of ice as soon as possible. Nangong Wentian reminded. Jiang Chen took out the bronze plate once again. Judging from their current location, they were still quite a distance away from the island of ice. They still had to travel deeper into the ocean. The surface of the ocean was tumbling, and from time to time, enormous sea demons would poke their heads out from the water with ferocious looks in their eyes. However, these sea demons were all intelligent. After sensing the aura of the two people flying above them, they immediately retracted their heads back into the ocean, not daring to do anything reckless. Soon, the two arrived at an area with rapid currents. The currents in this area were extremely fast, forming huge whirlpools. These whirlpools alone were extremely destructive, and ordinary sea demons wouldn't dare to get close to them. When they arrived at this area, the bronze plate started emitting a bright light. Jiang Chen sent his divine sense into the bronze plate, and realized that the island of ice was right in front of them. We've arrived. The island of ice is deep in this area. Be careful of those whirlpools. Let's go down. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The two of them activated their Yuan force and dove into the water. However, after swimming around for a while, they didn't find any trace of the island of ice. Little Chenzi, something's wrong. The island of ice is huge. We should have sensed it long ago, but there's nothing here. Besides, shouldn't the place where the island of ice appears be frozen? Nangong Wentian asked in confusion. What the hell do you know? The island of ice is currently in a hidden state. It only appears once every 100 years, so of course it won't be sealed in ice. It's normal that you and I can't see it. If we could see it, it would have been seen by others long ago. We still have to rely on the bronze plate at critical moments. Jiang Chen raised the bronze plate high in the air. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light enveloped the bronze plate. Buzz buzz. The bronze plate let out a deafening buzzing noise. Soon, the bronze plate established a connection with the island of ice. A golden door suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian. The moment the golden door appeared, the surrounding water was repelled, forming a vacuum zone. Let's go. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He took the lead and walked towards the golden door. Nan Gong Tian did not dare to be slow. He followed closely behind. When the two of them entered the golden door, it still did not disappear. Jiang Chen turned around and casually waved his hand. The golden door immediately turned back into a bronze plate and fell into his hand. Haha, this bronze plate is really good stuff. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. When he first obtained the bronze plate, he knew that it was something special. He never thought that he would be able to enter the island of ice again. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Jiang Chen and Nan Gong Tian appeared on top of the black altar. The eerie black altar did not affect the two of them at all. Instead, they felt extremely excited. We actually arrived at the black altar. Nan Gong Tian was surprised. The bronze plate is the key to open the door inside the island of ice. It's normal for us to arrive at our destination after opening the door inside the bronze plate. Let's see if we can activate the teleportation portal. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked towards the teleportation portal on the black altar. This teleportation portal was extremely old. If it wasn't for the mysterious symbols on it, it would have been broken long ago. The black teleportation portal was around 1 zhang in radius. It was covered with countless symbols. The entire teleportation portal was filled with a deathly stillness. No one knew how long it had been since it was activated. Little Chanzi, will this work? Nan Gong Tian's heart was beating like a drum. This teleportation portal looked too shabby. If it couldn't be used, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment? They would have to fly to the southern continent, and it would take them a few months to get back. It shouldn't be a problem. We can give it a try. Look at the center of this teleportation portal. There's a groove. Isn't it the same as the bronze plate? If I'm not mistaken, this bronze plate is the key to the teleportation portal. Jiang Chen said. He took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the teleportation portal. He raised the bronze plate in his hand and pressed it into the groove. Gotcha! When the copper plate was placed into the groove, a sudden change occurred. The originally deathly still teleportation array suddenly shone with a brilliant light, and golden light filled the sky. There was no longer any sense of dilapidation. The patterns on the surface seemed to have come to life, like spirit snakes wriggling. Gotcha! The teleportation portal began to emit cracking sounds. A crack appeared in the middle of the portal. An icy cold spatial energy blew out from the crack, causing Jiang Chen and Nan Gong Tian's bodies to sway. Gotcha! Soon, the crack became bigger and bigger. A few minutes later, the crack turned into a gigantic space gate. The space gate was 3 zhang tall, and it was shining brightly. Following that, 3 golden lines appeared in the space gate. One of the lines pointed to the south, one to the north, and the last one to the center. Look, it's pointing to the southern continent. The light at the front is the southern continent. Nan Gong Tian was overjoyed. The light at the end of the line pointing to the south was the brightest. That was the location of the southern continent. This teleportation portal was indeed powerful. It could directly connect to the southern continent. Jiang Chen's eyes landed on the line in the middle. This line was much longer than the north and south lines. It was dozens of times longer. At the top of the line there was a huge light dot, the size of a fist. The light dots that represented the southern continent and the northern continent were the size of a little finger. Compared to the light dot in the middle, the difference between the two was huge. That should be the divine continent, right? Nan Gong Tian looked over and said in surprise. That's right. That's the center of the Saint Origin world, the divine continent. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That was his true destination, his ultimate goal. I've heard that the divine continent is vast. The east, west, south, and north continents combined are not even a tenth of the divine continent's size. It is the true pure land of the Saint Origin world. The cultivators there are strong and unpredictable, far stronger than the 4 remote continents. However, to reach the divine continent from the 4 remote continents, one has to cross countless large domains. This distance is simply shocking. That's why the 4 remote continents are almost isolated from the divine continent. It's hard to imagine that this teleportation portal can connect to the divine continent. Nan Gong Tian sighed. As a genius of the Nangong family, he was very familiar with the geography of the Saint Origin world. He knew that although the southern continent was vast, it was only a small part of the divine continent. The gap between the southern continent and the divine continent was huge. Brother, after everything here is settled, are you interested in going to the divine continent with me? The world outside is much more interesting, Jiang Chen said with a smile. His eyes were fixed on the light in the divine continent for a long time. Nangong Wentian's body trembled. Similarly, he had always wanted to go to the divine continent, but he had never thought about going there. However, Jiang Chen's words had instantly ignited his passion. That's right, the world of the divine continent is the most interesting place. All right, if there's a chance, I'll definitely go to the divine continent. That way, I won't have lived in vain. Nangong Wentian's expression changed. Let's go. We can't go to the divine continent for now. Now that the teleportation portal is open, let's go to the southern continent first. With a thought, the bronze plate once again fell into Jiang Chen's palm. He tossed the bronze plate forward, and it landed right on the southern continent's coordinates. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. Waves of powerful spatial energy were exerted on Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian. Both of them felt their bodies become lighter and flew into the portal. With a flash of light, the scene in front of them changed. Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian appeared in a spatial tunnel. The bronze plate was floating in front of them. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew past. Nangong Wentian looked at the variegated spatial turbulence around him, and he could feel the hurricanes that came from the spatial tunnel. His body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, so this is the spatial turbulence? So powerful, I'm afraid these spatial hurricanes are enough to destroy me. Without the protection of this tunnel, even if I don't die, I'll be lost in the spatial turbulence. Nangong Wentian sighed. This was his first time walking in a spatial tunnel, and he wanted to experience the wonders of the spatial tunnel. Compared to Nangong Wentian, Jiang Chen was much calmer. With his experience as the once greatest saint in the world, traveling through the spatial tunnel was nothing special. At his level, there was no need for any teleportation portal, and he could travel millions of miles with just a single teleportation. Traveling through the spatial tunnel was a piece of cake for him. Once you've mastered the spatial force and reached the Combat King realm, you won't feel so strange anymore. Jiang Chen said. Combat King. It feels so far away. Nangong Wentian shook his head. Although he had incredible talent and was extremely confident in himself, he never thought that he would be able to defeat a Combat King warrior who stood at the top of the pyramid. He wasn't even a combat soul warrior, and the gap between him and the Combat King realm was just too huge. It's not that far. You have to remember, we still have a long way to go. Even reaching the Combat King realm is just the beginning. Chapter 390. Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian quietly waited in the dimensional tunnel with the bronze plate acting as a guide. They were moving forward along with the dimensional force. Little Chenzi, how long will it take for us to reach the southern continent? Nangong Wentian asked. From the eastern continent to the southern continent is a huge domain. Even if we use the spatial teleportation formation, it will still take us 2 hours. However, the spatial tunnel here is very sturdy. It should be able to last until we reach the southern continent. Jiang Chen said. Just 4 hours? Damn it! Back then, I spent God knows how long rushing to the eastern continent. I nearly lost my life in the process. It's still better to have a teleportation matrix. Nangong Wentian sighed. Compared to the spatial teleportation formation, his flying speed was pitifully slow. Ah Nan, tell me about your Nangong family. Jiang Chen asked with interest. Since he had decided to help Nangong Wentian, he needed to know more about the Nangong family. Our Nangong family hasn't been in the eastern continent for a long time. Our foundation is not as deep as the other major powers. According to my dad, our family only has a history of 100 years. Nangong Wentian said. 100 years? Jiang Chen was startled for a moment. He had always been touched by the words 100 years. It seemed like the great changes that happened in the Saint Origin realm had only started 100 years ago. It was exactly because he had slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the door to the realm of immortals that the barrier of the Saint Origin realm had changed. Because of that, the structure of the Saint Origin realm had changed. That's right. 100 years ago, my grandfather came to the southern continent and used his extraordinary talent to establish the Nangong family's foundation. He settled down, married a wife, and had children. The Nangong family has a treasure that outsiders don't know about. This treasure was brought over by my grandfather, and even I don't know what it looks like. I only know that my grandfather placed it in a very secretive place in the Nangong family, and sealed it with a profound yang formation.
The treasure that my grandfather hid seemed to have no other use other than to be able to extract a certain amount of 9 solar holy water every year. It was also because of this 9 solar holy water that the Nangong family rose rapidly in the past few decades, and became one of the top families in the southern continent.
Nangong Wentian said. He knew the history of the Nangong family very well. What? A treasure that can extract 9 solar holy water? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. However, nothing was too strange in this world. It might be normal for such a treasure to exist. If that was really the case, it wouldn't be surprising for the Nangong family to rise in power in such a short period of time. Just think about it. The descendants of the Nangong family were baptized by the 9 solar holy water from birth. Which one of them wasn't a genius? It would be hard for such a family to not become powerful. Yes, the amount of 9 solar holy water produced every year isn't much, but it's more than enough to support the rise of our Nangong family. Do you still remember when I used the 9 solar holy water to trade for pills in the blissful manner? I brought the 9 solar holy water from my clan. My father is the clan chief, and as the young clan chief, I have a great advantage. Nangong Wentian chuckled. I'm very curious. Your Nangong family has such a great treasure. Wouldn't it attract the attention of the big powers? Jiang Chen was puzzled. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. With such a great treasure, the Nangong family would definitely be coveted by the other powers before they could rise in power. No one would let go of such a great treasure. Even with the Nangong family's current strength, they were only on par with the Shangguan clan. They weren't strong enough to dominate the southern continent. The southern continent was a vast place, and there must be some monstrous existences like the Martial Saint dynasty. Even the Martial Saint dynasty would be tempted by a treasure that could extract 9 solar holy water. If that was the case, it would be a miracle for the Nangong family to survive for more than 100 years. That's why I said this is our Nangong family's secret. The treasure is sealed by the profound sun formation, and it's a secret that even I, the young clan chief, only know about its existence, but I've never seen it before. In the Nangong family, there aren't many people who know about this treasure. Even if some of the later generations obtained the 9 solar holy water, they wouldn't know where it came from. Furthermore, the Nangong family won't tell anyone about this secret. If this secret is leaked out, the Nangong family will face a great calamity. I wonder if it has anything to do with this treasure. Nangong Wentian furrowed his brows. I see. Jiang Chen nodded his head. It wasn't easy for the Nangong family to keep this secret for more than 100 years. However, the Nangong family isn't as united as it used to be. 3 years ago, in order to fix the profound sun formation, my grandfather used up all of his energy, and eventually passed away. He passed the position of family chief to my father, and it was also at that time that the Nangong family started to split. The branch led by my eldest uncle didn't listen to my father's orders, and in the end, they split the Nangong family into 2. Nangong Wentian said. It seems like the Nangong family's problem lies with your eldest uncle. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. That's right. My eldest uncle complained that my grandfather passed the position of family chief to my father, and not him. He would often stir up trouble within the family, and I hated the infighting. In the end, I decided to run away from home, and travel around the world to experience a different kind of training. That's how I met you. Nangong Wentian said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He finally understood the reason why Nangong Wentian ran away from home. Now, it seemed like the Nangong family's internal strife was related to the Nangong family's internal strife. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was suddenly very interested in the Nangong family's treasure that could produce 9 solar holy water. I'm afraid that the Nangong family's incident is related to my eldest uncle as well, and it's very serious. As for the details, I'll have to wait until I return to the family. Nangong Wentian said with a frown. Whoosh! Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian's hair fluttered in the wind. All of a sudden, a purple flew past Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen reacted quickly and caught it in his hand. Spatial purple sand crystal. I'm so lucky. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The item he caught just now was a purple crystal the size of a fist. It was full of energy, and it was emitting a faint purple light. Although it was only the size of a fist, the energy contained within it was terrifying. Spatial purple sand crystal? What is this? Nan Gong Wention's gaze landed on the purple sand crystal. He had never seen a crystal like this before. A crystal that only exists in the turbulent space. It's formed by absorbing the pure spatial energy and fusing it with the spatial sand. It contains an incredible amount of energy. Just this purple sand crystal alone will allow me to form 100 new dragon marks. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed a suction force from his palm onto the purple sand crystal, causing the fist-sized purple sand crystal to start shrinking. Nan Gong Wention knew that Jiang Chen was absorbing the treasure, so he just sat aside and watched without disturbing him. Half an hour later, the purple sand crystal was completely absorbed by Jiang Chen. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were dancing on the surface of his body, making him look like numerous blood dragons. It was an extremely mystical sight. Nan Gong Wention could clearly sense that Jiang Chen's aura was much stronger than before. Swoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing ripples to appear in the air. Right at this moment, the yuan energy within his qi si was rolling like a tsunami. After absorbing the purple sand crystal, he had formed another 100 new dragon marks, increasing his total from 4,500 to 4,600 dragon marks. With this, he was one step closer to the combat soul realm. Haha, this feels great. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. His luck was truly heaven-defying. Spatial purple sand crystals were extremely rare, and even in the turbulent space, it was something that could only be found once in 100 years. Furthermore, who would go to the turbulent space for fun? Wasn't that just courting death? Jiang Chen's luck was truly heaven-defying. He had just happened to find one, and he grabbed it with ease. 100 dragon marks. If he wanted to absorb this demon soul, he would have to kill countless demon beasts. Damn it, this is a great treasure. Let's keep a close eye on it and see if there are any more purple sand crystals. Nan Gong Wention had an excited expression on his face. He kept looking around without blinking his eyes, but all he could see was the turbulent space, and not a single purple sand crystal. Don't bother looking, this is something that can only be found by luck. Jiang Chen patted Nan Gong Wention's shoulder. If he could obtain a treasure like the spatial purple sand crystal in large quantities, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? 2 hours passed by quickly. Nan Gong Wention's excited expression turned bitter in the end. He couldn't help but admit that Jiang Chen was truly a lucky bastard. To be able to obtain a purple sand crystal was already a miracle, but it was a pity that such a miracle did not happen to him. Wang Wang. Suddenly, the space tunnel violently shook. Jiang Chen and Nan Gong Wention hurriedly controlled their bodies. A bright light could be seen in front of them, and the space hurricane was also blowing more and more violently. We're almost there, Jiang Chen reminded. Just as Jiang Chen's voice faded, they reached the end of the space tunnel. Jiang Chen grabbed the bronze plate in front of him. This bronze plate was a treasure, and he could not afford to lose it. The two of them felt a pulling force acting on their bodies, and their bodies involuntarily flew forward. Bang! Bang! The sky was clear and boundless. Suddenly, the void rumbled and 2 unknown objects tumbled out. The unknown objects were clearly unable to control their bodies. With a plop, they fell to the ground and created a large crater. What the hell? Someone cried out in shock, and slowly walked towards the 2 craters. This place was the periphery of a beautiful mountain range, and there were many caravans resting here. It was the first time they had seen these unknown creatures suddenly land on the ground. Cough, cough, fuck. Can't you be a little gentler? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.